The media was in a frenzy over the meteoric rise of Jihoon, the new face of the Blue Dragon, with headlines celebrating his overwhelming presence and viral interviews. This excitement reached a fever pitch as news broke that the newcomer had secured the Best Male Lead Award at the Blue Dragon Film Awards for his role in Tarantula. Watching from afar, a woman mused to herself how incredibly popular Jihoon had become in such a short amount of time. A flicker of concern crossed her mind as she wondered if his newfound fame would make it harder for her to see him now. Later, Jihoon answered his phone with a polite greeting. On the other end, a woman identified as Ms. Yoon greeted him by name. Jihoon responded warmly, asking Ms. Yoon from DM Entertainment if she had been well. She replied that she was just goofing around as usual and had called him regarding the DVN Awards. Ms. Yoon confirmed that he had heard about winning Best Supporting Actor for Shutter, to which he affirmed had received the call. She then expressed her disappointment upon hearing he wouldn't be attending, prompting a flustered Jihoon to explain that his filming schedule for Theory of Death conflicted with the ceremony. Ms. Yoon chuckled and told him they could discuss it in a moment, revealing that she would be arriving shortly. Confused, Jihoon questioned where she was arriving, a sudden suspicion dawning on him that she might be coming to the set. With a sense of urgency, Jihoon turned to his manager, Mr. Ko, and told him they needed to head outside immediately. He explained that he believed Ms. Yoon was on her way to their current location, shocking his manager. Jihoon privately grumbled about the recent trend of people showing up on set unannounced. A sleek car pulled up, and a man held the door open for a woman in a stylish white coat. The car door shut with a decisive click as she settled inside. As they rushed to meet her, Jihoon instructed Mr. Ko to bring the director, telling him to say someone from an investment agency had arrived. Upon her arrival, Ms. Yoon immediately congratulated Jihoon on his recent award. She complimented his impressive performance both at the ceremony and in other ventures, before steering the conversation back to the DVN Awards and asking for a private place to talk. Jihoon humbly offered the lounge in his tent, though he noted it was a bit shabby, but she readily accepted the invitation. Inside the surprisingly warm and tidy tent, she thanked him as he handed her a drink. Jihoon's manager, Mr. Ko, then entered and greeted Ms. Yoon respectfully. He was followed by the director of Theory of Death, Pyo Young-min, who bowed and introduced himself. Ms. Yoon acknowledged the director and invited him to have a seat. Getting straight to the point, she patted the director's knee and stated she was there to discuss what it would take for them to borrow Jihoon. The director, scratching his head, correctly guessed she was referring to the DVN Awards, prompting her to ask what problem was preventing Jihoon from attending. He explained that while there were many reasons, the biggest obstacle was the film's budget. In response, she effortlessly offered to invest more into the production under the same conditions, as if spending hundreds of millions were nothing. She made it clear, however, that her investment was conditional on Jihoon attending the DVN Awards, a promise he quickly made. Pleased with the outcome, she informed them that she would also be in the audience on the day of the ceremony. With the matter settled, she stood and announced her intention to take a look around the film set. As she passed Jihoon, she gave his arm a light, familiar squeeze. She told him not to bother escorting her, observing that he seemed too tired. The grateful director immediately offered to show her around himself, an offer she graciously accepted. She then gave Jihoon a wink, suggesting that if he was truly thankful, he should call her Chaiwon from then on. After she left, Mr. Ko patted a stunned Jihoon on the back, remarking that she had clearly taken a strong liking to him. Jihoon attributed his good fortune to the Blue Dragon Award, which had now also paved the way for him to attend the DVN Awards. He chuckled, wishing that things could always unfold so smoothly and easily. But a sudden chill ran down his spine as he confessed to his manager that he had a bad feeling again. He couldn't shake the premonition, rubbing his arms as Mr. Ko reminded him of a famous industry saying, "It's most dangerous when you're at the peak of success." Jihoon voiced his hope that there wouldn't be any more accidents on set, then considered the possibility of a scandal instead. Seeing his unease, Mr. Ko offered to start searching the press for any potential negative stories about him. Jihoon, his heart pounding with anxiety, gratefully accepted the offer, and Mr. Ko promised to be thorough. Sometime later, the crew enjoyed the benefits of the new investment, with fewer overnight shoots and earlier wrap times. Despite the positive changes, the smooth sailing only heightened Jihoon's sense of anxiety. A white car was parked by a scenic ocean overlook, waiting under a clear blue sky. When Mr. Ko finally returned, the grim look on his face confirmed Jihoon's worst fears. Jihoon correctly guessed that something had happened back in Seoul, and his manager remarked on his uncanny intuition. Mr. Ko gestured for him to get into the car, stating that their conversation was not one to be had in the open. Once inside, Mr. Ko revealed that he had met with his reporter contacts and learned that several journalists were actively digging into Jihoon's past. He seemed hesitant, unsure where to even begin with the bad news. He started by warning Jihoon that tabloids were preparing to release stories about him having had plastic surgery. Jihoon wryly acknowledged that the reporters weren't entirely wrong, though he mused that his transformation was achieved without modern medicine. He remained silent for a moment, absorbing the first piece of troubling news. Mr. Ko then braced him for the next, more sensitive topic. He revealed that damaging rumors were circulating that Yoon Chae-won was Jihoon's secret sponsor. Jihoon let out a disbelieving laugh, finding the accusation impossible, but Mr. Ko added that the reporters claimed to have undeniable evidence. Jihoon reasoned that it was probably just photos from her visit to the set, twisted to fit a scandalous narrative. Mr. Ko somberly agreed, noting that the reporters would undoubtedly do an excellent job of spinning the story. When Jihoon asked about the timing, his manager guessed they were waiting for the perfect moment, likely right around the DVN Awards. An image of a chaotic press scrum flashed through Jihoon's mind, realizing that while he thought he was soaring, people had been aiming at him all along. Mr. Ko then nervously admitted there was one more piece of news, this one being the most difficult to deliver. He revealed that some reporters believed Jihoon was actually the long-lost child star, Seo Jun. A grim look of resignation settled over Jihoon as he realized the time he had been dreading had finally come. Mr. Ko explained that while this wasn't a malicious rumor, the timing for its release could not possibly be worse. He told Jihoon that he had come straight to him with the information before discussing it with their boss, feeling it was right for him to know first. Jihoon squeezed his manager's hand, silently thanking him for his loyalty and support. Mr. Ko tried to offer some encouragement, reminding him of the saying that one can survive anything with a clear head, and they would find a way through this. A confident grin spread across Jihoon's face as he commented that watching all the scandals break at once would be like a spectacular fireworks display. He began to strategize, stating that the most important rule when outnumbered in a battle is to avoid being surrounded. He continued his tactical analysis, explaining that one must either face foes one by one or, if that's not possible, aim for their weakness. Mr. Ko was confused by the mention of a weakness, but Jihoon pointed out that the people targeting him were not all on the same side. The two key principles echoed in his mind: don't get surrounded, and remember the enemies are not a unified force. A cunning smirk appeared on his face as a plan began to form. He turned to Mr. Ko and asked for the contact information of the reporter digging into his past, declaring his intention to meet them in person. He then made a bold request, asking his manager to see if that very reporter would be interested in an exclusive interview with him. In the quiet offices of Yunha Entertainment, the rhythmic sound of typing echoed through the halls. An exhausted-looking individual arrived, the creak of the door and the click of his shoes breaking the silence. A staff member greeted him, acknowledging his arrival and immediately noticing his weary state. The employee thanked him for his hard work, but the man brushed off the concern, insisting it was all part of the job. He was then informed that his manager, Mr. Ko, and a woman named Ms. Seo were already waiting for him inside the conference room. With a final word of encouragement, the staff wished him a successful meeting, promising to handle everything else while he went in. Jihoon stepped into the room and announced his presence. A woman, Ms. Seo, greeted him warmly. She gave his shoulder a firm, supportive squeeze, acknowledging the difficult decision he must have made. Ms. Seo assured him that all he had to do was give the word, and her team would take care of the rest, to which he quietly consented. An assistant then confirmed to Ms. Seo that everything was prepared and ready to go. The three of them sat around a large conference table, poised to finalize their counterattack strategy. Ms. Seo proposed they begin with the simple matters, first asking Jihoon to confirm that he could indeed prove he had not undergone plastic surgery. She instructed Mr. Ko to accompany Jihoon to the doctor the next day, planning to use the official results as evidence to dismantle that rumor completely. She then explained that the sponsorship scandal was also manageable, revealing that the heiress involved, Ms. Yoon, was actually hoping the story would come out. Jihoon silently marveled at this, finding it strange that wealthy people seemed unbothered by such potentially damaging publicity. Ms. Seo noted her agreement with Ms. Yoon's sentiment, though she conceded that their position would be different without the narrative they had prepared. She presented a file containing a carefully crafted version of Jihoon's past, spinning it into a tale of overcoming hardship that conveniently reduced his severe burn injury to a mere rumor. Ms. Seo expressed her confidence that this new story would reframe the scandal, portraying Ms. Yoon as a benevolent patron to a poor, starving artist, a narrative that held a sliver of truth. Lastly, she moved on to the reporter digging into his past, confirming with Jihoon that he was still prepared to meet them in person for an interview. With their preparations laid out, Ms. Seo asked if Jihoon had any final changes or additions before they officially began their operation. A mischievous thought crossed Jihoon's mind. Their plan was so solid that he was now tempted to make the impending explosion even more spectacular. Sometime later, a man called out to Jihoon, formally introducing himself. The reporter identified himself as Lee Min-soo from Real Daily, the very journalist Jihoon had been looking for. Jihoon explained that he had arranged the meeting himself, hoping to be of some help to the reporter who had been investigating him. One of Jihoon's team members then handed the reporter a folder containing an organized summary of Jihoon's history. Mr. Lee was flabbergasted, remarking that in his career of facing threats and lawsuits, this was the first time a target had ever willingly handed him incriminating information. Jihoon nonchalantly dismissed the reporter's surprise, acknowledging how difficult it must have been for him to dig up the information on his own. The reporter sheepishly conceded that the investigation had indeed been quite challenging. When asked if he could fact-check the materials, Jihoon readily gave his permission, even offering to arrange meetings with the information sources. A bemused laugh escaped the reporter as he correctly deduced that Jihoon's team wanted to control the article's publication date. Mr. Ko then added another surprising condition: while the interview was an exclusive, they would not be granting exclusive publishing rights, which confused the reporter. He clarified that in exchange, the eventual impact of the reporter's article would be far greater. Jihoon's representative leaned in, revealing their true objective was to raise the stakes of the entire affair as high as they possibly could. The scene shifted to the underground parking garage of Yunha Entertainment. A news headline on a smartphone screen lauded actor Seo Jihoon's success, questioning if he would dominate the upcoming drama awards. The new road manager, Park Young-jae, felt a surge of pride, unable to believe his luck at working for such an amazing actor. Eagerly, he scrolled through the news feed looking for more articles about Jihoon, but his fingers suddenly froze on the screen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he discovered scandalous articles accusing Jihoon of having a sponsor and getting plastic surgery. A sudden knock on the window shattered his concentration as the car door swung open. It was Mr. Ko, who seemed happy to see him, which made Young-jae wonder if the manager was somehow oblivious to the breaking news. Mr. Ko outlined their plan to pick up the stylist before meeting Jihoon, but Young-jae was too consumed by anxiety to process the instructions properly. Seeing his hesitation, Mr. Ko prompted him to get going, causing the nervous roadie to jump into action and awkwardly deflect a question about the car's temperature. They pulled out of the garage and merged into the bustling city traffic. Upon arriving at a place called Café Dissolve, Mr. Ko announced their presence as the car screeched to a halt. The back door slid open, and a woman began to greet Mr. Ko but stopped mid-sentence. Young-jae was stunned by her beauty, momentarily forgetting that she was supposed to be Jihoon's stylist. Mr. Ko introduced the new roadie to the stylist, Chai Song-hee, who in turn asked Young-jae to take good care of Jihoon. Song-hee leaned forward and pointed out how much he was sweating, completely unaware that her stunning appearance and Mr. Ko's oblivious attitude were the cause of his panic. As they drove on, Youngji's mind raced, trying to figure out how to break the news of the scandal to his clueless companions. This chaotic and stressful situation was a far cry from the first day he had imagined. The van navigated through the steady flow of traffic. When they finally reached their destination, the door slid open to reveal Jihoon, whom Song-hee greeted with a cheerful hello. Jihoon's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar face, prompting an introduction from Mr. Ko, and a nervous Young-jae stated his name and position. Jihoon offered a warm welcome, his handsome face and kind demeanor leaving the new roadie completely starstruck. The heavy weight of his knowledge pressed down on Young-jae, who felt he was the only one aware of the bombshell scandal that had just hit. Noticing the young man's deeply troubled expression, Jihoon kindly asked if something was wrong. Mustering his courage, Young-jae decided he couldn't stay silent any longer and prepared to deliver the bad news. He cautiously explained that he had seen an article about a sponsorship scandal targeting Jihoon and had hesitated to mention it, assuming they were unaware. As a strange look crossed Jihoon's face, Young-jae braced for an explosion, but instead, the actor burst out laughing. Young-jae stood frozen in bewildered silence. Mr. Ko and the stylist also erupted into boisterous laughter, clearly amused by the roadie's concern. The new manager was completely baffled by their light-hearted response to what he considered a catastrophic event. After composing himself, Mr. Ko clarified that they were already fully aware of the articles and had known since the day before that they would be released. A flush of embarrassment washed over Young-jae as he finally understood that the day's entire schedule was a pre-planned response to the scandal. Mr. Ko gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, telling him not to worry as they needed to leave, leaving Young-jae to wonder if this level of chaos was normal for them. Soon after, the team arrived at the DVN television studio for a scheduled appearance. In the production booth, the crew monitored the live feed of Jihoon's talk show interview. One of the producers remarked on how well Jihoon was performing, expressing his surprise given it was supposedly his first time on a talk show. Another crew member smirked, cryptically suggesting that perhaps this wasn't his first time after all, leaving the producer intrigued. On stage, the host informed Jihoon he wanted to ask a slightly more sensitive question, and the actor calmly gave him the green light to proceed. The host directly questioned him about the rumor of being sponsored by a wealthy heiress, prompting Jihoon to coolly identify the woman as Yoon Chae-won of DM Entertainment. In a move that shocked everyone watching, Jihoon looked directly at the camera and confirmed that the rumor was true, he was indeed being sponsored by her. Jihoon coolly confirmed the shocking rumor was true, tugging at his lapel as he explained that even the suit he was wearing was provided by the DM Cultural Foundation. As the host tilted his head in confusion, Jihoon clarified that Yoon Chae-won had established the foundation specifically to support struggling artists like himself. The host then probed about the nature of their relationship, but Jihoon quickly waved his hands to dismiss the insinuation, explaining that he hardly ever saw the busy heiress. His curiosity piqued, the host asked how Jihoon had learned of the foundation, prompting the actor to reveal that the answer was deeply rooted in his past. Leaning into the microphone, Jihoon made another shocking revelation: his highly praised role in Shudder was not, in fact, his on-screen debut. A ripple of whispers spread through the studio audience as Jihoon explained that Shudder was actually his comeback role after a very long break from the industry. A faint smirk played on his lips as he finally confessed that a long time ago, he had worked as a child actor. The host's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly requested more details, to which Jihoon readily agreed. Following the broadcast, news outlets exploded with articles detailing Jihoon's tragic past as an unfortunate acting prodigy and celebrating his triumphant return. Meanwhile, in a lavish office, an unseen individual seated while reading the news, furious that Jihoon had revealed his story without their permission. The sound of liquid being poured echoed as they downed their drink in a single, frustrated motion. They continued to swallow their drink rapidly, their anger mounting with each successive gulp. With a violent slam, their clenched fists struck the table as they gave Jihoon a one-week ultimatum to make contact. Backstage after the show, Mr. Ko remarked on the sheer chaos of the day, noting the promotions team would be working sleepless nights for the foreseeable future. Jihoon expressed his guilt over the extra workload, but Mr. Ko gave him a reassuring pat, insisting that everyone was happy to work hard as his popularity skyrocketed. When Jihoon inquired about the new roadie, Mr. Ko explained he had sent him ahead to meet with the writer, Ms. Im, to arrange a dinner, signaling another busy evening. Upon arriving at the next filming location, young Jae gasped, his eyes widening as they fell upon a dazzling and unexpected sight. The director, Mr. Pyo, greeted Jihoon warmly, prompting a bewildered Jihoon to turn and question the elaborate food truck setup. Mr. Pyo proudly announced that it was a tribute sent by his fans, and as cameras flashed, Jihoon humorously wondered if he was being treated like a pop idol. The director then encouraged him to help himself to the food, explaining that they would begin filming once he had eaten. Jihoon playfully accused Mr. Ko of knowing about the surprise, and the manager laughed, confessing that a fan named Miss Amy had sworn him to secrecy. His attention was then caught by an unexpected movement nearby, causing him to let out a small sound of surprise. He saw his co-star Soyeon bowing deeply towards him, a gesture that left him utterly confused until he heard his name being called from the side. Woo Min energetically waved and rushed over with a plate of food, prompting Jihoon to immediately ask him about Soyeon's strange behavior. Woo Min took a seat beside him and let out a knowing chuckle, clearly amused by the situation. With a snicker, he explained that Soyeon had been researching Jihoon's old projects and was now completely starstruck by his long history as an actor. Jihoon shook his head, admitting he felt awkward being treated like a returning senior, but his team thought it was a great sign as they prepared to form Team Seo Jihoon. They agreed that having an experienced lead was a huge advantage, but Jihoon's attention was diverted by a camera flash, and he questioned what Mr. Ko was doing. Mr. Ko sheepishly admitted that Miss Amy had demanded he send her photos of Jihoon's reaction to the fan tribute. The thoughtful gesture made Jihoon ponder aloud that he felt he hadn't done anything for his fans, a sentiment his manager immediately dismissed. Sensing his sincerity, Mr. Ko offered to organize a fan meeting to bridge the gap, an idea that Jihoon eagerly accepted. Later that evening, Jihoon and his team arrived at a private dining room where they were scheduled to meet the writer, Ms. Im. As the sliding door opened to reveal their guest, Mr. Ko quickly stood and offered a formal greeting. Before he could finish, however, Ms. Im rushed past him and enveloped a surprised Jihoon in a tight, emotional hug. A completely bewildered Jihoon could only stammer her name, taken aback by the sudden and powerful show of affection. With tears welling in her eyes, she spoke of how difficult it must have been for him to hide his past for so long, then asked if he remembered his auntie. Jihoon scratched his head in utter confusion, apologizing as he admitted that he couldn't recall who she was. To jog his memory, Ms. Im lifted her head and asked if he remembered working on a drama titled The South of Dawn. The name immediately sparked a memory, and Jihoon slammed his hands on the table as he recalled it was the drama he had filmed with Han Sebin. A forgotten memory of a kind woman offering him candy on set suddenly surfaced, and his eyes lit up as he finally made the connection. Ms. Im tearfully confirmed it was her, revealing that his childhood encouragement was the very reason she hadn't quit writing and had become successful. Mr. Ko tactfully cleared his throat, gently interrupting the emotional reunion. He suggested that they could continue their poignant conversation over dinner, allowing the meal to finally begin. During the meal, it was suggested that Ms. Im could act as a sort of godmother to Jihoon, a proposal she happily accepted. Ms. Im then turned the conversation to business, reminding Mr. Ko of her intention to cast Jihoon in her next project, which he readily acknowledged. She then made a stunning announcement that shook the room. She had decided to cast Jihoon not just in a minor role, but as the male lead. Ms. Im was quick to clarify that her decision was not based on their personal history, wanting to avoid any misunderstanding about favoritism. She explained that he had become a hot topic after the talk show, and his public image was now more solid and compelling than ever. The writer believed that giving him a powerful character role at this precise moment would allow him to truly unleash his full potential. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jihoon humbly accepted the life-changing offer and promised Ms. Im that he would give it his all. Leaning forward with genuine excitement, Mizim confessed it had been a long time since she had looked forward to a project with this much passion. Pointing at Jihoon with a fiery determination, she promised to create a fantastic, unforgettable character just for him. Later that night, the city glowed with the lights from countless apartment windows as the day's monumental events finally settled. Back in the solitude of his apartment, Jihoon collapsed onto his couch, feeling utterly drained from the whirlwind of a day. He knew his fatigue was understandable given his hectic schedule, yet a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something important persisted in his mind. Despite his exhaustion, he was happy about the positive developments, but his thoughts were cut short by the buzzing of his phone, displaying Han Sebin's name on the screen. As the phone vibrated insistently against the table, a sudden jolt of realization dawned on him. This was the bad feeling he couldn't shake off. He cautiously answered the call, only to be met with Han Sebin's sharp, direct voice on the other end. She wasted no time, immediately accusing him of having remembered her from the very beginning, and she angrily told him to stop playing dumb. Sebin declared that his odd behavior now made perfect sense, questioning if he had intentionally antagonized her, but Jihoon retorted that her own difficult attitude was to blame. She then demanded to know why he hadn't revealed his identity sooner, to which he could only vaguely reply that he wasn't able to at the time. She scoffed at the idea he was hiding a difficult past, asking incredulously if he really thought she was the type of person who would gossip about his secrets. She then proposed another possibility, that he pretended not to know her because he dismissed their childhood connection as insignificant, a thought that only fueled her anger. Sebin conceded she might let the initial pretense slide, but her voice cracked with genuine hurt as she demanded to know why he hadn't called even once after his past went public. Jihoon began to stammer an explanation, but Sebin cut him off abruptly, her tone shifting as she simply told him to come on down. Utterly confused by her sudden command, Jihoon asked her what she meant and where he was supposed to go. A sudden, wild thought struck him, and he rushed to his window, peering down into the empty street below. His suspicion was confirmed as he spotted Han Sebin standing directly outside his building, impatiently motioning for him to get down there immediately. The sharp chime of a doorbell echoed through the apartment. Jihoon anxiously questioned her recklessness, wondering aloud what she would have done if he hadn't been able to secure a private place for them to meet. Sebin immediately deflected, pushing back on his anger and pointing out that a single text message from him would have prevented her unexpected visit. She then poked him in the chest, pointedly asking if he had any idea what she had been going through emotionally while reading the recent articles about his past. With a playful glint in her eye, she insisted that he was the one in the wrong and that he should be begging for her forgiveness. Startled by her forwardness, Jihoon instinctively reached out and grabbed her arm. He finally offered a sincere apology, admitting that he should have told her his identity sooner and that he was sorry for not calling, explaining the recent chaos had made him forget. Sebin internally noted his dangerous choice of words, recognizing that his claim of having forgotten was an excuse she would hold over him for a long time. Her expression softened with concern as she looked at him, asking if something else had happened to cause his silence. Jihoon tried to explain the whirlwind of sudden changes in his life, confessing that he had barely had a moment to catch his breath. He admitted that he had honestly wanted to reveal his identity to her back when they were filming the movie Tarantula. Awkwardly scratching his head, he confessed that her strong first impression had made him hesitate to say anything at the time. Sebin suddenly shouted that his hesitation was obvious, declaring that anyone would have been mad at his behavior, yet she confessed she was still happy to see him again. A genuine, heartfelt smile finally broke through her frustration, lighting up her face. A wave of conflicted emotions washed over Jihoon as he let out a short, exasperated groan. He sighed, muttering under his breath about how unbelievably annoying she could be. Her playful mood shifted back to seriousness as she breathed out and demanded that he finally tell her the whole truth. She directly asked if he was indeed the Seo Jihoon from their childhood, to which he calmly confirmed his identity and acknowledged how long it had been. Sebin seemed underwhelmed by his simple confirmation, questioning why his response was so brief. Leaning in closer, she scoffed at the notion that he might have expected her to break down in tears upon hearing the truth. Her gaze hardened as she warned him not to misunderstand the situation, making it clear that she had not forgiven him yet and that he should stay quiet for the time being. Stumbling back in mock disbelief, Jihoon wondered aloud how the cute little girl he once knew had disappeared, a comment that clearly caught her off guard. He then reminisced about how she used to cry at the slightest provocation, pointing out how rude she had become in her adulthood, an accusation she promptly denied. Jihoon laughed, insisting she was a crybaby who used to get snot on his clothes, which made her demand that he stop remembering such embarrassing details. He then started to bring up her childhood marriage proposal, but she frantically cut him off, threatening him as she struggled to break free from his grasp. Having had enough of his teasing, she angrily declared that she was leaving. As her keys jingled, she grumbled about his uncanny ability to remember only the most ridiculous things from their past. A lingering feeling of annoyance followed her as she stormed away. The scene then shifted to the sleek, modern offices of VM Entertainment. Inside, the actor Go-won paced anxiously, questioning what his next move should be. He seethed with resentment over Ms. IM's decision to cast Seo Jihoon in the lead role, reminding his team leader of the promise that the part would be his. The team leader tried to placate him, suggesting a dinner with Ms. Im to change her mind, but Go-won expressed his skepticism about the plan's effectiveness. His manager insisted that the deal was only a verbal contract and could still be overturned, though Go-won found the idea of fighting Jihoon for a role utterly humiliating. Losing his patience, the team leader yelled that the dinner was their best shot, demanding that Go-won actively appeal to the writer instead of letting the role slip away. Go-won shot back, questioning the value of his agency if they couldn't even secure a promised role, prompting a colleague to step in and urge him to calm down. A surge of fury took hold of him as he slammed his fist on the table, the name Seo Jihoon echoing in his mind. The atmosphere on a different set turned dreary as rain began to fall with a soft whoosh. A lone figure stood with shoulders drooped, a portrait of defeat against the melancholic backdrop. A quiet, almost sorrowful chuckle escaped the actor's lips, breaking the silence of the scene. The actor then slowly lifted his gaze, looking up into the pouring rain. His quiet chuckle grew into full-throated laughter, a strange and poignant sound that mingled with the steady drip-drop of the rain. The director's voice suddenly cut through the performance, signaling the end of the take. The tense atmosphere on set instantly vanished, replaced by cheers and applause as the cast and crew celebrated the completion of the shoot. Amid the celebration, Jihoon received praise for his powerful performance, while a staff member quickly secured the prop knife from Woo Bin. Jihoon turned to his fellow actor Woo Bin, patting him on the back and commending him on a job well done. The two shared a laugh, mutually acknowledging the sheer intensity of the scene they had just filmed together. The director, Mr. Ko, formally congratulated Jihoon, who in turn expressed his gratitude for the opportunity and acknowledged the project's successful conclusion despite its challenges. As a staff member brought Jihoon his coat, an announcement was made for everyone to gather for a final group photograph. An agent from Jihoon's company discreetly approached one of the project's key staff members, Ms. Ko, asking for a moment of her time after the photo. The agent extended an official offer for Ms. Ko to sign with their agency, a proposal that left her stunned and questioning if they were being serious. Hearing the news, the other actors from the agency erupted in congratulations, warmly welcoming their new uni into what they called their big family. Amid the excitement, Jihoon was called over to join the group for the commemorative picture. He was guided to the very center of the group, a clear sign of his leading role in the project. As they arranged themselves, a senior staff member praised Jihoon's hard work, prompting him to playfully ask when they would finally stop calling him Mr. The camera flashed, capturing the cast and crew on the final day of shooting for the series Theory of Death. Later, in the car, Jihoon mentioned his plans to rest for a few days, but his manager quickly reminded him of an upcoming magazine shoot he couldn't forget. Jihoon correctly guessed the brand was Diadat, and his manager confirmed it was a major luxury label, reminding him to look polished and cheekily inquiring about the state of his abs. With a confident grin, Jihoon proudly assured his manager that his abs were doing exceptionally well. The manager marveled at how little maintenance Jihoon required compared to other actors, to which Jihoon humorously credited the special care provided by the power of eternal truth. The conversation shifted to his plans for vocal training, which Jihoon confirmed he wanted to start during his free time, along with his desire to hold a fan meeting. Noting the packed schedule ahead, his manager advised him to get some sleep in the car like the rest of the exhausted staff, an idea Jihoon readily accepted. The next day, they arrived at the pre-meeting for the Diadat photo shoot. The director of photography, Ma Yoon-young, immediately showered Jihoon with praise, commenting on his handsome features and flawless skin before bluntly asking if he had cosmetic work done. Jihoon laughed off the question, charmingly insisting that his glowing appearance was simply the result of 2 good days of rest. While he privately credited his supernatural abilities, he told the director that he felt refreshed after a short break with only vocal training on his schedule. The director expressed her delight, stating that his radiant look was the perfect fit for the new image the brand was aiming to create that season. She began to explain that while they intended to maintain their signature luxurious feel, they were introducing a new element. Their goal, she continued, was to add a lovely and bright touch to the brand's established identity. When Jihoon inquired about the shoot's specific concept, she revealed they planned to showcase the extremes of both chic and lovely styles to emphasize this new direction. She then added a surprising detail, informing him that they had cast 2 female models for the shoot, both of whom already knew him. A sudden flash of realization crossed Jihoon's face as he began to suspect exactly who those 2 models might be. The director announced that both models had agreed to come and should be arriving any moment, just as a soft knock echoed from the meeting room door. A nervous tension seized Jihoon as he swallowed hard, his mind racing to guess who was on the other side. The door creaked open, and Dae-hee cautiously peeked inside, offering a hesitant hello to a very surprised Jihoon. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly as they exchanged waves, and she quietly asked if he had been doing well since they last saw each other. Dae-hee then bowed deeply, apologizing both for not staying in touch and for what she perceived as her past rudeness toward him. Jihoon immediately waved his hands to dismiss her apology, insisting that she hadn't been rude at all and that he much preferred the casual way they used to interact. She asked if he was certain, and he laughed in agreement just as a cheerful voice announced her own presence, revealing Song Hail, who had popped into view, leaving Jihoon utterly speechless. Hail gave a formal bow and introduced herself professionally, to which Jihoon collected himself and returned the courteous greeting. Her formal demeanor then melted away as she leaned in with a playful smile, casually greeting him as an older brother. Though initially startled by the sudden shift, Jihoon quickly recovered and warmly returned her informal greeting. Hail laughed, remarking that while he seemed startled, she was the one who was truly shocked, and she wondered how he had managed to keep his debut such a well-guarded secret. She then confessed that she felt embarrassed thinking back on how she had acted, now knowing he had debuted even younger than she had. Watching the lively reunion, director Yoon-young chuckled to herself, remarking on Hail's ever-present and infectious energy. Hail's expression then brightened as if she had just remembered a crucial piece of news to share. With a proud grin, she triumphantly announced that she was finally an adult, a declaration that made the nearby staff coo at her cuteness. The room immediately filled with the sound of enthusiastic applause as everyone clapped to congratulate her on reaching this new milestone. The director then called for their attention, suggesting that since the greetings were now over, it was time to begin the pre-shoot meeting, an idea everyone readily agreed to. And so, the day of the highly anticipated Diadat photo shoot finally arrived. The studio was a whirlwind of activity, with crew members bustling around an elaborate set filled with bright lights and professional cameras. A voice cut through the noise as a staff member shouted that the models had finished with wardrobe and were on their way. One of the crew members turned toward the dressing room, their expression shifting to one of sheer awe. A collective gasp swept through the studio as Jihoon, Dae-hee, and Hail emerged, their coordinated outfits and striking appearances leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Director Yoon-young beamed with satisfaction, declaring that all 3 of them looked absolutely amazing and that she couldn't wait to see the final product. With an air of excitement, she hurried them over to the set, eager to begin the photo shoot without another moment's delay. The sharp, distinct click of the camera's shutter signaled the official start of the session. A brilliant flash of light immediately followed, perfectly illuminating the trio in their first pose. The photographer worked quickly, the sound of the shutter clicking in a steady rhythm as he captured different shots. The set was repeatedly bathed in the bright, instantaneous light of the camera's flash. From behind the camera, the director offered words of encouragement, praising their excellent work and perfect expressions. Despite the praise, a strange feeling washed over the photographer, who thought to himself that something felt terribly wrong. The director asked if the photos weren't coming out well, but he quickly assured her that wasn't the issue at all. When she pressed him on what the problem was, he sighed dramatically, admitting that he wanted to keep working in his current role for much longer. He then explained with a wry grin that he had a sinking feeling a project this perfect would inevitably get him promoted. The director laughed and gave him a playful smack, telling everyone they did a great job before admitting her concerns about a promotion were just a joke. She dismissed the models for the day, telling them she had a staff meeting but generously offered them any of the designer clothes they had worn during the shoot. Later, in the relative quiet of the dressing room, the models began to wind down. Daehee noticed Jihoon removing his own makeup and questioned why he wasn't letting a professional do it, but he simply replied that he was more comfortable doing it himself. He added that he also just wanted a quiet moment to relax and decompress after the intense shoot. Changing the subject, Daehee mentioned that she had heard a rumor had been cast in the acclaimed writer Ms. Im's new drama. He asked how she knew, and she explained that an actor from her agency, Go One, was also being considered. Jihoon's eyes widened as he recognized the name of the very actor he had competed against for the Blue Dragon Award. Daehee's voice lowered as she leaned in, warning Jihoon not to get too close to him. She explained that Go One didn't have a very good reputation within the industry. Just as Jihoon was about to ask for more details, his manager called out to him. He turned to Daehee, thanked her for the warning, and promised to be careful. Jihoon's manager, Mr. Ko, entered the room and gave Daehee a polite and friendly bow. He complimented her effusively, telling her that the shoot had been a massive success largely thanks to her incredible performance. Daehee's attention was drawn to the large pile of clothes in Mr. Ko's arms, and she asked what it all was. He cheerfully explained it was all gifts for Jihoon. She expressed her surprise at how much had taken, but he joked that if he had dared to return without free items, their notoriously frugal CEO song he would have had both their heads. Mr. Ko told Jihoon they were all packed and ready to leave, but they were stopped by another manager who politely asked if they could spare just 5 minutes for Mr. Kwon. Jihoon turned to Daehee to say his goodbyes, and they wished each other well until their next project together. As he prepared to leave, Hyeol's voice suddenly called out his name, stopping him in his tracks. A short distance away, the two managers were seen sealing their brief conversation with a firm and decisive handshake. Jihoon's manager graciously deflected Mr. Kwon's praise, insisting that Hyeol had been a great help, which prompted Mr. Kwon to finally explain why he had requested the meeting. He glanced over at Hyeol, admitting that she was being a bit stubborn about a particular matter, and he hoped Jihoon might have a moment to talk some sense into her. Jihoon walked over to Hyeol, playfully asking why she was giving her manager such a hard time, an accusation she met with a look of pure innocence. She insisted she wasn't causing any trouble at all, which led Jihoon to ask her directly what their discussion had been about. Hyeol suddenly grew flustered, nervously fidgeting with her fingers as she tried to gather her thoughts. In a sudden move, she reached out and firmly grabbed hold of Jihoon's arm to get his full attention. She squeezed his arm gently and looked at him with pleading eyes, asking if he would agree to be her tutor. Jihoon was completely baffled by the request, reminding her that he wasn't particularly smart and had even dropped out of middle school. She quickly clarified that she wasn't looking for a school tutor, but rather one for acting. The pieces suddenly clicked into place for Jihoon as he realized that the famous model wanted to pursue an acting career as well. Hyeol confirmed his suspicion, explaining that she had started training some time ago after her agency suggested she prepare for a potential career transition. Her voice fell as she confessed that she had taken lessons from many different coaches, but they all eventually gave up on her, claiming she was hopelessly bad at it. Jihoon found it ironic, thinking to himself how someone known as an EQ genius could supposedly lack any talent for acting. She begged him to help her just this once, promising she would grant him any favor in return, making it her #1 priority to repay him. Following that earnest plea, a few days passed. The sound of Jihoon's apartment door opening was followed by Hyeol's cheerful voice announcing her arrival for their first lesson. She presented him with a gift, cheekily calling it a bribe to ensure he'd treat her well, though he assured her it was completely unnecessary. Hyeol's eyes widened as she looked around his home with genuine wonder, prompting Jihoon to ask if she saw something particularly interesting. She sheepishly admitted that this was her very first time seeing an apartment where a single man lived all by himself. Closing her eyes, she took a long, deliberate sniff of the air, a pleased smile gracing her lips. She remarked that she'd heard single men's places usually carried an old man smell, but his smelled surprisingly nice. He nonchalantly credited it to a diffuser. Continuing her list of stereotypes, she added that she also heard such places usually looked like a landfill, which made him laugh and ask what other wild rumors she had heard. She hesitated for a moment before recalling the most serious warning of all, that a woman should never be alone with a man in a place where he lives by himself. Unseen by them, a pair of dark shoes stood silently on the wooden floor just outside. A faint, unidentifiable noise suddenly cut through their conversation, drawing their attention. Jihoon and Hyeol turned to see several dark, menacing figures lurking in the now open doorway of the apartment. The tense silence was abruptly shattered by a blood-curdling scream. Hyeol stammered in fear, asking who the intimidating figures were, but Jihoon calmly explained that since he was a lacking teacher, he had invited some teaching assistants to help. A woman with a confident smile introduced herself as Ko Aina, and a man beside her followed suit, giving his name as Ji Woo Min. Both eagerly declared they were fans of Hyeol. A slightly flustered Hyeol introduced herself in return, prompting Ko Aina to immediately coo over how small and adorable she was in person. Aina marveled at Hyeol's complexion, asking if she was wearing any makeup before reaching out to touch her cheek, exclaiming that her skin felt like porcelain. Hyeol squeaked in surprise, finding the woman's proximity overwhelming, which prompted Jihoon to step in and gently pat her head to soothe her. He reminded his friends to be gentle with her since she had just turned 20, causing Aina to huff in playful protest as Jihoon pulled her back. Jihoon declared that they would have plenty of time for introductions later, suggesting they first witness the acting skills of the so-called genius singer. Meanwhile, unaware of the lively lesson unfolding inside, Hyeol's manager confidently ascended the steps leading to Jihoon's apartment building. He pressed the doorbell, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he silently worried if Hyeol's lesson had gone well this time. The door clicked open to reveal Jihoon, who greeted Mr. Kwon politely, while the manager thanked him for his hard work. Jihoon brushed off the thanks, assuring him they had a good time and invited him inside, mentioning that they had just started a break. Mr. Kwon's face lit up with surprise as he asked if he could really join them, to which Jihoon warmly replied that he was more than welcome. Stepping inside, the manager was immediately struck by the cheerful and positive atmosphere filling the room, a stark contrast to what he was used to. He overheard one of Jihoon's friends enthusiastically asking to be taken out for drinks, which prompted a question about whether Hyeol partook in alcohol. Just then, Hyeol spotted her manager and called out a bright greeting, a sight that made him note how genuinely cheerful she seemed, unlike how discouraged she always was after other lessons. Mr. Kwon approached the group, assuming Hyeol must have been a handful, but one of the friends waved his hand dismissively, insisting they had all had fun. Hyeol eagerly confirmed this, her bright eyes meeting her manager's as she agreed that the lesson had indeed been very enjoyable. A bead of sweat trickled down the manager's temple as he processed this unexpected news, cautiously proceeding to ask the most important question, how her acting was. Jihoon simply offered to let him see for himself, an idea that Hyeol immediately latched onto, asking if she should prepare to perform right away. With an encouraging look, Jihoon instructed Hyeol to perform exactly as she had done earlier, to which she gave a firm nod of understanding. The group of 5 reassembled in the living room, a palpable sense of focus settling over them as they began to run through their lines together. Ko Aina, the woman with short hair, delivered her lines with an expressive smile, her hands gesturing animatedly to emphasize her words. In her scene, Hale confidently placed a hand on Wooman's shoulder, her posture and expression perfectly aligned with the character she was portraying. Mr. Kwon turned to Jihoon in utter disbelief, remarking on the distinct personality she was projecting and demanding to know how he had managed such a transformation. Jihoon explained that while Hale might not be suited for a wide variety of roles, she excelled brilliantly when given a character that matched her essence, patting her head in praise. The manager expressed his immense gratitude, which led Jihoon to reveal that since the lesson was fun for him too, he also had a favor to ask. A warm and easy camaraderie had clearly developed, as the group was later seen gathered in the apartment, sharing a moment of genuine laughter. Mr. Kwon tentatively asked if it would be possible for Hale to receive Jihoon's guidance more often, an idea Jihoon readily agreed to, noting how well she fit in. When the manager asked how he could possibly repay him, Jihoon's gaze shifted slightly as he began to explain his plan for an upcoming fan meeting. He then revealed his favor, stating his desire to perform a duet with Hale during the event and asking if that would be acceptable. Mr. Kwon immediately agreed without hesitation, promising to accommodate Jihoon's schedule and even offering to arrange a formal rehearsal for them. Jihoon politely declined the rehearsal offer, but the manager added that, thanks to him, a significant opportunity might be on the horizon for Hale, piquing Jihoon's interest. Leaning in, Mr. Kwon confided that Hale was being considered for a role in the famous Ms. IM's new drama, though he cautioned it wasn't confirmed yet. Jihoon's eyes widened in genuine surprise at the mention of such a high-profile project, and her manager simply nodded to confirm the incredible news. Some time later, the quiet, minimalist interior of a modern coffee shop provided the backdrop for another important meeting. There, Jihoon sat across from Ms. Im at a small table, a script synopsis resting between them as they discussed the new project. After reviewing the synopsis, Jihoon voiced a hint of skepticism, questioning if a music drama would truly be a viable project. He elaborated on his concern, noting the generally poor public perception of the genre, which prompted the writer to bluntly ask if he had found her story boring. Jihoon quickly backtracked, assuring her that the synopsis was fantastic, leading her to state that the genre wasn't the problem, past music dramas failed because they were dull. With unshakable confidence, she promised him that he had nothing to worry about, as she was going to write the greatest music drama ever made. Hearing her conviction, Jihoon's worries were assuaged, and he offered her a simple but sincere thank you. The writer held the script close, a soft, determined smile on her face, fully believing in the story she was about to create. She advised him to make a strong public impression before filming began, and when he mentioned his plans for a fan meeting and variety show, she expressed her approval. Back in his apartment, a television lit up with a high-energy intro, a booming voice declaring that the moment for victory had arrived, followed by a triumphant group chant. The title card for a show called The Victorious flashed on screen, showing a contestant dangling precariously, causing Jihoon to watch with a thoughtful expression. He wondered if he was truly confident he could handle it, letting out a weary sigh as he concluded he was only about 50% sure. While his unique abilities meant the physical challenges were no cause for concern, his complete lack of experience on variety shows gave him pause, a thought interrupted by the chime of his doorbell. Getting up from the couch, Jihoon walked to the entrance and used his key card, swinging the door open to reveal Hale standing outside. With wide, emotional eyes, she softly called out to him, her voice thick with unspoken news. Before he could even finish asking what was wrong, she let out a cry of pure joy and launched herself at him, wrapping him in a powerful, celebratory hug. She excitedly announced that she had officially gotten the role in Collab, the very same drama that he was starring in. Overcome with emotion, she insisted that this incredible achievement was all thanks to him, tightening her embrace with a surge of gratitude. Jihoon struggled to get a word out, gasping that he couldn't breathe, but his choked warning was lost on the ecstatic Hale. A deep crimson blush suddenly spread across her face as the reality of their close proximity and her actions finally dawned on her. She yelped and quickly pulled away, stammering an apology and explaining that she had just been overwhelmed with excitement. Fanning her red face, she quickly tried to change the subject by plopping onto his couch and asking if he had been watching television. Her eyes lit up as she recognized the victorious, but Jihoon chuckled and explained that he was merely doing research, as he was scheduled to appear on it in 2 days. She correctly guessed his appearance was to promote collab, and he confirmed it, adding that he would be going on with Go-won, the actor playing the supporting male lead. Jihoon then asked if she had been watching the show, and upon learning she had kept up with it since her own appearance, he humbly asked if she could give him any tips. She clarified if he was asking for general tips on how to handle variety shows, and he confirmed that was exactly what he needed. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, confessing that he was nervous because it was his first time and he didn't consider himself a very entertaining person. A playful laugh escaped Hyle's lips as she realized their roles had been reversed, musing that for today, she was the teacher. Clearing her throat with mock seriousness, she officially declared that she would teach him the secrets to variety show success, earning an appreciative clap from her new student. 2 days later, the impressive facade of the IBC broadcast studios loomed, signaling the day of the filming had arrived. Jihoon politely knocked on the door to the green room and introduced himself to a senior actor, who was surprised that Jihoon came to greet him first, but Jihoon humbly insisted it was proper etiquette. After exchanging pleasantries, Jihoon excused himself to leave, but as he turned, a familiar voice called out his name from down the hall. He turned to see another actor he recognized, and the two men shared a friendly greeting, catching up briefly after not having seen each other for some time. The other man credited Jihoon for his recent success, but Jihoon brushed off the praise, insisting that the man's own hard work was the real reason for his achievements. The man then asked if Jihoon was nervous, admitting that while he wasn't great at variety, he at least had experience, before turning the question back to Jihoon. Jihoon laughed and confessed that he was incredibly nervous, as this was his very first time on such a show, which caused his acquaintance to burst into laughter. Suddenly, Jihoon flinched as if struck, his eyes locking onto a figure further down the hallway as he uttered the name Daehee. The woman, Daehee, stared back at him with narrowed eyes, her expression turning grim as she recognized him and questioned the awful energy she felt emanating from him. Go-won greeted Jihoon warmly, expressing his anticipation to finally meet both him and Han Kijun. An intense, throbbing pressure suddenly squeezed at Jihoon's heart. Watching from a distance, Daehee felt an unsettling wave of jealousy and envy, wondering what was causing the awful energy she sensed from him. Go-won candidly told Jihoon he could now see why Ms. M was so fond of him, bluntly complimenting his handsome features. Jihoon internally noted that Go-won seemed much more direct than he remembered. Go-won enthusiastically proposed they both do their best, and Jihoon readily agreed to the friendly challenge. Later, on the brightly lit set of The Victorious, the show's iconic opening sequence began. The hosts shouted their catchphrase, announcing that the moment of victory had arrived for a special actor-themed episode. They proclaimed that they had gathered the most popular actors in the industry for the day's show. Han Kijun and Go-won were introduced first, walking onto the stage to a wave of enthusiastic applause. Next, Woo Daehee and Seo Jihoon were welcomed, their entrance met with an even greater roar from the audience. One of the hosts commented on how radiant the stage was, thanks to their exceptionally good-looking guests. The host then pointed out that while he recognized the others, it was Jihoon's very first time on a variety show, a fact Jihoon confirmed while admitting his nervousness. The host declared it an honor to have a rising star for his debut appearance and cheekily added that handsome faces should be shared for the betterment of the world. Another host playfully worried about what would happen to their own careers if the actors appeared too often, but his co-host laughingly dismissed the concern. The three hosts stood together on the vibrant set, taking in the star-studded lineup before them. It was announced that teams would be chosen based on a talent show, and the hosts eagerly anticipated the day's performances. The guests let out a collective ooh of anticipation at the mention of a talent competition. The host then decided the talent portion would begin with Han Kijun. Han Kijun announced that, fitting for an actor's special, he would perform a short piece of acting. He instantly slipped into character, delivering a powerful and captivating monologue. After Kijun's performance earned a hearty round of applause, the hosts called up the next guest, Go-won. Go-won wowed the set with a surprisingly agile and dramatic swooping dance move. His amazing physical display was met with cheers and impressed clapping. Woo Dae-hee fidgeted for a moment before explaining that since acting was her only real skill, she would perform a scene from Shutter. She then unexpectedly turned to Jihoon and asked if he would assist her, catching him completely off guard. The hosts eagerly endorsed the idea, shoving the bewildered Jihoon forward to join her on stage. With her scene partner in place, Dae-hee announced she was ready to begin. She immediately grabbed Jihoon's arm, pulling him into the scene with startling force. In character, she admonished his persona for being unable to confess his feelings, eliciting intrigued sounds from the hosts. Dae-hee then yanked him even closer, causing a unified shriek of excitement to erupt from the audience. Dropping the act just as quickly, she thanked Jihoon for his help, admitting privately that she had startled herself. As Jihoon stood flustered, Dae-hee placed a hand on his arm in a gesture of thanks. One host jokingly chided them for being too racy for a family-friendly program, while another complained that things were just getting good. Moving on, the hosts called for Jihoon's talent and asked if he had prepared anything. A co-host suggested he recreate the thrilling action sequence from his film Tarantula, an idea that was met with immediate agreement. To Jihoon's surprise, the physically imposing Han Kijun offered to be his scene partner, prompting Jihoon to agree, though he noted he would need a prop dagger. As if on cue, a staff member quickly provided a prop for the scene. The supposed dagger turned out to be a large carrot, drawing a chuckle from the cast. Jihoon cautiously suggested that they should probably practice the fight choreography first. Kijun confidently dismissed the need for rehearsal, telling Jihoon to simply ad-lib and react to his attacks. With a challenging smirk, Kijun declared he was coming for him. A fist flew through the air, aimed directly at Jihoon's head. Jihoon effortlessly ducked beneath the punch, letting it sail harmlessly over him. Kijun let out a grunt of effort as his attack met only air. Thrown off balance by the missed punch, he stumbled forward past Jihoon. Jihoon sidestepped another clumsy swing with fluid grace. He then expertly spun the carrot prop in his hand in a dazzling display of dexterity. In a flash, Jihoon landed a sharp, precise strike against Kijun's jaw. Without missing a beat, he seized Kijun's outstretched arm. A quick, sharp motion forced Kijun to drop the carrot onto the stage floor. Jihoon then swiftly moved behind his larger opponent, locking him in a secure hold. Kijun cried out in surprise and pain, completely immobilized by the move. Leaning over his subdued partner, Jihoon looked down with a victorious smirk. The entire studio erupted into shouts of shock and amazement at his flawless execution. An overwhelming wave of applause swept through the set, though Jihoon remained perfectly calm amidst the praise. The hosts marveled at his athleticism, which was hidden beneath his handsome and serene exterior, and began speculating that he was the clear favorite to win the day. Following the talent show, the first group was officially designated as Team Sungjup. The second group was subsequently announced as Team Park Pyongan. The cast was then led to a massive indoor rock climbing gym, where some members groaned in despair, questioning if the show's producers were trying to get them killed. The first official challenge of the day was revealed to be a test of strength involving rock climbing. The hosts explained that contestants could win food items by hitting corresponding gongs, with the added twist that they could steal from the opposing team. As the cast realized their entire meal hinged on this game, they began to jokingly complain that the show was just trying to avoid feeding them. A member of Jihoon's team grumbled about their prospects, pointing out their lack of physically strong players and deeming Jihoon their only hope. Another teammate playfully scolded him for his pessimistic attitude before the game had even started. The first man gestured toward the other team's lineup of sturdy athletes, defensively asking if his assessment was wrong. Dae-hee optimistically suggested that winning as the underdog would be far more dramatic, but her teammate insisted their defeat was inevitable. Jihoon, however, calmly interjected with quiet confidence, stating that he thought they had a real chance to win. The host's booming voice officially kicked off the highly anticipated strength challenge. One contestant moved with extreme caution up the climbing wall, his breaths coming out in exhausted wheezes. He continued to gasp for air, his muscles straining to maintain their hold on the unforgiving surface. With one last, desperate lunge, he successfully struck the gong for the lettuce prize, eliciting a cheer. Back on the ground, a teammate asked another why he was sighing, who replied that he couldn't help it, as it looked like they'd be eating plain rice for lunch. He gestured toward the opposing team's spoils, noting with a click of his tongue that they had already secured both pork and lettuce. Unfazed, Jihoon calmly instructed his team to leave it to him as he rolled his shoulders, loosening his muscles. Daehee stepped forward, urging Jihoon not to overdo it and reassuring him they would be perfectly fine even with just kimchi and Jim. The host then turned to Jihoon, asking if he was ready to climb, and Jihoon affirmed that he was while adjusting his harness. After reminding Jihoon that he had 2 attempts, the host inquired about his first target, prompting Jihoon to consider how he should warm up. Jihoon decisively announced he would go for the lettuce first, a surprising choice that caught his teammates off guard. A member of the opposing team scoffed at the choice, mockingly asking if Jihoon planned on making lettuce wraps with plain rice. Jihoon cryptically replied that he had a much bigger picture in mind as he turned his head, cracking his neck in preparation. The host wished him luck before giving the final signal to begin the climb. Jihoon exploded into motion, gripping the first hold and launching himself upward with astonishing speed. He casually noted to himself that it had been a while since he had last worked out, effortlessly grabbing the next climbing hold. With a fluid series of hops and leaps, he continued his rapid ascent up the wall. The crowd watched in stunned silence, one person gasping that he moved just like Spider-Man. Daehee called out a desperate plea for him to be careful as his hand firmly clasped another hold high above. A sudden announcement declared that the opposing team Pyongan had successfully stolen the lettuce. Jihoon slid gracefully back to the ground amidst cheers from his own team, while the opposition celebrated their small victory. Massaging his shoulder, Jihoon calmly reminded the host that he still had one more attempt. The host confirmed this, appearing surprised that Jihoon was so eager to try again right away. Ignoring the whispers around him, Jihoon declared that this time he would be going for the beef set. In the end, a triumphant announcement revealed that Team Pyongan had won the entire strength challenge, securing the grand prize beef set. The host encouraged the other teams not to lose heart, reminding them that other challenges were still to come before revealing the next event. The entire cast was then transported to a massive indoor surf park for a demanding surfing balance competition. A contestant with a look of pure shock on his face was sent tumbling from his surfboard. His fall culminated in a massive splash, which drew laughter from the onlookers. He emerged from the churning water, muttering a curse under his breath at his failure. In stark contrast, Jihoon's teammates applauded his own impressive performance on the waves. Later, the delightful sizzle of grilling meat and the cheerful chatter of the cast filled the dining area. Park Pyongan, the host, encouraged Jihoon to eat well, stating that the team won entirely thanks to him, an acknowledgement Jihoon accepted with humility. Pyongan then suggested that since filming had gone so well, they should drop the formalities and invited Jihoon to call him Hyung, which Jihoon readily agreed to. Hearing this, another cast member asked if he could also call Pyongan Hyung, an idea the host warmly welcomed. Pyongan went on to praise Jihoon's potential and offered his assistance, but Jihoon humbly insisted that being allowed to call him Hyung was honor enough. Just then, Mr. Ko, Jihoon's manager, interjected, admitting there was one small favor he wanted to ask. Mr. Ko explained that a fan meeting for Jihoon was approaching and boldly asked if Pyongan would MC, which caused Jihoon to quietly admonish his manager. To everyone's surprise, Pyongan agreed without hesitation, saying that the idea sounded like a lot of fun. Jihoon expressed his profound gratitude as they toasted, and Pyongan jokingly added that in return, he would now tell everyone they were close friends. Jihoon said that would be no problem at all and asked if he could do the same, to which Pyongan gave his hearty approval. Some time later, Jihoon sat alone in a studio, softly humming to himself as he strummed a guitar. Hyeol's voice suddenly cut through the quiet, and Jihoon looked up, remarking that she was early from her scheduled recording. She confirmed she had just finished and asked if his day of filming had been victorious, prompting him to playfully credit her for his success. Hale then genuinely complimented his singing, causing Jihoon to jokingly ask if she was trying to flatter him. She insisted she was serious, vividly describing how his voice gave her a tingling sensation and warmed her heart. Laughing at her colorful description, Jihoon dismissed the idea of becoming a singer, explaining he was only practicing for the fan meeting. When Hale asked if that was the song he intended to perform, he nodded, confessing that her positive reaction had greatly reassured him. Hale grew quiet for a moment, her expression turning pensive as she contemplated something. She then announced she had made the wrong choice, causing Jihoon to worry his singing had been poor, but she quickly clarified she meant a different choice. She explained she was rethinking the song for their duet, stating that hearing his voice just now had inspired her to change her mind. When Jihoon asked what she had in mind, she confessed her original plan was a simple ballad but now wanted him to listen to something new. The two sat together on a bench in the cozy music studio, surrounded by instruments as they prepared for their collaboration. After listening to the track, Jihoon commented that it was a great song but correctly guessed it was from a musical rather than a pop album. Hale confirmed his guess, acknowledging the song's difficulty but adding that it was clear he was a talented singer as well as an actor. Jihoon chuckled, agreeing that the song was a perfect match for them and that it painted a beautiful picture. His only concern was about the stage, gesturing dramatically to show how big it would need to be, but Hale told him not to worry. She happily revealed that Mr. Ko had insisted on booking a large venue and had already secured a very spacious location. Jihoon expressed his relief, agreeing that now both the song and the stage were absolutely perfect. Yet, he couldn't help but admit his lingering anxiety about whether they could fill all the seats and asked if tickets were on sale yet. Hale replied that they should be going on sale soon and pulled out her phone to check the status. After a few swipes, she found that ticket sales had opened 10 minutes ago, and Jihoon nervously voiced his hope that a lot of people would come. Hale affectionately told him not to worry, confidently predicting the event would sell out in no time since it was his fan meeting. In that instant, the studio door was thrust open with startling force. Mr. Ko burst into the room looking frantic, shouting Jihoon's name and proclaiming that something serious was happening. Mr. Ko burst into the room, shouting that the fan meeting tickets had completely sold out in a mere 3 minutes. Stunned by the news, Jihoon and Hale could only stare back at him with wide, incredulous eyes. Hale excitedly told Jihoon he would have to prepare well, remarking that his fans were clearly looking forward to the event with intense passion. A proud Mr. Ko playfully placed Jihoon in Hale's hands, but Jihoon insisted he was the one counting on his manager as they all reveled in the promising start to the fan meeting. Sometime later, the key members of Jihoon's fan club gathered in a nondescript building for an important meeting. They convened in a space officially designated as Seo Jihoon's fan club room. A newer member looked around the room with sparkling eyes, absolutely thrilled to finally be in the heart of the fan club's operations. One of the senior members took a step forward, welcoming a new arrival to the strategy session. The newcomer let out a quiet gasp, recognizing the figure standing before her. A woman bowed respectfully as she introduced the club's new forum manager, known as Flower Jihoon, and expressed her excitement to work with her. Another fan club official then introduced herself as the vice president, Jis Mom, offering a warm welcome to the meeting. The fan club president began the meeting, confirming that everyone present understood why they had been asked to come. She pushed some papers across the table, stressing the need for them to remain focused, as a messy fan meeting could mean there would not be a next one. The president then announced that Mr. Ko would be joining them, causing one fan to gasp and nervously ask if she meant the manager who looked like a thug. Just at that moment, Mr. Ko himself entered with a laugh, correcting her by stating he was just the manager, which made the startled fan shriek. The president greeted Mr. Ko warmly, noting it had been some time, just as a familiar voice announced that he was there too. With a cheerful flourish, Seo Jihoon himself appeared in the doorway, causing a fan to stammer his name in utter disbelief. The fan's heart hammered in her chest as she staggered backward, completely overwhelmed to see her idol there in the flesh. In an uncontrollable burst of emotion, she turned and tightly hugged the person standing behind her. A male fan in a baseball cap looked on, his expression one of pure astonishment at the chaotic scene. Jihoon leaned down with a concerned expression, asking the starstruck fan if she was all right. She dramatically declared that she could die happy now, but Mr. Ko dryly pointed out that he had just seen her eyes open. Jihoon laughed good-naturedly, playfully asking if he should just leave to give them a moment to recover. Mr. Ko later asked Jihoon if he was glad he came, and Jihoon admitted with a smile that he never realized his fans would be so overjoyed to see him. Witnessing their passion and willingness to help, Jihoon's gaze filled with resolve as he promised himself he would have to work very hard for them. Mr. Ko agreed, reminding him that since everyone was looking forward to it so much, he absolutely had to do his best. The day of the fan meeting finally arrived, and the venue was already electric with the hustle and bustle of the gathering crowd. Staff members calmly guided the line of attendees, instructing them to enter the hall slowly and in single file. An usher directed the flow of people into the theater, explaining that they would begin by filling up one side of the seating area first. In the quiet backstage area, a makeup artist held a brush poised, applying the final, perfecting touches to Jihoon's look. After a final sweep, she announced that she was all done, and Jihoon offered his quiet thanks. Mr. Ko then appeared at his side, telling Jihoon it was time to get ready to go, and the actor nodded in agreement. On stage, the event's MC called for the audience's attention, kindly asking everyone to quiet down. He playfully teased the crowd, warning them that their beloved oppa wouldn't be able to come out if they kept chattering. Once the room fell silent, the MC praised their cooperation before grandly welcoming Seo Jihoon to the stage. The moment he appeared, the entire audience erupted into a massive, welcoming roar. Waiting in the wings, Hale asked Jihoon if he was nervous, to which he admitted he felt so anxious he might throw up. She calmly advised him not to be so nervous, reminding him that his fans would adore him, even if he made a few mistakes. Heeding her words, he took a deep breath to relax before taking his first steps into the spotlight. Jihoon greeted the roaring crowd, introducing himself as an actor and sincerely thanking everyone for taking their precious time to be there with him. The MC expressed his awe at the atmosphere, saying he had hosted many events but had never seen one with such palpable affection, joking that people would think Jihoon was their boyfriend. He then drew the audience's attention to a detail they might not be able to see, pointing out that Jihoon's eyes were red with emotion. When the MC asked if he was already crying, Jihoon wiped at his eyes and retorted that he almost had, but the comment had made his tears vanish. The host laughed, telling him to save those tears for later before grinning and inviting him to take a seat for their interview segment. The MC promised to wring every last detail out of Jihoon for the fans, an offer Jihoon accepted before the first, easy question was posed. He asked Jihoon to reflect on his life and share what he considered to be his happiest moment so far. Jihoon paused thoughtfully for a moment, then began his answer by saying that he believed being there with his fans at that very moment was truly his happiest moment. The MC, touched by the heartfelt response, cheekily suggested they should move right along to the next part of the show. He then announced the next event, a special photo opportunity where the winner would be chosen by a random drawing. A lucky fan got to pose on stage with Jihoon, freezing with a brilliant smile as the camera flash captured the priceless memory. Overcome with shyness, the fan covered her face as both Jihoon and the MC shared a laugh at her adorable reaction. After checking if the audience was having fun, the MC announced a quick 10-minute break before the second half of the show. During the intermission, fans buzzed with excitement, gushing over how talented Jihoon was and how glad they were that they had come. Mr. Ko watched from the sidelines with a satisfied smile, feeling confident as everything was running smoothly and the response was overwhelmingly positive. An announcement called everyone back to their seats, and Hale settled in, thinking to herself that she could finally sit back and enjoy the rest of the show. From the stage, a beautiful melody began to play as a singer's voice filled the hall, singing of a search for the one who had stolen her heart. Hale clutched her hands together, her heart swelling as the lyrics on stage shifted to a promise to confess those feelings right then and there. A wave of shock and excitement swept through the crowd as they realized the mystery guest was none other than Song Hae-il. The performance then became a duet as Jihoon's voice joined in, singing about his own nervousness, his line punctuated by a sudden squeal from a fan. He sang his next line powerfully, echoing Hae-il's vow that he was going to reveal how he felt that very day. A fan in the audience squeezed her hands together in delight, feeling blessed to be a fan of the amazing Seo Jihoon. In a shocking turn of events, a fan suddenly broke through security, leaped onto the stage, and tackled Jihoon in a desperate hug. Staff immediately rushed forward, demanding that the fan let go of him. Tears streamed down Jihoon's face as he cried out that he couldn't bear to see one of his fans dragged away by security. Realizing the fan was emotionally overwhelmed, he knew he had to use his unique calming power to de-escalate the situation. As his power flowed, the fan's frantic energy subsided into quiet sniffles, and Jihoon let out a breath of relief, knowing that was a close call. With the incident resolved, the performance gracefully resumed, with Jihoon and Hae-il holding hands as they sang the finale of their duet. The MC returned to the stage, showering praise on the two stars for their fabulous and moving performance. He then announced that this concluded the main program for the day, and asked the audience if they had enjoyed it, to which they responded with a resounding cheer. For the final segment, the MC announced a special surprise, revealing that they would finish the evening by letting some fans share a few words directly with Jihoon. A fan cried out her deepest wish for Jihoon to be happy forever. Nearby, Mr. Ko's eyes widened in shock as he wondered when this surprise had been arranged. One audience member fought to keep her composure, having promised herself she wouldn't cry. Dusted by falling confetti, Jihoon tearfully thanked his fans and promised to work incredibly hard for them. He then declared that, in that very moment, he was already living in a state of pure happiness. Some time later, a glowing online review of the fan meeting praised the event as flawless, urging everyone to get tickets for the next one, even if it meant selling their homes. Mr. Ko dryly asked if Jihoon was reading the reviews again, but Jihoon replied that they felt new and exciting every single time. Mr. Ko hoped the new script would arrive soon to distract him, while Jihoon resolved to use the waiting period to prepare diligently. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone ringing, and he wondered why a certain someone was calling him now. He answered the call, respectfully greeting Miss Chai-won, who acknowledged that it had been quite a while since they last spoke. She immediately asked about his availability for Friday evening and, upon his confirmation, told him he was going somewhere with her. Jihoon was momentarily stunned, questioning if she intended for him to go with her alone. The scene then shifted to an elegant party, where a dessert table stood laden with towers of macarons and other exquisite sweets. Jihoon and Chai-won stood side by side, gazing out over the sophisticated and crowded ballroom. He quietly questioned if he truly belonged there, but she reassured him that as an actor she was supporting, his presence was perfectly fine. When Jihoon noted that it was a birthday party for the CEO of DMENM, she casually revealed that the CEO was also her uncle. She advised him to stop feeling uncomfortable and to treat the event as an opportunity for both relaxation and networking. However, Jihoon found her advice hard to follow, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of famous and powerful people in the room. Their conversation was interrupted by an older man who approached and greeted Jihoon warmly, noting it had been a long time. The man, Mr. Beck, expressed his delight at seeing Jihoon and insisted they collaborate on another project, an offer Jihoon enthusiastically accepted. Chai-won remarked on her surprise that the two knew each other, prompting Mr. Beck to explain that he owed Jihoon a great debt from the past. Her interest was immediately piqued, and she insisted on hearing more about their shared history. From a distance, two party guests observed Chai-won's inexhaustible energy, agreeing that she was truly one of a kind. Meanwhile, Jihoon started to feel a creeping anxiety that he would spend the entire night doing nothing but greeting people. Unseen by Jihoon, a rival actor seethed with irritation as he spotted him across the bustling room. At that moment, Jihoon respectfully bowed his head towards an acquaintance. The rival actor scoffed, personally offended that Jihoon had completely ignored his presence. His companion nudged him, pragmatically pointing out that it was unreasonable to expect a greeting after everything that had happened between them. Deciding to let it go, the rival declared his intention to enjoy the party, and his friend eagerly suggested they head for the abundant food display. But he suddenly froze in place, causing his companion to ask him what was wrong. His eyes scanned the room, a pensive look crossing his face. He mumbled that he had considered she might be at such an event, while his friend impatiently asked why he had stopped on their way to the food. He admitted to himself that despite his suspicions, he hadn't truly expected to run into her. Across the way, a woman coolly lifted a wine glass to her lips and uttered a single word of greeting. The rival fumed as she seemed to ignore him, just as Chaiwon reappeared and excitedly called out to Jihoon. The man Chaiwon was with turned his attention to Jihoon, inquiring about his identity. Chaiwon announced that she had to introduce Jihoon to the guest of honor, identifying the man as her uncle and DMENMS CEO, Mr. Yoon Sunga. She then grandly introduced Jihoon as the future biggest star in Korea, a proclamation that made the flustered actor wish he could disappear. Later, while taking a break, Jihoon reflected on how completely exhausted he felt after the high-pressure introduction to the CEO. He recalled the CEO's parting words, feeling a sense of dread as he realized his power couldn't read the man's emotions, making him seem frightening. Despite the stress, he felt a wave of gratitude for Miss Chaiwon, who had given him a chance to escape and catch his breath. He sat on a quiet balcony, thinking he surely would have collapsed from exhaustion if he hadn't gotten away from the main party. His quiet reflection was shattered when he noticed the unmistakable silhouette of Han Sebin sitting nearby. She snapped at him for staring, cutting him off as he began to ask her a question. He bluntly finished his sentence, asking her if she had a problem with alcohol. Han Sebin stared back in utter disbelief, incensed that he would seriously accuse her of being an alcoholic. Leaning forward with a challenging glare, she dared him to ask her one more time. Jihoon quickly changed his tune, claiming he was just marveling at how quickly time passes, which only seemed to confuse her more. He clarified that it felt strange seeing the little kid he once knew now chugging a drink beside him, a comment that made her shout at him to stop bringing up the past. She then boastfully declared that she was the great Han Sebin, whose presence was so overwhelming that no one could stand to be in the same room as her. Jihoon thought to himself that her mean personality was the real reason people avoided her, but wisely decided to keep that opinion to himself to prevent a fight. She went on to claim that ignoring him earlier was an act of kindness, which left Jihoon utterly baffled by her definition of the word. Sebin huffed that she could never say anything nice to him and that ignoring him had been a favor, to which he offered a tired, sarcastic-sounding thanks. She immediately accused him of being sarcastic, but he feigned innocence, calling her the great top star Han Sebin with a straight face that earned a furious glare. Realizing he was mocking her, she threatened to hit him with her wine glass, but he retorted that he couldn't help but laugh at her absurd version of kindness. Her anger then turned to shock as she asked if he was genuinely unaware of what was going on, questioning if he ever read the entertainment news. He admitted that he only read articles about himself, trailing off as it dawned on him that there hadn't been many of those lately. Sebin was personally offended that he didn't follow news about her, insisting that her career was important enough for him to pay attention to. He cheekily asked if she read articles about him, prompting a flustered denial as she demanded to know why she would ever do that. With a pensive expression, Han Sebin took a slow, deliberate sip from her glass of red wine. She let out a breath and told him he had no idea what was happening, revealing that her new drama was scheduled to air at the exact same time as his. Jihoon was left speechless by the sudden and shocking news. She then spelled it out for him, making it perfectly clear that from that moment on, they were rivals. Jihoon reeled from the shocking news that his new drama was scheduled to air in the exact same time slot as hers. He lamented to himself that while he was often the last to hear things, he couldn't believe such critical information had escaped him. Sebin explained that she had only signed the contract a few days ago, with the official article released just the day before, which left Jihoon stunned by how quickly it all happened. She added that the director had been persistent in requesting her for the role and mused that her agency was likely panicking over the scheduling conflict. Jihoon questioned her choice, wondering why she would pick this season when she knew he was also starting a new project. She bluntly replied that as an actress, she couldn't afford to only work when it was personally convenient. He internally conceded her point, realizing the specific reasons for the clash didn't matter. The only thing that was important now was the stark reality that he was now competing directly against her. Gathering himself, he cautiously asked her who the writer for her drama was. When she casually revealed the name Park Eun-jin, Jihoon's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized the name as a top-tier writer, on par with his own, and wondered why such a powerhouse was suddenly involved. Sebin noticed his reaction and taunted him, asking if he was scared now that she was officially his rival. Jihoon scoffed, denying he was scared and coolly stating that he was already thinking about how he was going to win. Changing the subject, she then issued a stern warning, forbidding him from ever speaking to anyone about their childhood. To emphasize her threat, she slammed her palm down hard on the table between them. Sebin leaned in closer, promising he would deeply regret it if he ever broke his silence. Jihoon played dumb, claiming he had no idea what she was talking about and asking if they even had secrets to hide. She vaguely urged him not to mention that, but he continued to feign ignorance. Growing flustered, she insisted he couldn't repeat what she had said back then, while he calmly asked for clarification. He began to mischievously bring up the time she declared she wanted to marry him, but was cut short by her yelp of panic. As he coolly walked away with a snicker, she furiously demanded to know if he had a death wish. Just then, another actor, Kang Minwo, approached their table, remarking that he had been looking for Jihoon and had walked into a very interesting situation. He noted how angry Sebin looked, feigning innocence by claiming he hadn't meant to overhear their private conversation. Minwo then directed a condescending smirk at Jihoon, suggesting he had a knack for upsetting everyone he encountered. Jihoon calmly replied that there had simply been a misunderstanding, an excuse that Minwo openly mocked. Minwo accused him of using the word misunderstanding as a shield for all his actions, prompting Jihoon to ask what he meant. He then sarcastically listed recent events, like Ms. Yoon's support and the argument with Sebin, as things Jihoon would dismiss as misunderstandings. Leaning in with a menacing glare, Minwo added that he supposed making a fool out of him had also been a misunderstanding. In that moment, Jihoon realized Minwo's true intention: the man was actively looking for a fight. His spiritual guide suddenly appeared, assuring him that the answer to this problem was actually quite simple. The guide advised him to strike a specific, vulnerable part of Minwo's body, though Jihoon privately wished it were that easy. Minwo pressed for a reaction, asking if his accusations had hit their mark and demanding to know why Jihoon remained silent. Jihoon flatly stated he had nothing to say to such nonsense, a response that caused Minwo's temper to flare. Pointing an accusatory finger, Minwo warned Jihoon to watch his mouth if he didn't want to get hurt. He then let out a string of furious, unintelligible curses. Jihoon sighed in weary frustration, wondering if he would really have to teach this guy a lesson. But then, Sebin suddenly cut in, complaining that they were both being far too loud. She told them to either fight or shut up, tired of listening to their pointless and incoherent posturing. With a dismissive wave, she declared their entire argument to be crap, stunning Minwo into silence. As he began to object, she cut him off, telling him to take his garbage elsewhere if that's all he was going to spew. She finished her insult by adding that his pointless bickering stank up the place. Enraged, Minwo shouted at her, demanding to know who she thought she was talking to. His anger finally boiled over as he let out a frustrated curse. In a flash of aggression, Minwo's hand shot out and violently grabbed Sebin by the wrist. He squeezed her arm tightly, warning her that she was getting on his nerves, but she only glared back defiantly. The tense standoff was abruptly broken by the sharp sound of liquid splashing. Sebin looked down at the soaked actor with an icy gaze, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Red wine dripped from Minwo's stunned face as the onlookers realized she had just emptied her glass on him. Jihoon immediately stepped in, snatching Minwo's hand off Sebin's wrist and demanding an explanation for his actions. Minwo exploded in a rage, calling both of them crazy and aggressively daring them to challenge him further. Sebin simply smirked, pleased that her infamous reputation preceded her, while Jihoon tried to calm the situation. She told Minwo that if he truly knew of her reputation, then he should also know exactly what kind of person he was dealing with. As a final act of defiance, she flicked the remaining wine from her glass at him and told him to stay quiet. Having seen enough, Jihoon decisively shoved the sputtering actor backward, cutting him off mid-sentence. He told Minwo to leave since an apology was clearly not forthcoming, warning him not to escalate the conflict. Jihoon then added a quiet but firm challenge, asking if he'd prefer to settle this properly. Defeated, Minwo retreated, pointing back at them and vowing revenge against the crazy bastards. He threw a final jab at Jihoon, remarking that his whole drama cast must be a complete mess. The actor sneered that there was no point in watching the ratings anymore, disappointed that it wouldn't be an interesting fight after all. After he was gone, Jihoon stared into the distance and quietly vowed to make it a very interesting fight indeed. He made a silent promise to his new rival that she had a fierce competition to look forward to. Later, in a quiet room, a cell phone began to vibrate insistently on a wooden tabletop. A hand reached down and picked up the buzzing phone to check the notification. A new text message from the writer, Ms. M, informed him that his long wait was over, as the script was finally complete. Jihoon's face lit up with relief and excitement as he exclaimed that it was finally ready. The story opened at a quiet airport drop-off zone, its glass ceiling gleaming under the morning light. Inside, the cast convened within the serene and exclusive atmosphere of the International VIP lounge. One of the actresses turned to Jihoon, asking if it was possible that he was feeling worried at that moment. She playfully reminded him of his promise from weeks ago, where he'd confidently stated there was no need for concern and that he would make it an interesting fight. He admitted that a lot of articles had been published, and while that sort of thing never used to bother him, it was different this time. He confessed that thinking back on their script readings made him anxious, though he took some solace in having managed to unify everyone in the end. Suddenly, another voice cut in, startling him as Sebin appeared and asked what he was so concerned about. She questioned if he was still worried about the script readings, reminding him that she had merely been nervous back then. Jihoon clarified his anxiety wasn't about the readings, but because it was his first time filming in another country. Sebin then shifted topics, asking if he had any idea who the special cameo for their American shoot would be. She explained that the person was one of Ms. Im's personal connections, sparking curiosity about who it could possibly be. Seeing his confusion, she prepared to reveal the secret just as a boarding call echoed through the lounge, telling him to prepare for a shock. The grand reveal was that the cameo was none other than the legendary actor from the New York scene, Jeremy Stones. Unfamiliar with the name, the other actress asked who that was. Sebin reacted with disbelief, explaining he was the famous actor who played Professor Pines in the massively popular 8-season series, Symphony. Recognition finally dawned on the other actress, who recalled the character from Symphony as being irritable and bossy, an assessment Sebin couldn't entirely disagree with. Sebin emphasized that Jeremy Stone was an indispensable figure in musical dramas and films, his legacy enduring years after his most famous work. The full weight of the situation settled on Jihoon as he realized he would be acting opposite this legend for 2 entire scenes, finally pinpointing the source of his nerves. He noted the similarities between the projects, as both Symphony and his new drama collab were music-themed, and both his role and Professor Pines were leads. He steeled his resolve, knowing he would be compared to Jeremy and couldn't allow his own acting to fall short under the immense pressure. Later on the American set, a crew member asked Jihoon if he was ready, and he confirmed that he was. He was then informed that the esteemed Jeremy Stones had arrived just a short while ago. A ripple of excitement and hushed whispers went through the crew as they recognized the iconic Professor Pines walking onto their set. The two actors exchanged warm greetings, with Jihoon still in awe that he was meeting Jeremy Stones in person. As Jeremy took a closer look, a flash of recognition appeared in his eyes. The veteran actor then complimented Jihoon, saying that while he was impressive on screen, he was even more handsome in person. An interpreter began to translate the compliment, but Jihoon gestured that it wasn't necessary, as he could understand that much English on his own. Jeremy then surprised him by revealing he had wanted to work with him ever since seeing his film Tarantula, a high praise that left Jihoon feeling deeply honored. Jeremy commended Jihoon's natural-sounding English, but Jihoon humbly waved it off, explaining it was just the result of dedicated practice. With a firm squeeze of Jihoon's shoulder, Jeremy declared that their exchange meant he could now fully act as Professor Pines, a cryptic statement that puzzled the younger actor. The moment was interrupted by a crew member calling for Jihoon to get ready for the scene. Jeremy gave a nod, telling Mr. Seo that he would see him in a little bit for the shoot. Jihoon was left to ponder the strange intensity in the way the veteran actor had spoken to him. The scene began with Jeremy in character, bellowing at an orchestra for being a mess right before a major performance. He continued his tirade, harshly declaring that even a children's orchestra would show more discipline. The crew watched in a mix of awe and intimidation, realizing that the legendary actor was completely ad-libbing his fiery entrance. Jihoon smoothly entered the scene as his character, Woo-hyuk, and nonchalantly remarked that the professor hadn't changed a bit. Seeing Jihoon skillfully join the improvisation, the director signaled for the cameras to keep rolling, captivated by the spontaneous development. Woo-hyuk then mockingly asked if he should be called Maestro Pines now, earning a cold retort that the prodigal son had finally returned. Jihoon's character denied his return, claiming he was only there to observe, which prompted a crew member to marvel at seeing Professor Pines in the flesh. Woo-hyuk then declared that he came to see how the ensemble was doing without him, vowing that he would not lose this encounter. In response, Maestro Pines jabbed a finger towards a piano, stating that Woo-hyuk's place was right there. Woo-hyuk haughtily declined the unspoken invitation to rejoin, adding the insult that the talent present was a bit lacking for his taste. The two men shared a heated glare, the unspoken animosity between their characters filling the tense silence. With a final, challenging look, Woo-hyuk turned to leave, bidding a cool farewell to Maestro Pines. The silver-haired maestro and the brown-haired young rebel stared each other down, a silent battle of wills unfolding. The tension was broken by the sharp clatter of a music stand as Maestro Pines suddenly called out Woo-hyuk's name. He then demanded that they talk, adding pointedly that it needed to be done alone. Woo-hyuk agreed with a chilling indifference, warning that their conversation would ultimately change nothing. Just as the tension reached its peak, the director's voice echoed through the studio, calling a cut to the scene. Once out of character, Jeremy turned to Jihoon to get his attention. He grinned, readily admitting that Jihoon had truly bested him during their improvisational exchange. Jihoon offered a modest apology, explaining that he had simply seen a good opportunity to showcase his character's personality. Jeremy waved it off, saying it was a great performance that made him feel like Professor Pines again, and confessed he was so deep in character he nearly grabbed Jihoon by the collar. Jihoon remarked what a shame that was, as it would have made for an exciting scene, earning him praise from Jeremy for being an even greater actor than expected. Jeremy expressed how much he was looking forward to their next shoot, feeling it was an unexpected gift, and Jihoon agreed, though his eyes darted nervously toward the director. He added that it seemed they had a mountain to climb first, alluding to the director's intense focus. Jihoon approached the director to ask if the take was all right, receiving a hesitant confirmation that it was good, but not perfect. The director elaborated that their powerful acting had made him more ambitious, but he was frustrated by the lack of time to capture more detailed shots. Sebin noticed the director's serious expression and asked Jihoon if there was a problem, but he assured her the director had loved their scene. Jeremy, overhearing, praised the director's discerning eye and explained his desire to get more detailed shots. He finished by noting the core issue was time, since the footage would be unusable if he had to leave before they completed the sequence. Realizing the problem was merely logistical, Jeremy paused and told everyone to hold on for just a minute. He quickly pulled out his phone and made a call, speaking in brisk, decisive English to rearrange his schedule. A moment later, he lifted his head with a satisfied look, the problem evidently solved. The interpreter rushed over to the director, excitedly announcing that Jeremy had cleared his schedule and could continue shooting. After the extended filming session concluded, the director called the final cut, thanking everyone and giving special praise to Jeremy for his excellent work. Jihoon approached the veteran actor and bowed deeply, sincerely thanking him for all his hard work. Jeremy graciously replied that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed a shoot so much and that he felt he had learned a great deal as well. He then praised Jihoon's excellent English and asked if he had ever considered working in America, though Jihoon humbly replied he still had a long way to go. Jihoon elaborated that he was currently focused on his work in Korea, which led Jeremy to express his hope that he would make plans to come to the US soon. The older actor then added that even if they couldn't work together again in the near future, there was another possibility. He surprised Jihoon by warmly asking if they could still be friends. Jeremy then took out his smartphone, his finger hovering over the screen as he offered to exchange contact information. Overjoyed, Jihoon happily accepted the offer, thrilled at the idea of becoming friends with Jeremy. As the exhausting tram shoot finally concluded, the crew let out a collective sigh of relief, proud of their hard work after a very long day. A staff member then called out to the director and Jihoon, needing to speak with them. The staffer pointed out that the famous actor, Jeremy Stones, seemed to have taken a genuine liking to Jihoon, a fact that caught the young actor by surprise. He showed them a social media post that had gone up just 2 hours prior but had already skyrocketed to the trending page. The crew marveled at the post already having over 10,000 likes, noting that they were receiving incredible support even before the show's official broadcast. Jeremy's post was a glowing endorsement, celebrating Jihoon as an actor who had captured his heart and expressing a sincere hope they could work together again soon. But then, their moment of celebration was shattered by a panicked voice on the phone, incredulously asking if they had truly lost their booking for the 44th Street location. Another crew member asked Jihoon about the street's location, just as the person on the phone cursed in frustration, confirming it was on Broadway. Jihoon was stunned, realizing a key location was in jeopardy, though his companion tried to remain optimistic that they must have a backup plan. This hope was instantly crushed when the crew member on the phone announced that the situation was terrible because they had no plan B. After a brief, futile argument about their original booking confirmation, he sighed in resignation and accepted the bad news. Sensing the mounting tension, Jihoon approached the director to ask if there was a problem with the shoot. The director regretfully informed him that it seemed they would be unable to film on Broadway that day, leaving Jihoon to wonder why this was happening so suddenly. He clarified that while they could technically shoot, they were denied permission to block off the street, as the city wouldn't halt traffic twice in one day. The director went on to explain that a major Hollywood film had been given priority for a morning shoot, usurping their spot despite their own prior reservation. The crew despaired over the logistical nightmare of filming on a busy street without traffic control, wondering what their next move would be. With no other immediate options, the director reluctantly decided they would have to postpone until the following day, even if it meant sacrificing a different location from their schedule. A staff member somberly recapped their dilemma: they could film tonight without control of the street, or film tomorrow with control but lose another location. Just then, a thought struck Jihoon, who realized that regardless of the conditions, filming that night was still technically possible. He boldly stepped forward and proposed to the director that they proceed with the shoot as planned, even without the ability to block the streets. Soon after, the cast and crew found themselves setting up amidst the dazzling, chaotic energy of Times Square. A colleague expressed doubt about his audacious plan, but Jihoon stood firm, stating that since it was his idea, he was obligated to see it through. He reminded them that he had suggested they attempt the scene without relying on hired extras. Despite his outward confidence, he internally worried, hoping that the unpredictable crowd of real people would organically become the living backdrop he needed. Steeling his resolve, Jihoon declared his intention to give it his all, reassuring his team that he would deliver a great performance. A crew member gave him his cue, pointing out the position of the hidden camera. With a deep breath, Jihoon announced that he was ready to begin. In character as a gifted musician, he sat at a grand piano placed in the middle of the public square and began to play. He felt a familiar surge as his unique acting ability began to activate, its power flowing through him. As his performance intensified, a large crowd of onlookers naturally gathered around the piano, captivated by the music. A collective murmur of awe rippled through the audience as they witnessed his stunning talent. A brilliant, almost imperceptible glow seemed to emanate from Jihoon, pulling everyone deeper under his spell. Gasps of shock and amazement could be heard from the crowd as the performance reached a new height of intensity. Some bystanders wondered aloud if his skill was real, while others confirmed that it was, in fact, an incredible piece of acting. In that moment, Seo Jihoon had completely transformed, perfectly embodying the role of a genius pianist. He felt an electric energy coursing through him, an exhilarating sensation that made him want to play forever. An inner voice of caution, however, warned him to maintain control and not get lost in the feeling, reminding him to be wary of his power's side effects. Jihoon mentally acknowledged the warning, promising to be careful, yet he couldn't deny how much fun he was having. A camera flashed somewhere in the crowd, capturing the raw, magical moment. In a stylized, cinematic shot, he appeared completely lost in the music, playing passionately in a dark, empty void that represented his deep focus. The instant he finished, the entire square erupted with thunderous applause and whistles, the crowd chanting for an encore. The director, deeply moved by the performance, felt that if he couldn't make something incredible with that footage, he didn't deserve his job. A crewmate praised Jihoon's unbelievable talent, admitting she thought he was a real pianist, though he humbly insisted he had only focused on the movements. Another staff member chimed in, noting that the New York crowd had incredibly high standards, and their reaction proved the scene was a resounding success that wouldn't need a reshoot. Leaning toward the director, Jihoon expressed his hope that the camera had managed to capture the energy of the moment well. A member of the PR team quickly interjected, asking if it was possible to see the raw footage immediately to begin preparing promotional materials. The director happily agreed to show them, while Jihoon feigned embarrassment, just as his colleague Liziel called his name. Jihoon turned his attention to Liziel, acknowledging her with a simple response. She shyly asked if she could possibly ask him for a favor, a question that made him slightly curious. Liziel explained that she had heard he was close with their co-star Song Hail and often practiced with him, which Jihoon confirmed was true. With a look of fierce determination, she then asked if she could join their practice sessions, explaining she didn't want to fall behind. Jihoon found her passion admirable and readily agreed, which brought a look of relief to her face. However, she then revealed that she had one more, slightly different favor to ask of him. Sometime later, as Jihoon arrived at the international airport, he was greeted by fans already buzzing about the Broadway shoot, holding signs and cheering his name. His manager, Liziel, playfully teased him by calling him Hyung, prompting an exasperated sigh from the actor. A flashback revealed that her second favor days ago had been to ask for permission to address him informally as older brother. Back in the present, Jihoon was just about to tell her it was time to stop with the nickname. He was abruptly cut off when another staff member ran up to them in a panic, shouting that they were in trouble. The man delivered the shocking news that their co-star, Go-won, had gone missing, leaving Jihoon completely stunned. The very next day on the set of their project, Collab, Jihoon sternly demanded to know what the staff had been doing while he was away. His co-star Hail welcomed him back, but Jihoon brushed past her, immediately asking for Go-won's manager. Hail expressed her sympathy, saying she was sorry he had to return to such terrible news. Jihoon told her not to apologize, insisting that the only person at fault was Go-won for taking off without a word. He then began to investigate, asking Hail if Go-won had shown any strange behavior or seemed depressed before he disappeared. Hail thought for a moment before recalling that Go-won had looked unusually pale after hearing the news about Jihoon's spectacular piano performance. Jihoon processed this information, a look of grim understanding dawning on his face as he realized his own success was the likely cause. He told Hail to stay and rest, declaring his intention to go find Go-won himself, a plan that clearly surprised her. Feeling a heavy sense of responsibility, he explained that he had to be the one to talk to Go-won, and asked if she had any idea where he might be. Jihoon then vowed that he would find his missing co-star, even if it meant having to threaten the manager to get the information he needed. The car sped through the darkened streets, racing towards their uncertain destination. Upon their arrival, Go-won's manager expressed his profound gratitude for Jihoon's intervention. Jihoon dismissed the thanks, wryly admitting that they had been prepared to threaten him for the information anyway. The manager then confided that Go-won harbored a very strong sense of rivalry towards Jihoon. He explained that the media buzz around Jihoon's Broadway shoot had likely been the final, crushing blow to Go-won's confidence. The man defended his actor, insisting that Go-won wasn't a bad person and had truly poured his heart into this project. Lee Seol cut him off, stating coolly that such matters were for the director to hear, not them. She then made it clear that if they couldn't change Go-won's mind, they would take no responsibility for the fallout. Peering through a grimy sliding window, they got a glimpse of the dark and disordered room where Go-won had secluded himself. Inside, Go-won cursed under his breath as he realized he had finally run out of alcohol. For a brief moment, he wondered if he might have one last bottle hidden in the refrigerator. His thoughts were shattered by a loud, insistent banging on the door as his manager called out his name. As Go-won confronted his manager about why he was there, another voice cut through, demanding he open the door so they could talk. He began to angrily remind them that he had already decided to quit the production. His protest died in his throat the moment he laid eyes on Seo Jihoon standing just behind his manager. Jihoon strode past them into the apartment, casually asking why it had taken so long to answer. He immediately grimaced at the state of the room, complaining that the place was a pigsty and reeked. Go-won snapped back, asking why he cared, only to watch Jihoon completely ignore his outburst. Turning his frustration on his manager, Go-won accused him of bringing Jihoon there in a pathetic attempt to change his mind. He scoffed at the idea, expressing his disbelief that his manager would bring him of all people. The manager tried to de-escalate the situation, but Jihoon decisively waved him off. Jihoon stated plainly that he had simply come to see for himself what a man who ran away from set was doing. When Go-won bristled at being called a runaway, Jihoon confirmed with cold certainty that it was the truth. Go-won angrily demanded to know if Jihoon had barged in just to hurl insults at him. Ignoring the question, Jihoon reminded him that this was a project written by the legendary Im Hee-suk. He then forced Go-won to consider what would become of his career, even if he managed to survive quitting such a high-profile show. Jihoon shifted focus, pointedly asking what Go-won thought would happen to his loyal manager. He spelled out the harsh reality that the man would almost certainly be fired for his actor's desertion. Furthermore, Jihoon warned that both the writer and the broadcasting station itself would likely blacklist him forever. He finished his verbal assault by remarking that he felt sorry for the manager, who was still trying so hard to help. Having said his piece, the manager gave a short bow and quietly took his leave. As a final blow, Jihoon delivered an ultimatum: if Go-won didn't show up tomorrow, the director was going to replace him. With a terse "see you," Jihoon turned and walked away, leaving his rival to stew in the truth. Go-won was left standing alone in the trashed apartment, completely stunned into silence. The very next day, the set was buzzing with nervous anticipation and whispered rumors. Two staff members quietly debated whether Go-won would actually return after all the drama. Another crew member, seeing Jihoon arrive, greeted him with an enthusiastic wave. Hale rushed over, beaming as she delivered the incredible news that Go-won was already there and had agreed to continue filming. She credited Jihoon's harsh methods, calling his intervention a kind of effective shock therapy. Go-won's manager hurried to add his thanks, explaining that Jihoon's words had forced the young actor to think long and hard. Jihoon humbly brushed off their praise, saying he was just glad things worked out before excusing himself for the shoot. As he walked away, he privately contemplated Hyle's curious description of his actions as shock therapy. Nearby, other crew members were trying to piece together the reason for Go-won's sudden change of heart. The story of how Seo Jihoon had personally persuaded him began to spread, earning him a reputation for being the best, much to his concealed irritation. Later, a humbled Go-won stood before the entire cast and crew, offering a sincere apology for disrupting their schedule. He bowed deeply, promising to work with utmost diligence for the remainder of the shoot. Some time after, the main cast assembled for the drama's official press conference. The 5 stars sat on stage, smiling for a massive crowd of reporters and their flashing cameras. During the interview, a moment of light-hearted banter erupted among the actors. The conversation turned as one of the cast members playfully put Go-won on the spot. Go-won laughed nervously, struggling for a moment to come up with a witty response. Once the event concluded, the cast formally thanked the press for their hard work and attention. In the waiting room, Liesel immediately asked for a report on how the conference was received. A staff member excitedly relayed that it was a huge success, with viewership peaking at 80,000 and the show's title trending online. However, he noted that their rival drama, Whistleblower, had also trended, resulting in a tie for public interest. Jihoon put on a confident smile, reassuring everyone that things were looking good and that the show would do well. Later, Jihoon, Hale, and Go-won relaxed in a private lounge, scrolling through their phones. Hale noted that Jihoon was trending and insisted he have dinner with her after the premiere, making it clear she wouldn't accept no for an answer. Jihoon knew there was no point in arguing, resigning himself to the fact that she would hunt him down if he refused. He calmly replied that he would see her then. The moment Jihoon was gone, Hale's friendly demeanor vanished, her hand clenching into a fist as she silently vowed to win the premiere ratings war. On the night collab finally aired, the cast gathered together, the air thick with nervous excitement. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Go-won suddenly asked Jihoon to share some of his good luck. He explained that their co-star, Woo De-hee, had told him that Jihoon possessed an unusually powerful aura of luck. Hearing this, another actor playfully grabbed onto Jihoon, demanding he share his good fortune with the rest of them too. The playful tension snapped when someone announced that the viewership ratings had just been released. The person checking the results stared at their screen in utter disbelief, asking if the numbers they were seeing could possibly be real. In the quiet, elegant setting of a private restaurant, the cast gathered to discuss their recent success. Across the table, a pointed glance was exchanged between the 2 lead actors. The actress Hale paused, her fork hovering in the air as she studied her co-star's expression. She sharply questioned Jihoon's somber face, asking if he disliked the place, but he quickly assured her that wasn't it. Her mood then shifted to triumphant joy as she brought up the previous day's ratings, celebrating their victory over the rival drama, Whistleblower. Jihoon, ever the pragmatist, reminded her it was only the first episode and their 2% lead was not yet a decisive win. Hale agreed with his assessment, advising him not to get carried away despite the good news. A faint blush touched Jihoon's cheeks as he sheepishly admitted that he had, in fact, gotten ahead of himself. She then declared that the real battle had yet to begin, which prompted Jihoon to ask what she meant. Hale explained that another popular drama was ending soon, leaving its 10% viewership share up for grabs. With a competitive gleam in her eye, she vowed to claim that #1 spot and challenged him to give it his all. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Go-won cheerfully told his manager how much he enjoyed his morning ritual of checking the news, especially since their drama was dominating the headlines. He marveled at how the ratings were climbing with each episode, feeling optimistic they could even break the 20% mark by the finale. Elsewhere, Jihoon sat lost in thought in the back of a car, staring out the window. He quietly considered the 20% goal, remembering his last drama hadn't reached it, but his thoughts were interrupted when his companion pointed out an article about his rival, Han Sebin. Jihoon showed a flicker of interest before his attention was captured by a more startling headline on the screen. His eyes widened slightly as he tried to process the information he was seeing. He couldn't believe the headline, in which Han Sebin claimed that she and Jihoon had actually known each other for a long time. The news feed was flooded with stories about Sebin's supposed jealousy, framing their professional competition as a personal rivalry, and Jihoon found it all incredibly frustrating. He let out an exasperated sigh, muttering her name under his breath. He stared at a photo of her laughing on his phone, silently questioning what kind of scheme she was plotting now. Just as he was pondering her strategy for winning, his train of thought was broken by a firm knock on his dressing room door. As the door slid open, he called out to see who the unexpected visitor was. Go-won stepped inside, casually asking Jihoon if his earlier shoot had gone well. Without waiting for an answer, Go-won launched into a tirade about his own character, complaining about what an idiotic loser he had to portray. Jihoon tried to lift his spirits by reminding him of their spectacular ratings, which were already at 19.2% and expected to rise even higher. But Go-won bitterly brushed it off, attributing all their success to Jihoon and the writer, feeling as though his own contribution was insignificant. He continued to vent his insecurities, confessing he felt left behind because the other actors held meetings without him. Jihoon suggested he should just join them, but this only angered Go-won, who retorted that he couldn't just barge in where he wasn't wanted. He then accused Jihoon of looking at him with disapproval before abruptly turning to leave, causing Jihoon to call after him. Go-won shot back a sarcastic retort, asking if Jihoon feared he would run away again, before slamming the door shut. From the hallway, he furiously shouted that he was just stepping out for a smoke. Standing alone, Go-won lit a cigarette, stewing in the belief that everyone on set viewed him as an unpredictable liability. He wrestled with his own conflicted feelings, wondering why he would even consider practicing lines with the very person he felt judged by. He crushed the note in his hand with a sigh of resignation, deciding to push past his pride. Returning to the room, Go-won caught Jihoon by surprise when he asked if he wanted to practice their next scene together, an offer Jihoon accepted. Jihoon simply welcomed him back inside, and Go-won was visibly taken aback by the lack of confrontation. Noticing Go-won was empty-handed, Jihoon asked about his script, but then graciously offered to share his own when Go-won admitted he forgot it. Go-won was shocked by how worn and tattered Jihoon's script was, but Jihoon just cheekily asked if his wasn't the same. Flustered, Go-won stammered out an awkward agreement, suddenly aware of his own lack of preparation. Jihoon then called out to their co-star, Song-hee, who was in a nearby room. She appeared a moment later, asking if he needed her and noticing he was preparing for a scene. He asked if she would read lines with them, and she happily agreed to join. When Jihoon announced that Go-won was also participating, Song-hee's surprise was evident, prompting an awkward wave from Go-won. Song-hee observed that Jihoon must practice often, to which he joked that it was only when he had no one else to work with. Watching this exchange, Go-won reflected on how much dedication Jihoon put into his craft, a stark contrast to his own recent behavior. The three of them began the read-through, with Jihoon delivering a line from the script about a character quitting. After a moment of silence, Jihoon had to gently remind Go-won that it was his turn to speak. Go-won snapped back to attention and delivered his line with unexpected conviction. Song-hee complimented his performance, and Jihoon quietly agreed that it was perfectly adequate. He paused for a moment, and though he said the reading was good, his expression suggested he had more to add. Jihoon then suggested the scene felt a little boring, and to his surprise, Go-won agreed, asking if he had a better idea. Go-won proposed making his character's expression more serious, a thoughtful contribution that showed Jihoon he had been putting in the work after all. Jihoon countered that instead of being serious, they should fully embrace the scene's comedic nature by acting like even bigger fools. Understanding dawned on Go-won's face, and he broke into a wide grin, excited by the prospect of truly making the audience laugh. During the actual filming, their collaboration paid off, and the director enthusiastically yelled cut after a perfect take. The director immediately singled out Go-won, praising his brilliant performance and asking why he had been holding back such talent. A grateful Go-won accepted the praise, and the director gave him an encouraging thumbs up, telling him to maintain that energy. After the scene wrapped, their co-stars confessed how hard it was to keep from laughing, crediting the actors with making the script even funnier. Hale then cast a knowing glance in Jihoon's direction. She expressed her surprise that he and Go-won had practiced together, teasing that she thought Go-won might have fled the set again. Jihoon simply acknowledged that Go-won had put in a tremendous amount of effort for the scene. He thought to himself that if Go-won could consistently perform at this level, he couldn't ask for a better co-star. Elsewhere, Han Sebin's manager read the latest industry news aloud, noting that Collab had soared to 30% in the ratings since its main competitor's show had ended. Sebin confirmed he was reading the entertainment news, and he relayed the impressive viewership numbers for Jihoon's drama. Her manager tried to reassure her about their own show's success, but she coolly dismissed his concern, asking who said she was worried. She revealed she had watched every episode of Collab and always knew it would do well, which seemed to surprise her manager. She did admit, however, that she never imagined it would reach such a phenomenal level of success. Her manager finally asked if she had mentioned Jihoon on that variety show on purpose, and she confirmed with absolute certainty that she had. She explained she had been curious to measure her own acting skills against the person whose talent she used to envy. With a sly grin, she added that she also wanted to create a public showdown to see who the audience would support, deciding to raise the stakes of their rivalry. When asked if she was happy now that the results were in, her calm demeanor shattered, and she confessed she was furious about losing. Her hand tightened into a fist as she swore to get her revenge, this time by confronting Jihoon directly, without any more media games. Jihoon masterfully conducted an orchestra in a concert hall, the crescendo of his final performance filling the grand space. A swift cut signaled the end of the take, and with it, the end of an era for the show. The director's voice boomed, calling a wrap on the last episode of Collab, as the set erupted in a wave of relieved applause. Amid the celebration, the director spotted Jihoon and warmly hailed him as their star actor. Jihoon asked if the ending scene was acceptable, but the director assured him it was nothing short of perfect. The director lamented that he would miss working with an actor of Jihoon's caliber, wishing their collaboration could continue indefinitely. He sincerely commended Jihoon for a job well done, and Jihoon politely returned the thanks, acknowledging the director's hard work as well. Later, Ms. Seo approached Jihoon, observing that he had lost a lot of weight and surmising that the filming schedule must have been grueling. Jihoon simply agreed, admitting that it had been a rather demanding project. Ms. Seo noted that they've been fortunate with work lately, adding that Jihoon's on-set commitment had actually resulted in a lighter schedule than usual. He then shifted the conversation, asking about the well-being of his colleagues. She informed him that Woo Min had been busy filming a popular variety show called The New Kingdoms, which explained why Jihoon hadn't seen him around. Ms. Seo then updated him on Ina, who had just finished filming her movie and was taking a break, suggesting he should attend her upcoming premiere. A look of quiet satisfaction settled on Ms. Seo's face as she watched Jihoon take in the news. Jihoon reflected on their shared beginnings, remembering that he, Woo Min, and Ina had all started as fresh recruits at Yunha Entertainment. Looking at him seriously, Ms. Seo told Jihoon that a lot of things were about to change for him. She proposed they schedule a longer discussion soon, which Jihoon found amusingly formal coming from her. Ms. Seo reminded him that his recent growth was undeniable, telling him to be proud that he had even surpassed veterans like Park Eun-jin and Han Sebin. The mention of Sebin made her ask if he'd spoken to his old friend, but Jihoon admitted he hadn't, adding that he didn't really want to. His agent advised that it would be better to address the ratings competition directly with Sebin rather than letting things become awkward between them. She then leaned in, cautioning him to be careful about any potential scandals. When Jihoon seemed confused, she clarified that she just wanted him to be discreet and, more importantly, honest with the agency about his relationships. Before Jihoon could respond, a staff member interrupted, letting them know it was time to take Jihoon to the wrap party. The director gave them a warm farewell, telling them to have fun and get some rest before they met again. The scene transitioned to a bustling barbecue restaurant, filled with the cast and crew of Collab. The director raised his glass, declaring that they would all get thoroughly drunk while watching the final episode, a sentiment the room echoed enthusiastically. Go-won, ever the junior, dutifully poured a drink for the director, addressing him formally. The director laughed, telling Go-won to continue addressing him that way in future projects, and credited Jihoon for getting Hale her acting debut. Hale's father then gratefully offered Jihoon his assistance with anything he might need in the future. Jihoon graciously accepted the offer, just as Go-won was gently scolded to pace his drinking. The table was filled with laughter as Hale playfully fed Go-won a piece of grilled meat. A familiar voice suddenly cut through the cheerful noise, causing everyone to turn and look. It was Hale, who announced she had come to steal Jihoon away but was surprised to find everyone in such high spirits. She cheekily informed the group that she needed to borrow him for just a moment. With a light pat on his back, she guided a bewildered Jihoon away from the table and out of the restaurant. Once outside, Jihoon couldn't help but ask how far they were planning on walking. Hale stopped and turned to him, pointedly asking if he was drunk. A nervous Go-won then appeared, stammering that he had a confession to make, causing Jihoon to look at him in confusion. Jihoon immediately misunderstood and began to reject him, but Go-won frantically clarified it wasn't a romantic confession. He explained that he just wanted to apologize for his past behavior, but Jihoon assured him it was all forgotten. As Jihoon tried to downplay the apology, Go-won pressed on, adding that he was also sorry for the plastic surgery rumors. Jihoon stopped walking, his expression turning serious at the unexpected admission. Go-won confessed that he had initially believed the rumors were true and sincerely apologized for it. A smile broke across Jihoon's face as he playfully lifted Go-won's chin with his finger. He teased that Go-won had finally grown up, joking about whether he was on his deathbed to be so earnest. Jihoon then accepted his apology, noting that the rumors had unintentionally helped him and that he was proud of Go-won for confessing. He then declared that Go-won still deserved one punch, landing a light-hearted blow as his co-star yelped in surprise. Some time passed, and the final episode of Collab had aired, officially concluding the series. Jihoon found himself dialing a number, wanting to both congratulate Sebin and tease her a bit, but grew frustrated when the call went unanswered. Finally, the call connected, and a sleepy voice answered from the other end. He accused her of sleeping, but she adamantly denied it, claiming she was too disciplined for that, which only confirmed his suspicion. She curtly asked why he called, and Jihoon explained it was to offer congratulations now that their respective projects were over. Sebin flopped back onto her bed, finding his reason boring, and instead invited him to her place soon. Stunned, Jihoon listened as she explained that she needed to combat recent rumors of her being an outcast by staging a home party with him and his manager for social media. When Jihoon pointed out that the rumors were true, she playfully threatened to visit him instead, prompting him to quickly agree to her plan. P55, just as he was ending the call, she called him Appa, and when he reacted with surprise, she simply told him to go with it. Narration transition. She then declared that she would be calling him Appa from now on. The scene shifted to a dark, quiet indoor parking garage where Jihoon and his manager were walking. His manager asked if he was tired, despite having just had a break, but Jihoon insisted he felt fine. Jihoon then questioned why Ms. Seo had suddenly summoned him, and his manager admitted he didn't know the reason. The manager speculated that she likely wanted to discuss his schedule now that Collab had concluded, mentioning options like rest or variety shows. He then revealed that Wooman's team had called him the previous day, which caught Jihoon's attention. His manager explained that Woomin was preparing something for his show and had requested a meeting with Jihoon. Jihoon correctly identified the show as The New Kingdoms and was disappointed to hear his manager had declined the offer, thinking Jihoon needed a break. The manager defended his decision, stating the show wanted a full month's commitment and that Jihoon deserved a rest, though Jihoon maintained he was fine. As they approached the elevator, the manager advised him to pretend he was tired in front of Ms. Seo, since they didn't know what she had in mind. In her office, Ms. Seo greeted Jihoon warmly, noting that his rest seemed to have done him good, to which he readily agreed. She told him to get used to a less hectic schedule, asserting that he had already proven himself as a top-tier actor. Jihoon playfully challenged her, asking what would happen if he wanted to keep working, and she simply replied that she would accommodate her star's wishes. Intrigued, she leaned forward and asked if he had a specific project in mind. Anxiously, Jihoon began to explain what he was hoping to do next. But before he could get the words out, Ms. Seo raised her hand to stop him, saying she had something to tell him first. She then delivered the startling news that he no longer needed to consult her about his schedule. She explained that with his established position in the industry, he now needed a more systematic approach to his career, like having his own dedicated team. The room erupted in a chorus of cheers as everyone raised their glasses, celebrating the remarkable success of Team 2. Amidst the celebration, Aina approached Jihoon to offer her personal congratulations, and he warmly addressed her as Nuna. She playfully thanked him for including her in the project, though he humbly noted that Woo Min had been his idea as well, but she was far more excited about him getting his own dedicated team. Aina then squeezed his arm, teasing him about his blushing cheeks and asking if her presence now made his heart flutter, prompting a flustered Jihoon to ask her to let go. Releasing her grip, she advised him not to be so shy before reminding him of her upcoming movie premiere, making it clear she expected him to be there, and he quickly reassured her that he would not miss it. Aina smiled, expressing her sincere gratitude for his support. With a friendly pat on his shoulder, she offered him one final congratulations on his new management team. Jihoon genuinely thanked his senior colleague for her kind words. Later, the conversation shifted as Jihoon found himself discussing a potential overseas fan meeting. While they were driving, his manager explained that the drama collab had received a phenomenal international response, particularly in Southeast Asia, but acknowledged the challenge of coordinating every actor's schedule. The manager laid out his plan to contact Aina after her premiere, noting that while most of the cast was on break, he was worried about Hale's availability. He added that Hale was reportedly working on a new album, seemingly working tirelessly all year without any rest. A thought crossed Jihoon's mind that perhaps he should visit Hale to offer his support. Just then, he received a message from Han Sebin, who casually informed him that she was in France for work and that he needed to clear his schedule for her house party in 2 weeks. Immediately understanding her underlying demand, Jihoon simply confirmed that he would see her then. The scene transitioned to a packed movie theater where a premiere was taking place. The audience murmured in collective awe as the film unfolded on the big screen. As the credits rolled, the theater filled with the sound of enthusiastic applause. Nearby moviegoers discussed how the film had transcended its indie roots to become a true work of art, predicting it would be a major contender for end-of-year awards. As the crowd began to disperse, Jihoon turned to leave with his manager. He informed his manager that he wanted to greet Aina before leaving, so his manager agreed to wait for him by the entrance. While walking through the lobby, Jihoon marveled at how much Aina's acting had improved and made a mental note of the director's impressive debut. He decided this was the perfect chance to introduce himself to the talented new director. His thoughts were interrupted when a man he didn't recognize suddenly appeared before him. The man revealed he had been hoping for another encounter, and Jihoon was shocked to recognize him as Lim Jung-suk, the famous director of the Royal Tribute, wondering why such a figure would seek him out. Director Lim told him not to look so surprised, claiming he was just being friendly, to which Jihoon managed a polite but cautious greeting. The director then callously dismissed the film they had just seen as boring, but Jihoon defended it, stating he believed it was an artistically impressive piece. Feeling pressured and with his manager waiting, Jihoon directly asked the director why he had wanted to meet. Director Lim stated the obvious, questioning why else a movie director would want to meet an actor if not for a potential project. As Jihoon tried to suggest other actors, the director cut him off, announcing that he had a script that was nearly complete. With immense confidence, Director Lim declared that he wanted to cast Jihoon and would return with a contract, leaving Jihoon to question the source of his overwhelming arrogance. Jihoon politely declined the presumptive offer, explaining he was on a break and lacked the authority to sign contracts, but the director chided him for not striking while the iron was hot. The director then insisted that signing a contract ahead of time would be in Jihoon's best interest, a statement that Jihoon found confusing. Director Lim elaborated condescendingly, warning him to secure a movie role before the fleeting popularity from his drama inevitably faded. He continued his unsolicited lecture, cautioning Jihoon that taking his success for granted could leave him trapped on the small screen, unable to ever break into film. Annoyed by the director's blatant rudeness, Jihoon firmly reiterated that he could not accept, which led the director to mockingly question if he was overconfident about his next project. Director Lim then delivered a stunningly blunt prediction, telling Jihoon it was a shame because that upcoming project was destined to fail. Jihoon retorted that the audience would ultimately decide the film's fate, though he was privately unsettled by the director's unwavering certainty. Despite the director's arrogant claims, Jihoon silently reaffirmed his belief that his movie, The Theory of Death, would be a success. The setting then changed, showing the sleek, corporate offices of MJ Pictures. Inside a conference room, 3 executives in sharp suits sat grimly around a polished table. One of the men began the meeting by apologizing for its sudden nature and offering a late but sincere congratulations for Jihoon's recent drama success. Jihoon's manager waved off the apology, expressing his own confidence that their movie would also perform well. The executive's hesitant agreement that it should do well immediately raised the manager's suspicion. The manager then asked why Mr. Pyo wasn't present, only to be told that the director was on a mandatory break after having overworked himself. The manager acknowledged hearing about the director's immense dedication during the final editing stages, and the executive agreed that this effort had polished the film into an excellent final product. But then, the executive's tone shifted as he announced that they were facing a serious problem. He regretfully informed them that the negotiations with their film distribution company were failing. The grim reality of the situation became clear when the executive confessed that an insufficient number of theaters were willing to screen The Theory of Death. Jihoon's manager found this unbelievable, arguing that a film with a late July premiere had never faced such a problem before. The executive explained that DM Entertainment had unexpectedly changed its release schedule, moving a film from mid-August to an earlier date. A sense of dread washed over Jihoon's manager as he realized the rival film was none other than The Royal Tribute, directed by Lim Jung-suk. The executive confirmed their competitor was now set to premiere just 1 week before their movie, perfectly timed for the start of summer vacation. Alarmed, the manager immediately asked for the difference in the number of screens allocated to each film. The executive delivered the devastating news that while negotiations were ongoing, The Royal Tribute was projected to have at least 4 times as many showings as their film. The full weight of their predicament settled on the manager as he processed the terrible news. The MJ Pictures executive offered a last-ditch solution: they could postpone the release date of their movie entirely. He conceded that a delay would incur a financial loss but argued it was a better alternative than being completely annihilated at the box office, causing the manager to clench his fist in frustration. Weighing his options, the manager asked how much time they had left before the original promotional campaign was scheduled to begin. The executive confirmed their window was closing fast, with less than 3 weeks to make a decision. The manager knew their immediate priority had to be getting information from an inside source to understand exactly what was happening behind the scenes. Later that day, the scene shifted to the stark, quiet environment of an indoor parking garage. Jihoon calmly told his distraught manager not to worry and to take care of himself, assuring him that he would figure out a plan. Filled with a renewed sense of purpose, the manager promised he would return with good news. As the manager's car drove away, the system's voice suddenly asked Jihoon what he was really planning to do. The system expressed its doubt that he would leave such a critical matter entirely in the hands of his manager, prompting an annoyed Jihoon to defend the man he held in high regard. Jihoon clarified that while Mr. Ko handled his side of things, he would do what he could on his own, a statement that made the system curious. It then pressed him further, asking for a specific example of what he could possibly do to resolve the crisis. A sly, confident smile crept across Jihoon's face as he cheekily suggested that he could always use his good looks. The system expressed its complete disbelief at Jihoon's outlandish suggestion. In response, Jihoon made a phone call, asking to speak with a woman he called Ms. Chaiwon. She confirmed that she was free, remarking that she had also been planning to contact him, a fact Jihoon had anticipated. From her office, Ms. Chaiwon immediately assumed he was calling about the precarious situation surrounding his film, The Theory of Death. Believing the matter too important for a phone conversation, she proposed they meet in person. Jihoon eagerly agreed, suggesting they meet that very day to capitalize on the momentum. A new and challenging chapter in his rise to stardom was about to unfold. Later, while meeting with his manager, Jihoon was puzzled by the man's intense stare. He asked if something was on his face, but his manager simply commented on how remarkably dependable Jihoon had become. The manager humbly brushed off the praise, admitting with a touch of wounded pride that he had made little progress on the issue. He explained that increasing their showtimes or shifting the release date was proving impossible due to the competitor's massive financial advantage. The rival film, The Royal Tribute, had a 10 billion won budget and was a popular period piece, dwarfing their own 4 billion won investment. Jihoon simply thanked his manager for his tireless efforts, resolving that he would have to work even harder to make up the difference. In her meeting with Jihoon, Ms. Chaiwon shared an industry rumor that the Royal Tribute was having problems with its finished product, though she noted its star-studded lineup was a major advantage. As she poured a drink, she opined that a strong cast did not guarantee success, and the rumors meant the rival film likely wouldn't receive additional theater space. She laid out a strategy. If the Royal Tribute faltered at the box office, the Theory of Death might have a chance if it could survive the initial onslaught. If they could hold on, she explained, they might be able to recover their losses. After taking a sip of his drink, Jihoon acknowledged that their ability to endure was the most critical challenge. Ms. Chaiwon promised to do everything she could, clarifying that while securing more theaters was out, she could help their film stay in the running. She then gave him a stark warning: her influence could only buy them 2 weeks at most, a tight deadline within which their movie had to rebound. Jihoon asked if they could get more screens if the film showed signs of a comeback, and she confirmed it was possible if the reason was compelling enough. He gratefully accepted her help, understanding that the burden of success now rested entirely on him and his team. With a newfound sense of purpose, Jihoon declared he would somehow create a sensational media buzz. Ms. Chaiwon looked him in the eye and sternly reminded him that he had exactly 2 weeks and no more. On their way to another meeting, Mr. Ko questioned Jihoon's decision to consider a new variety show, The New Kingdoms. The manager confessed he was worried Jihoon was overloading his schedule simply to combat the Royal Tribute crisis. Jihoon calmly explained that he was just exploring every possible option and that no final decision would be made until after their meeting. Mr. Ko agreed on the condition that they would decline the offer if it seemed too demanding, a term Jihoon accepted. The manager then changed the subject, stating he had an update from Ms. Yoon Chaiwon that he could only describe as mixed news. Jihoon was confused by the term "a little good news," but his manager insisted it was the only fitting description. First, he delivered the bad news: Ms. Chaiwon could only secure a maximum of 2 or 3 additional theaters. When Jihoon mistook this for the good news, his manager corrected him, which led Jihoon to remark that the bad news wasn't as terrible as he had feared. Jihoon's optimistic view that any increase was a win momentarily surprised his manager. He then eagerly asked his manager to share the little bit of good news. Mr. Ko revealed that Ms. Yoon had promised to do her absolute best to keep the Theory of Death playing in theaters for as long as she could. Leaning back in his seat, a relieved Jihoon determined that their sole focus now had to be creating a massive public issue. He quietly wondered, however, if filming The New Kingdoms would be enough to create the kind of stir they needed. Their meeting began with the show's producer exclaiming how he could hardly believe it when their mutual acquaintance, Woo Min, told him Jihoon was interested. The producer expressed his genuine desire to work together, which Jihoon received with a polite and appreciative laugh. He went on to explain the show's concept, where each cast member would portray a character from the story of the 3 kingdoms, which immediately caught Jihoon's attention. The producer confirmed that Woo Min would be playing the role of Lu Shan, whom Jihoon correctly identified as Lu Bai's son. Giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, the producer detailed that Jihoon's main task would be to raise Lu Shan into a respectable monarch. Jihoon correctly inferred that this would require the cast to live together, a detail the producer confirmed, calling it a documentary-style variety show. Mr. Ko immediately jumped in, asking if the show could air at the end of July as they needed, should Jihoon sign on. With a regretful sigh, the producer explained that the end of July slot was impossible, as it was already booked for another special program. The best he could offer was to move the premiere up to the 2nd week of August, a proposal that gave the manager pause. At that moment, the system's voice intervened, asking Jihoon if it was time for him to step in and use one of his secret weapons. The system's prompt sparked an idea in Jihoon's mind as he suddenly remembered Mr. Beck. He abruptly stood and excused himself to make a phone call, an unexpected move that the producer graciously permitted. Jihoon quickly dialed the number, and the call connected almost instantly. He warmly greeted Mr. Beck, who answered in kind and asked how had been. Jihoon attributed his success to Mr. Beck's help, a polite flattery that elicited a knowing chuckle from the powerful man. Mr. Beck cut through the pleasantries, correctly assuming Jihoon was calling for a reason. He got straight to the point and asked what was going on, prompting Jihoon to begin his explanation. Jihoon announced that he needed to cash in the blank check favor Mr. Beck had offered him once before, a declaration that was met with a brief, telling silence. The silence then erupted into hearty laughter as Mr. Beck acknowledged that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He then invited Jihoon to state his request, ready and willing to listen. Back at the table, the producer and manager wondered who Jihoon could be talking to, with Mr. Ko admitting that his client could be quite unpredictable. As they murmured amongst themselves, the manager continued his line of thought about his actor. He added confidently that from his experience, Jihoon's seemingly random actions almost always turned out to be incredibly useful. Just then, Jihoon ended his call and returned, asking for their attention for one more moment. Flipping his phone shut, he declared with confidence that he had resolved the scheduling issue, leaving the producer completely stunned. He then held out the phone, suggesting it would be faster if the producer spoke directly to the person on the other end. The producer's hands began to tremble as he took the phone and saw the name on the screen, whispering Mr. Beck in a tone of pure shock. Jihoon calmly urged the flustered man to take the phone, informing him that Mr. Beck was waiting. In the quiet of the evening, a car sped down the road, its engine a low hum against the city lights. Inside, Manager Ko let out a sigh of relief, admitting that the memory of their recent meeting still made his heart race. Jihoon playfully pointed out that the producer, Mr. Kwon, had been completely blown away, and he reminded Mr. Ko that he had been just as stunned. Mr. Ko conceded the point, explaining that anyone would be shocked to be dealing with Baek Yongguk, the powerful owner of DVN, and expressed his gratitude for the man's immense help. Jihoon agreed, remarking on how bold Mr. Beck had been, though he had always known the man would support him to the best of his ability. He then marveled at the extra previews and rebroadcasts they had secured, but immediately worried that these benefits hinged on the show being entertaining enough. His manager quickly reassured him, reminding him that this was the first time he was revealing his personal life to the public. Mr. Ko confidently stated that this vulnerability alone would generate massive interest and advised Jihoon to simply focus on showing everyone his true self. Jihoon quietly contemplated his manager's words, wondering what it truly meant to show his real self. Upon their arrival at a cafe, a familiar voice called out to Jihoon, beckoning him over to a table. His friend explained that he had already ordered an iced Americano and playfully questioned why Jihoon bothered wearing a hat if he was going to act so conspicuously. The friend then asked why Jihoon chose this unfamiliar cafe instead of their usual spot, Dissolve, mentioning that it had become something of a shrine. Jihoon explained that fans had discovered he used to work there and that his friend frequented it, making it too risky to visit during the week. Just then, a waiter approached their table and set down the freshly made coffee. A hesitant young woman approached them, apologizing for the interruption, but Jihoon kindly encouraged her to speak. She revealed herself as a huge fan and shyly asked for his signature, a request Jihoon happily agreed to fulfill. After thanking him, she held out an item for him to sign, prompting him to ask for her name. She introduced herself as Nam Yumi, and Jihoon thoughtfully repeated her name as he prepared to sign. Gathering her courage, Yumi confessed that her own dream was to become an actress. She explained that it was a difficult dream due to her family's financial situation, but watching him always gave her strength. Jihoon offered her sincere encouragement, urging her to never give up on her dream, no matter how hard things got. His kind words, promising that a miracle could happen if she persevered, resonated deeply with the aspiring actress. He then expressed his hope to see her on a film set one day, which left Yumi overjoyed and promising to work hard. Filled with excitement and gratitude, the young fan quickly scurried away from the table. His friend asked if such moments truly made him happy, and Jihoon confirmed that empowering someone else was an incredibly rewarding feeling. As his friend praised him for being cool, Jihoon's attention was suddenly captured by a commotion across the cafe involving the very fan who had just left. He overheard the cafe owner accusing Yumi of stealing money, a shocking accusation that he and his friend immediately recognized as being directed at the girl from earlier. The owner berated the tearful girl, who desperately pleaded her innocence, while Jihoon tried to understand what was happening. He astutely observed that while Yumi was genuinely distraught, the cafe owner's anger seemed oddly theatrical and unconvincing. As the owner demanded his money back from the crying student, Jihoon decided he had seen enough and rose to intervene. He politely interrupted the confrontation, suggesting that perhaps the owner should hear the girl out before jumping to conclusions. The owner aggressively turned on him, demanding to know who he was to get involved in the matter. Thinking fast, Jihoon declared that he was Yumi's older cousin, inventing a relationship to justify his presence. He then turned to Yumi, calmly asking for her to confirm that she hadn't done anything wrong. After she nodded, Jihoon faced the owner again, stating that instead of harassing a student, he should call the police if he was so certain of her guilt. The owner challenged him, asking what Jihoon intended to do if the girl was actually found to be the thief. With a confident grin, Jihoon calmly stated that he would personally pay for all the damages. However, he added a condition: if she was proven innocent, the owner would have to offer her a proper apology. Jihoon specified the apology must be for both the false accusation and the harsh words, even as Yumi whispered for him not to get involved. He gently told her it was okay and to dry her tears, but she once again insisted he didn't have to help her. As Jihoon urged the owner to call the authorities, Yumi suddenly shouted for him to stop, her outburst startling everyone. Her panicked expression shifted as she pointed towards a discreetly placed device in the corner of the cafe. She then revealed the entire situation was a setup for a hidden camera show, and on cue, a production crew emerged from the shadows. In the aftermath, a single flower in a vase sat on the table, a point of serene stillness after the orchestrated chaos. The crew praised Jihoon for his genuine reaction while Yumi apologized profusely, reassuring him that her admiration for him was real. A dumbfounded Jihoon asked when they had planned the elaborate prank, and the producer admitted it had been in the works from the very beginning. The producer explained that he had met with Mr. Ko separately after their last meeting to plan the entire deception. He revealed the prank was an introductory test called the teacher's qualification, and he congratulated Jihoon for passing with flying colors. The actress playing Yumi, still feeling guilty, apologized to Jihoon one more time for her part in the trick. The producer then made a stunning announcement: as part of the show, Jihoon and his friend would now be living together. The format of the show would require the two of them to cohabitate, capturing their dynamic on camera. Later, Jihoon wryly told his manager over the phone that he had been completely fooled, but Mr. Ko just laughed it off as nothing. Jihoon joked that another surprise like that might make him pass out, to which his manager replied that he found the whole thing fun. Changing the subject, Jihoon asked how someone named Woo Min was doing, mentioning that he had retreated to his room, still in disbelief that filming had started so suddenly. His manager affirmed that joining the variety show, The New Kingdoms, was a good decision and asked why Jihoon thought so. Jihoon explained that he had just met with Mr. Hong, the producer of his other project, who seemed increasingly stressed as the premiere date loomed. He reasoned that his participation in this new program would alleviate some of the pressure on Mr. Hong, even though he wasn't sure if the filming was going well yet. Mr. Ko advised him not to worry, stating that all he needed to do was create a hot topic to ensure the show's success. Just then, Jihoon's eyes widened in surprise as a notification popped up on his phone screen. Turning to his friend, he declared with a spark in his eye that he might have just found the very hot issue they needed, much to his manager's surprise. He revealed that he had just received a message from someone named Sebin. The message was an invitation from Han Sebin to a home party, a development Jihoon instantly recognized as a potential story far juicier than anything the show could have planned. Jihoon's manager could hardly believe the proposal, an ambush filming at Han Sebin's house party. Mr. Ko expressed his surprise at Jihoon and Wooman's close bond, commenting that the rumors of their friendship were clearly true. Jihoon laughed it off, confirming that they were practically childhood friends. His manager then voiced a critical concern, questioning whether Han Sebin would ever agree to such a plan. Jihoon revealed that he had already secured permission for Woomin to attend when he had called her that morning. He then sheepishly admitted he hadn't mentioned the filming crew yet, trailing off as he considered the fallout of telling her the full truth. Mr. Ko chuckled, playfully telling Jihoon that if he wanted a favor, he would have to beg for it a little more. Grabbing his manager in a friendly headlock, Jihoon countered that a surprise would be far more entertaining, just like the hidden camera prank that had been played on him. The manager relented, explaining they would have an assistant on site to help with filming, prompting Jihoon to ask who it was. Mr. Ko revealed their inside person would be none other than Han Sebin's own manager. Later, in a meeting, Sebin's manager repeated the word surprise with utter disbelief. She asked if this elaborate scheme was the reason for their meeting, and Jihoon's team confirmed they needed her approval to proceed. Lifting her glasses, she warned that this felt less like a surprise event and more like a surprise bomb, given Sebin's volatile personality. Jihoon acknowledged Sebin could be difficult but insisted the plan was fun and a win-win situation for both of them. He then asked if her primary concern was about Sebin's home address being leaked to the public. The manager clarified that the agency was fine with revealing the house at the right time, her true worry was the ambush nature of the visit. Mr. Ko thoughtfully summarized the core issue, stating that the main question was whether to proceed with the surprise or not. A pensive expression crossed his face as he weighed the risks and rewards of the audacious plan. He then revealed that he had also recently assisted with a hidden camera prank on Jihoon himself. Sebin's manager reacted with shock, questioning if Mr. Ko had really deceived his own talent. He clarified that, more accurately, he had been aware of the prank but simply chose not to warn Jihoon about it. Mr. Ko confessed his initial fear, feeling trapped by the guilt of success and the blame for potential failure. But he explained that once he committed, the experience became fun, viewing it as a chance for Jihoon to show a new side of himself. Sebin's manager countered that it only worked because of Jihoon's great personality, heavily implying their own talent would not be so forgiving. Mr. Ko conceded that Sebin had a mean streak but insisted that beneath it, she held a deep affection for people she cared about. Jihoon confidently interjected, stating that he and Sebin had great chemistry and this would be the perfect chance to showcase it. Though she knew this was true, the manager remained hesitant, so Jihoon promised to make Sebin look good on camera if she would help them. He vowed to make the segment fun and create a positive image for her, even if Sebin held a grudge against him for a little while. Mr. Ko added that their job as managers sometimes required them to choose the best path for their talent, even if it meant being criticized initially. Sebin's manager fell silent, carefully contemplating his words about choosing the path that was best for her talent. At last, she made her decision, agreeing to go for the win-win outcome for both Jihoon and Sebin. A relieved Jihoon accepted her condition to make Sebin look good, promising he would do his absolute best. She then reminded him that they weren't the only guests and that he would also need to get the party's other writers on board with the filming. Jihoon casually waved off her concern, confidently stating that he was very close with the writers as well. Later, standing outside Sebin's apartment, Jihoon quietly instructed the camera crew to hide from the view of the intercom. He turned to a nervous Woo-min and reassured him that the writers were already in on the plan, telling him to just think of it as acting. Woo-min anxiously asked if everything would really be alright, but Jihoon brushed it off, joking that Sebin wasn't going to bite. The doors suddenly opened to reveal a confused Sebin, who looked past them and called out for her brother. From inside, her brother replied nonchalantly, chiding Jihoon for not arriving sooner. A crew member whispered frantically that their target was coming towards them. Sebin's brother continued, mentioning that the other writers had already arrived a while ago. He then finished his thought by asking Jihoon what had taken him so long. In response, Jihoon dramatically presented the entire camera crew standing behind him with a flourish. He laughed triumphantly as he looked at Sebin's completely stunned expression. He barely finished reminding her that he'd be bringing a few more people when she forcefully slammed the door in his face. Woo Min stated flatly that their grand entrance had not gone well. He then turned to Jihoon in a panic, asking what they were supposed to do now. Jihoon calmly prepared to ring the doorbell again, only for the door to be abruptly swung open. Sebin's brother quickly apologized to the bewildered crew before grabbing Jihoon by the arm. Jihoon let out a yelp as he was unceremoniously pulled inside and the door was slammed shut yet again. Once inside, an furious Sebin immediately demanded to know what was going on with the film crew. He began to explain he was filming a reality show called The New Kingdoms, but she cut him off, asking why he had brought them to her home. Jihoon defended his actions by reminding her she wanted to show off the party, only for her to angrily retort that he should have warned her first. She fumed that she would have prepared if she'd known, wondering how she could film in her current state, which made Jihoon realize her vanity was the main issue. He tried flattery, telling her she looked great, but she immediately saw through his attempt, forcing him to concede that his trick hadn't worked. At that moment, two other guests, Ms. Im and Ms. Park, approached, remarking on how close the two seemed before warmly inviting Jihoon to join them. Ms. Im noticed the crew outside, and Jihoon awkwardly confirmed he had arrived with the team from the New Kingdoms. Both women erupted in excitement, gushing about how much they and their families loved the show, prompting a grateful thank you from Jihoon. One of the women then asked Sebin why she was keeping the crew waiting outside, which made Sebin hesitantly question if it was truly okay to film so suddenly. Her guest enthusiastically assured her it was fine, thrilled at the chance to appear on television again. Bowing to the pressure from her guests, Sebin reluctantly agreed to the filming. She then shot a glare at Jihoon, warning him in a low voice that they would be having a talk later. As he thanked her for letting them in, she snapped back that he should be thanking her, as she was actively holding herself back from making a scene. As they walked further into the apartment, she asked him if something was wrong lately, a question that caught him completely by surprise. She shrewdly pointed out that forcing a situation like this was unlike him and correctly guessed he needed her to appear on his show for a reason. With no other choice, Jihoon confessed that his movie, Theory of Death, was in trouble and he desperately needed to create a hot issue. Sebin sighed at the common pitfalls of low-budget films before proposing that if they were to do this, they should do it properly, piquing his interest. She then turned to the show's producer and politely asked if she could make a request, to which he eagerly agreed. To everyone's confusion, she declared that they needed to shoot the arrival scene again. Sebin explained that the current footage of Jihoon's entrance simply wasn't good enough. With a newfound professionalism, she promised to deliver a truly lively and entertaining reaction if they started filming again from the very beginning. During the party, the guests excitedly recounted a rumor that Jihoon had promised to make a fight interesting. The conversation then shifted as one of the women asked Sebin how she truly felt when Jihoon made his comeback as an actor. Sebin confessed that he had hidden his return from her at first, admitting the discovery had hurt her so much she ended up drinking and calling him in a fit of emotion. She nostalgically recounted how she had angrily berated him over the phone, demanding to know how he could do that to her. When asked about Jihoon's reaction, she told them he simply apologized for not telling her sooner. Her guests murmured in agreement, stating an apology was necessary given their shared history, a fact Ms. Im confirmed she was aware of. Ms. Im reminisced about her time as an assistant writer when she worked with them as child actors, recalling how young they had been. She observed that seeing them together now made her feel they shared a special connection, a comment which caused Jihoon to choke on his drink before quickly composing himself. Following that thought, Ms. Im brought up how they had been inseparable as children, asking if they remembered that time. Jihoon calmly confirmed that he remembered their childhood together very clearly. Ms. Im then confessed that even back then, she had honestly thought the two of them looked good together. She continued her matchmaking, suggesting that they still made a handsome couple and asked for their opinion on the matter. Sebin, completely caught off guard, hesitantly asked what exactly they were supposed to think about. Getting straight to the point, Ms. Im admitted she had been wanting to ask if they ever saw each other in a romantic light. She then turned her direct question to Jihoon, asking if he had ever considered Sebin as more than just a friend. At the pointed inquiry, Jihoon's eyes widened ever so slightly in surprise. Sebin quickly jumped in, chiding her guest for asking such a question, only for the woman to playfully suggest she was voicing Sebin's secret hopes. Ms. Im chuckled, admitting she had a hunch and asked the other guest for her agreement that they looked good together. Jihoon quietly wondered to himself if they truly gave off that kind of impression to others. His thoughts were interrupted when one of the ladies pointed out that Sebin seemed even more flustered, noticing her ears had turned bright red. The woman teased that there might be something more to their relationship, but Sebin vehemently denied it, exclaiming that it was impossible. She firmly insisted there was absolutely nothing going on between them. To drive her point home, Sebin declared they were more like enemies, a statement that confused her guests, who cited his surprise visit as proof of their good relationship. One of the older women wisely commented that you never truly know with people, especially since they were in their 20s, the prime of their lives. Another guest added that starting as enemies could be a better foundation for love than falling for someone at first sight, as Sebin shot Jihoon a glare. The woman elaborated that a love-hate dynamic often held the most romantic potential. She concluded with the thought that sometimes one's true love is right in front of them all along. Sebin glared threateningly at Jihoon, who merely smiled and pointed out her blatant hostility to Ms. Im, much to everyone's amusement. The entire group erupted in a moment of shared, hearty laughter. Later, the subject changed as one of the women asked the assistant, Woo Bin, if he had a girlfriend, to which he nervously denied. Jihoon silently acknowledged that while Sebin's personality was a mess, she was undeniably beautiful, guessing that a truckload of guys had likely fallen for her face. His mind wandered as he figured she must have been interested in at least one of those many admirers. He then caught himself, quickly dismissing the thought and wondering why any of that was his business. Meanwhile, Woo Bin emphatically insisted once more that he was single, taking a large gulp from his glass. After the filming wrapped up, the producer congratulated everyone for their hard work. A relieved Sebin let out a sigh, turning to Jihoon and telling him he did a good job that day. She then suggested it was time for them to go, and Jihoon agreed, starting to call for their manager. However, he changed his mind and instead asked Woo Bin to call Mr. Ko for them. With a sudden turn, Sebin shifted to face him directly. She looked him over and asked if perhaps he had had too much to drink. Jihoon assured her he wasn't drunk and explained that Mr. Cho had already taken the other women home while Woo Bin handled their ride. Sebin quietly processed the information, acknowledging the arrangements had been made. She then softened her tone, calling him by the more familiar title of Appa. She began to explain that she hadn't meant it when she called them enemies, clarifying that she only said it to prevent people from gossiping. Reassuring him that they weren't actually enemies, she was met with his calm reply that he hadn't taken her words seriously anyway. Sebin was glad he understood but couldn't help but comment on his dry, unemotional response. Changing the subject, she then asked if he truly had no intention of getting a girlfriend, and he flatly confirmed it. When she pressed him for a reason, he admitted that he had never even dated before. A shocked Sebin questioned if he was making fun of her, finding it hard to believe he had never been in a relationship. Jihoon deftly turned the question back on her, prompting a defensive boast about the long line of people who admired her. He cut through her evasion, specifying that he had asked about a boyfriend, not her fans, which left her momentarily speechless. Realizing she had never dated either, Jihoon smirked, causing her to quickly insist it was only because she had very high standards. He playfully conceded, telling her he would accept that excuse for now. Jihoon then grew serious, explaining he had no plans to date for the time being because getting back into acting had been difficult enough. He shared his determination to focus completely on his career until he finally reached his goal. Sebin scoffed at first but then agreed with his choice, adding that he was better off alone than ruining his life over some weirdo. He smirked, playfully asking if she was nagging him now. Undeterred, she advised him that when he did eventually date, he should find a girl who was both incredibly pretty and smart. She elaborated on her point, telling him to find someone so amazing that everyone would agree she was out of his league. Suddenly feeling drained, Sebin announced she was going to bed and told him it was time to go, to which he readily agreed. Just as he turned to leave, however, she stopped him, having had a sudden thought. She requested that he invite her over to his house the next time they met. Sebin reasoned that since he had now seen her home, it was only fair that she see his, adding a strict condition that there be no cameras. Some time later, at the press event for his movie Theory of Death, Jihoon anxiously scrolled through news feeds dominated by a rival film until Song-hee called out his name. Song-hee approached him, noting how tense he looked and asking if he was feeling nervous. She gestured towards their manager, Mr. Ko, who was standing nearby. Then she pointed out Woo Bin and Aina, explaining that his entire team was on pins and needles because of his anxious energy. Her blunt observation immediately brought him back to his senses. Jihoon sincerely thanked Song-hee for her honesty, and she nonchalantly replied that she was the only one who would give it to him straight. At that moment, a staff member announced that the cast of Theory of Death needed to prepare to enter, followed by a knock at their door. With renewed determination, Jihoon clapped his hands together to rally his anxious team. He looked at them with confidence and declared that it was finally time for them to go out there and face the stage. Jihoon scrolled through his phone, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest as he saw only articles about the rival film, The Royal Tribute, despite his own movie having premiered. He fretted over the possibility of their project being completely overshadowed, though he quickly chided himself for his negativity, reminding himself it had only been 3 days. A colleague tried to reassure him that not all the articles were positive, but the grim reality of the box office numbers couldn't be ignored. Their rival had drawn 850,000 viewers on day 1, while they had only managed 400,000 in total. Acknowledging the uphill battle, the team resolved to simply work harder, placing their faith in the movie's strong overall ratings to carry them through. As another team member highlighted their positive public reviews, their hopeful sentence was abruptly cut short by a notification sliding onto a phone screen. A sudden flash of breaking news about big stars associated with their film exploded on the screen, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Song-hee burst into the room with unbridled excitement, announcing that their movie was trending and pulling a bewildered Jihoon into a congratulatory hug. She excitedly confirmed the news, revealing that they had gained an incredible 460,000 new viewers in a single day, which nearly doubled their previous total, leaving Jihoon stunned and seeking confirmation. The team buzzed with excitement, realizing they would easily surpass 1 million viewers over the weekend. A quick check revealed their rivals' numbers had plummeted by 50% to just 520,000. A wave of disbelief washed over them as they calculated the new figures, discovering only a 60,000 viewer difference now separated Theory of Death from the Royal Tribute. Later, Sebin found Jihoon engrossed in his phone again and asked if he was checking the news, to which he confirmed he was reading about Theory of Death. Though the headlines celebrated their box office success, Jihoon couldn't shake his concerns about potential backlash or sabotage from their rivals. Sebin acknowledged his caution, noting they had only been number 1 for less than a week, but she urged him not to let his anxiety get the best of him. She reassured him by sharing that their top ranking in ticket sales had allowed their distributor, Ms. Yoon, to significantly increase the number of available showtimes. Furthermore, she added that the side story for the New Kingdoms had been extended to a 6-week run, ensuring their momentum would continue to build unless something drastic occurred. An article on his screen highlighted his name, marking him as a top contender and cementing his rising status in the industry. Sebin confidently predicted that they were now in a position to not only catch up to the royal tribute but possibly even surge ahead from behind. She then playfully scolded him for staring at his phone instead of the TV, reminding him of their promise to watch the New Kingdoms together. Jihoon reluctantly agreed, scooting closer as he privately mused that Sebin seemed to be nagging him more and more lately. As they watched the show, one of their colleagues expressed regret for not being in on the hidden camera prank, admitting it looked fun despite how hard it must have been for Jihoon. Another person chimed in, trying to recall the talented actress name, eventually remembering it was Nam Yumi. This sparked Jihoon's interest, and he approached Mr. Ko to ask about her, prompting his manager to jokingly ask if he had a personal interest. Jihoon clarified his intentions were professional, stating that she possessed immense talent and he was considering bringing her onto their team. Mr. Ko quipped that Jihoon could have a second career as a casting director, but Jihoon remained serious, insisting it was a missed opportunity to let a talented actor slip away. Convinced by Jihoon's sincerity, Mr. Ko agreed to look into initiating talks with her. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a team member's shocked gasp, who declared that something crazy was happening. The staffer excitedly showed them the screen, revealing that the live search rankings were completely dominated, with all 10 spots occupied by Jihoon and Woobin. Later, at a packed company celebration, their team manager called for everyone's attention to make a toast before the festivities got too rowdy. He then surprised Jihoon by calling on him, as the pillar and face of Team 2, to lead the toast. The manager humorously explained that he was just filling in, as their CEO was running late. Taking the stage, Jihoon humbly admitted that reaching 6 million viewers felt surreal and credited the achievement entirely to the team's long hours and dedication. He continued his speech by emphasizing that he wanted to offer his heartfelt thanks rather than simply celebrate their victory. Jihoon expressed his sincere wish for everyone to share in their collective joy, earning quiet praise from the crowd for his humility and eloquence. He raised his glass, concluding his toast with a profound thank you to his entire team. In a quiet moment amidst the celebration, Jihoon wished to himself that this feeling of happiness could last forever. Song-hee suddenly appeared beside him, startling him by accurately guessing his thoughts, which she claimed were written all over his face. Jihoon looked out at his jubilant colleagues, remarking how inspiring the scene was and how it made them all feel like a big family. However, Song-hee countered with a cryptic warning, suggesting that not everyone in the room shared that sentiment, which confused Jihoon. She gestured towards Ham Ki-jun, who was stewing alone in a corner, causing Jihoon to remember his bitter rival was also present. Song-hee mused that Ki-jun's sour mood was likely due to the royal tribute's failure, making her wonder why he had even bothered to attend. Across the room, Ham Ki-jun's face was contorted in a venomous glare directed their way. Song-hee observed him, noting the palpable aura of malice that seemed to radiate from him. Suddenly, Jihoon's system interface appeared, bluntly instructing him to smash a bottle over Ki-jun's head, a suggestion so aggressive it caught him completely off guard. The system repeated its violent command, urging him once more to attack Ham Ki-jun. Ignoring the bizarre directive, Jihoon calmly told a confused Song-hee that he was actually glad Ki-jun was there, as he felt it was time for them to talk. He quickly dismissed her concern and explained he needed to have a quick word with Mr. Ko. Jihoon leaned in and began whispering urgently to his manager. Moments later, 2 men in suits were seen purposefully walking away down a quiet hallway. Jihoon then turned his gaze back towards Ham Ki-jun, his expression hardening with cold resolve. On the building's rooftop, Ham Ki-jun stood alone, staring blankly out at the glittering city skyline. A voice cut through the silence, and Jihoon appeared, asking Ki-jun what he was doing up there by himself. He slowly approached his rival, remarking with faint sarcasm that the event's guest of honor shouldn't be isolating himself. Ki-jun turned around, his expression puzzled as Jihoon stated that he had been waiting for him. Jihoon clarified his statement, directly naming Ham Ki-jun as the person he was anticipating. A confused Ki-jun questioned why Jihoon would have been waiting specifically for him. Jihoon confronted him directly, pointing out that Ki-jun had been trailing him all the way to the roof and challenged him to stop hiding his true feelings. A dark, humorless laugh escaped Ki-jun's lips as he admitted Jihoon was right, confessing he was sick and tired of the charade. The sudden shift in Ki-jun's demeanor and the raw hatred in his voice gave Jihoon a moment of pause. Ki-jun's face twisted into a mask of pure rage as he admitted he was so fed up with it all that he felt he could kill Jihoon then and there. Jihoon pressed his rival, demanding to know the source of such a deep, murderous hatred. But Ki-jun coldly retorted, questioning if a reason was even necessary to despise him. Watching from the sidelines, Jihoon's manager realized with a chill that the animosity was horrifyingly real. Unfazed, Jihoon shifted his approach, preparing to ask a different question. Kijun, however, posed a question of his own, asking Jihoon how long he had been aware of the hidden contempt. A cruel grin spread across his face as he added that he thought he had concealed his true feelings perfectly. Jihoon revealed he had known ever since Kijun had maneuvered to take his leading role in the royal tribute. He continued, stating that he had anticipated such a treacherous move from the very beginning. Jihoon then prepared to make a shocking revelation that would reframe the entire conflict. He confessed that he never had any intention of starring in the royal tribute, mocking Kijun for proudly stealing a role he hadn't even wanted. Kijun's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and dismissed the statement as ridiculous. He accused Jihoon of being an idiot, arguing that any sane person could see the project was guaranteed to be a massive success. With a triumphant glint in his eye, Jihoon twisted his rival's words, confirming that Kijun was admitting to the theft. Backed into a corner, Kijun brazenly confessed to the act, boasting about how effortlessly he had accomplished it. He then sneered at Jihoon, questioning if he was truly that desperate to hear the admission of his defeat. Jihoon affirmed that was indeed his goal as he subtly activated a recording device. He then revealed his masterstroke, ensuring other people would hear Kijun's confession in his very own words. The realization hit Kijun like a physical blow, and he roared in fury at the blatant deception. Jihoon remained composed, calmly informing his adversary that he didn't plan to use the damning evidence right away. Instead of immediate ruin, he presented Kijun with a choice regarding his future. The first option was to leave the agency quietly and disappear without any further trouble. Kijun scoffed at the second option of a continued dirty fight, instead proposing a violent third alternative. He declared his own option was to beat Jihoon to a pulp right there on the rooftop, ending their rivalry permanently. Nearby, Mr. Ko watched in horror, shocked that Kijun would be willing to damage an actor's valuable face. The manager concluded that his rival had completely lost touch with reality. The system urged Jihoon to fight back, but Jihoon had already decided on a different strategy. He would allow Kijun to land a hit. Though the system protested that a simple beating wouldn't be enough, Jihoon knew it wasn't necessary for his plan. He calmly revealed that their agency's formidable CEO, Ms. Seo, was already on her way. Just then, Kijun's manager arrived and was visibly confused to see Ms. Seo, wondering aloud if she was drunk or just getting some air. The flustered man began to stammer out an explanation for the tense situation. But before he could finish, the sharp sound of a fist making contact echoed across the rooftop. Kijun stared in disbelief, stunned at how Jihoon had managed to counter his attack. Jihoon coolly explained that he couldn't just stand there and be assaulted, framing his own blow as an act of self-defense. His opponent let out a pained grunt, staggering back from the unexpected strike. At that very moment, Ms. Seo arrived on the scene, her voice sharp with concern as she called out to Jihoon. Her eyes darted between the two actors as she furiously demanded to know what was going on. She rushed to Jihoon's side, noticing the fresh cut on his lip, while he tried to laugh it off before wincing. Across from them, Kijun wiped his cheek with a smug smirk, reveling in the fact that he had managed to land a blow. In stark contrast, Jihoon doubled over, coughing weakly as if struggling to catch his breath. Ms. Seo immediately took command, ordering someone to fetch Kijun's manager while instructing Mr. Ko to give her a detailed account of events. A moment later, Mr. Ko played the recording, and Kijun's damning confession filled the tense air. After hearing the evidence, Ms. Seo's icy gaze fell upon Kijun as she asked if it was true. She directly questioned if he had deliberately sabotaged Jihoon to steal his role in the royal tribute. Kijun could only stammer her name, cursing under his breath as the weight of his actions crashed down upon him. His manager, Mr. Kim, fell into a frantic panic, bowing and begging Ms. Seo to forgive them just this once. Ms. Seo silenced him with a cold command to stay out of it, her focus remaining solely on Kijun. Her glare intensified as she demanded that Kijun use his own mouth to answer for his crimes. Kijun snapped, lashing out at his own manager and attempting to downplay his actions while accusing Jihoon of also being violent. Without a word, Ms. Seo stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. She then summarily fired him, declaring his contract with her agency terminated effective immediately. Her voice was laced with ice as she stared him down, making it absolutely clear this was not an empty threat. The staff members who had followed her watched in awe, whispering about how incredibly decisive she was. She then turned on her heel with a sharp swish of her coat, the sudden movement causing the onlookers to gasp. She told Jihoon it was time to go, though he pointed out that the party they were attending wasn't over yet. Once they were gone, Mr. Ko cleared his throat before chuckling with relief, glad to be rid of the troublesome actor. Later, he noticed Jihoon's pensive expression and asked if things hadn't gone as planned, to which Jihoon admitted the result felt jarringly sudden. Back in the office, surrounded by towering piles of scripts, Mr. Ko reminded Jihoon he had no time to lose focus on his next project. Jihoon sighed in frustration, confessing that out of all the options before him, none truly stood out. He mused that low-budget films often had more interesting stories, prompting his manager to remind him that a big budget didn't guarantee quality. Dropping a script onto the table, Jihoon clarified that he was searching for a rare project that offered both artistic merit and commercial success. Mr. Ko advised him to be patient, wisely stating that the perfect project would eventually find its way to him. Just as Jihoon considered this, the chime of a text message interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at his screen to see a message from a woman named Yoon Chae-won, wondering why she was contacting him so unexpectedly. After calling her, Jihoon explained he had just seen her text, and she replied that she had been waiting for his call. He cautiously asked why she had reached out, and she confirmed she'd heard he was looking for work and inquired about his schedule. Jihoon affirmed that he was completely free, a response that clearly delighted her. Getting straight to the point, Yoon Chae-won formally invited him to collaborate with her on a new venture. She then made a bold promise, revealing she had a project so massive it would completely eclipse the success of his last hit, Theory of Death. The scene opened on the sleek, modern headquarters of DM Entertainment, a monolith of glass and steel hinting at the power within. Inside, the determined footsteps of two men echoed through a pristine, sunlit corridor. Mr. Ko remarked on Jihoon's recent string of good luck, predicting his schedule was about to become overwhelmingly busy. He then revealed that the Korean Music Association wanted to name Jihoon a classical music ambassador, a proposal that surprised the actor, given his related project had ended months ago. His manager explained that Jihoon's positive public image was the cause and mentioned that overseas events were already being booked, potentially taking him abroad for over a month. Jihoon asked where he would be going, but Mr. Ko admitted he lacked specifics, only knowing the long-term project was causing him incredible stress. To illustrate his point, he gestured to his own dark circles, confessing he'd pulled an all-nighter just to process the flood of offers for Jihoon. As Jihoon looked closer, he had to admit that his manager looked completely and utterly exhausted. With a slight scratch of his head, Jihoon urged his manager not to push himself so hard. Mr. Ko let out a short, dismissive puff of air in response to the concern. He clapped a firm hand on Jihoon's shoulder, stating that as his manager, it was his solemn responsibility to handle every detail with care. He then instructed Jihoon to worry only about his performance in front of the camera, to which the actor gave a firm nod of agreement. As they neared the CEO's office, Mr. Ko advised him to get mentally prepared, since they had no idea what propositions their host would make. A receptionist at a large desk offered them a polite and professional greeting. After announcing their arrival over an intercom, a voice granted them immediate entry into the executive suite. They were there to meet the formidable Yoon Chae-won, the CEO of DM Entertainment. She looked up from her work as they entered, calmly acknowledging that they had come. Mr. Ko broke the ice with a light-hearted observation that they seemed to be seeing each other quite often lately. Ms. Yoon playfully asked if he considered that a bad thing, prompting Mr. Ko to quickly agree that it was a very good thing indeed. Jihoon surveyed the spacious and elegant room, remarking on how nice her office was. She explained that she had only recently moved into the space, viewing it as a trophy of sorts. It was a trophy, she clarified, earned from the massive success of Theory of Death, giving Jihoon all the credit, which he humbly laughed off. She then got straight to the point, announcing she had called him to talk business again, which immediately piqued Jihoon's curiosity. Ms. Yoon began her pitch by reminding him of her company's track record for releasing a well-planned masterpiece every few years, a fact he confirmed he was aware of. She continued by complimenting his own impressive resume, filled with many high-quality projects. She then declared it was time he added a massive blockbuster, a feel-good movie capable of attracting 10 million viewers, to his filmography, revealing her company was developing just such a tentpole film. The term tentpole movie was unfamiliar to Jihoon, and he couldn't help but question its meaning. In a brief mental aside, Jihoon imagined himself asking his manager for a simple definition of the industry jargon. Mr. Ko's voice in his head explained that it was a film on which a production company bets its very existence. He elaborated that since not all movies are successful, a single high-profile failure could easily bankrupt a company. However, there was a way to recover from such a loss, by producing a film with such astronomical profits that it could cover any past or future failures. A movie that sold over 10 million tickets would fill a company's reserves to the brim, making a few flops entirely inconsequential. Jihoon understood it to mean a movie with a high probability of success, though his manager's voice cautioned that it also came with an equally high risk. He concluded that it was a win big or go bankrupt gamble, and he now understood that she had called him for something truly huge. Back in reality, Ms. Yoon's hand moved purposefully across her desk. She lifted a single document, holding it out for them to see. Mr. Ko's jaw nearly hit the floor as he read the figure, audibly questioning if the budget was 3 billion won. Ms. Yoon smiled, dismissing the number as far too small for a project of this magnitude. She then revealed the true budget was a mind-boggling 30 billion won, stunning Mr. Ko into silence. A triumphant smirk spread across her face as she asked if she had finally piqued his interest. Jihoon's mind raced as he processed the information. With director Shin Dong-wook and writer Lee Moon-soo on board, DM Entertainment was bringing out its heaviest hitters. Combining that legendary crew with a 30 billion won budget meant this was undoubtedly the largest scale project he had ever encountered. He knew it was a fantastic opportunity, but his slight hesitation did not escape Ms. Yoon's sharp eyes, and she asked if something was bothering him. Mr. Ko spoke up, voicing their main reservation: they had yet to see a script or even a basic story treatment. She explained her desire to cast him was so strong that she was offering him the part before the script was even complete. Jihoon knew they couldn't possibly agree to a role without having any idea what the project was actually about. Despite the incredible potential, a profound sense of unease settled over him. His thoughts drifted to the delicate formula required to create a film that could attract 10 million viewers. He considered the three core elements: capital, story, and crew, and had to admit that the package Ms. Yoon presented seemed perfect. She had the immense capital of DM Entertainment and a writer who had already penned 3 such blockbusters. On top of that, she had a director who had helmed 2 films that had achieved the same monumental success. It was baffling to him that she had bypassed the industry's top actors to make him the very first offer. She had even given him the incredible privilege of choosing any role he wanted. The offer was tempting, but he knew such blockbusters were often filled with huge stars. He worried about being overshadowed in such a crowded cast and wondered if it would be wiser to stick to smaller films to build his reputation. Just then, Mr. Ko cut through his contemplative silence with a decisive proposal. He suggested that they would review the script thoroughly once it was available, and Jihoon could decide on a role then if he felt a connection to it. Jihoon readily agreed to the sensible plan, before his manager reminded him that it was time to leave. Mr. Ko specified that they needed to go, as it was time for Jihoon's meeting with Yumi. Elsewhere, at a cozy cafe, a young woman excitedly told her companion that they were in the right place, the cafe where Jihoon used to work. Her friend was unconvinced, pointing out that if the information was that public, he was likely lying to her. The girl pleaded with her aunt, assuring her it wasn't a scam and reminding her of a past incident where she'd been conned while trying to become a singer. From a hidden vantage point, Jihoon and Mr. Ko watched the exchange. Jihoon felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, while Mr. Ko simply asked why they were hiding. Jihoon explained that this was the very person who got him cast in the New Kingdoms, and he was here to repay that debt. Mr. Ko's memory was jogged, and he recalled her as the sly but talented young actress who had put on such a good show. The manager added that she also had the perfect look for an actress. Disguised as a waiter, Jihoon approached their table and presented them with drinks they hadn't ordered, causing the girl to look up in confusion. As she stuttered in surprise, Jihoon steeled his resolve, solidifying his plan to recruit her into his burgeoning team. The three of them were seated together at a cozy cafe table, ready to discuss the future. Jihoon began by admitting how thoroughly Yumi had fooled him during their last encounter, asking her aunt if she had watched the show. The aunt confirmed that she had indeed watched, explaining that seeing her dear Yumi on screen had sparked a sudden realization. She confided that it was then she became convinced Yumi would do very well as an actress, eliciting a surprised reaction from her niece. At the unexpected praise, Yumi's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Her aunt let out a sigh of relief, revealing they had been worried because, despite Yumi's hard work, no one had ever acknowledged her talent. Jihoon feigned surprise, prompting the aunt to share more. The aunt eagerly elaborated, recalling how Yumi used to practice dancing relentlessly in tights, only to be cut off by a mortified Yumi begging her to stop. Insisting that Jihoon needed to understand her niece's dedication, the aunt tried to continue, but Yumi firmly interjected that it was enough. A small laugh escaped Jihoon's lips as he watched the amusing family dynamic unfold. He then smoothly transitioned, stating that since they would soon be colleagues at the same company, he was curious to hear more. Leaning in slightly, he specifically requested that the aunt tell him more stories about Yumi's past editions. Meanwhile, inside a modern, sun-drenched building, another conversation about Yumi was already in progress. On a nearby screen, footage played of a hopeful Yumi brightly introducing herself as applicant number 101 during her singer audition. Mr. Ko's colleague questioned why he was still watching the old audition footage from her attempt to become a singer. Mr. Ko remarked that while Yumi seemed a bit dense, her personality made her quite funny, concluding she would be a great fit for variety shows. An executive confirmed that Mr. Kim would be in charge of her, noting they made a good team and that Mr. Kim seemed to have recovered from the Ham Kijun incident. Back in Jihoon's presence, Mr. Ko informed him that Yumi would be training for the time being, adding that Mr. Kim was deeply grateful for his offer to help with her acting. Jihoon reflected that it felt like he had just gained another student, now mentoring a total of 3, including Hale and Woomin. He internally noted that Nam Yumi's acting style was distinctly different from that of the other two. He considered Nam Woomin, who was naturally talented but had a tendency to make mistakes during actual performances. Then there was Song Hale, who compensated for her lack of raw talent with grueling hard work that she displayed flawlessly on stage. His thoughts were interrupted as his hand closed around a cool metal doorknob, turning it to enter a practice room. He continued his private assessment, acknowledging that Yumi was tone-deaf, lacked rhythm, and couldn't dance. As the door opened, his eyes fell upon a familiar figure with long gray hair, slumped over on a stool. Despite her other shortcomings, he recognized that her innate acting skills and her powerful ability to capture an audience were undeniable. He concluded with a smirk that her talent in that area was outstanding, just like his own. The older man, Do Woon, turned and dryly commented on his sheer cockiness. He then challenged Jihoon, questioning if he truly believed himself to be the world's greatest acting genius in a world filled with talented people. Jihoon deflected with a wise proverb about humility before quickly retracting, insisting he was only joking and telling the man not to be so angry. Just then, Yumi's cheerful voice called out to him, and he turned to ask how her practice was progressing. She reported with great enthusiasm that she had done everything he had instructed, eagerly offering to show him the results. Jihoon cast a knowing glance at Do Woon, asking if he didn't agree that she was a real diamond in the rough. Do Woon grudgingly conceded that she wasn't too bad, which prompted Jihoon to remind him that he had said so all along. Pressing for a more definitive opinion, Jihoon stated once more his conviction that she was just like him. 2 weeks flew by. Jihoon was found relaxing at home, lying on his sofa with a book covering his face. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the script aside, murmuring to himself that the ending was incredibly dull. A sudden doorbell chime pierced the quiet of his apartment, making him wonder who would visit so late at night. As he headed for the door, he suddenly recalled that his drama, The New Kingdoms, was airing that evening. Realizing this, he concluded it had to be one of two people as his hand reached for the door. He swung the door open, his expression shifting to one of pure surprise at the sight of his visitor. Sebin greeted him with a wide grin and a playful pose, announcing her arrival. She reminded him that she had told him she would come over, but he countered that she had never mentioned it would be today. When she insisted that she had, he pressed her, asking exactly when this conversation had taken place. She cheekily confessed she had only told herself, earning an exasperated sigh as he called her hopeless. Brushing off his complaint, she declared that she was there to watch the premiere of the show they were in together. Jihoon continued to eye her with a skeptical glare, not yet over her sudden intrusion. Sebin's attention immediately shifted to a teddy bear, which she snatched up, asking if a girl gave it to him. He clarified it was from Woo Min. She then investigated his fridge, complaining that it only held water before asking if he survived on that and protein powder, a fact he casually confirmed. Making herself at home, she dropped down comfortably onto his sofa. She looked up at him expectantly and asked if he had any intention of playing the host. A sharp clack echoed in the room as a can of beer was opened. Sebin noticed him staring and asked what he was looking at, so he commented on how intensely she was focused on the can. She proudly explained that she had been in a beer commercial before, a fact he acknowledged with a non-committal shrug. Changing the topic, Sebin mentioned she had heard he was in the middle of choosing his next acting project. Jihoon simply asked if the rumors had managed to reach her as well. She dismissed the idea of them being rumors, pointing out that their managers were practically best friends and shared everything. He explained his delay by stating that the screenplay wasn't finished yet, so he was still waiting for it. Sebin studied him closely, asking if that was truly the only reason for his hesitation. He insisted it was, but she pressed further, wanting to know if he would have decided already if the script had been available. Finally relenting, Jihoon admitted he had a lot on his mind and considered whether he should confide in her. He turned the tables and asked if she ever felt the same way, a question that caught her off guard. He confessed that he sometimes felt as though actors walk along the edge of a steep slope, constantly battling the fear of failure. He then listed the crushing weight of the expectations placed on him by DM Entertainment as another source of pressure. Finally, he mentioned the stress of finding the perfect project, comparing the combined feeling to sinking into a bottomless abyss. He concluded his vulnerable admission by saying that these thoughts had been weighing heavily on him lately. After listening patiently, Sebin told him she had one question for him, and he gave her permission to ask. She looked him in the eye and asked if he was satisfied with the success he had achieved so far, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sebin clarified her inquiry, asking bluntly if he thought he had already reached the peak of his career as the actor Seo Jihoon. As they talked, the television in the background showed a scene from their drama, with Jihoon's face on the screen. Jihoon quietly mulled over her words, contemplating the idea of having reached the pinnacle of his career. He answered with certainty that he had not, stating he had a long way to go before he got to where he wanted to be. Sebin told him he already knew the answer, reminding him that the moment an actor becomes complacent, it is all over for them. She elaborated that an actor's career is finished when they can no longer give people something to anticipate, then brought up his 30 billion won project offer. She acknowledged the immense burden that came with that amount of money but told him it was a pressure he had to get used to. She finished her sharp advice by stating that this was, after all, the life of a star. She concluded her sharp advice by stating that this was simply the life of a star. Sebin then asked him a rhetorical question about how he thought she had achieved her current status. She challenged the notion that she had gotten there by only choosing projects that were guaranteed to succeed. On the contrary, she revealed that her path was one of constant self-challenge. Jihoon quietly repeated the word challenge, letting its weight sink in. Sebin began to explain her reasoning, starting with the harsh reality that the career of a female actor in Korea was notoriously short. Despite this, she had risen from a child actor to a top star over many years. The key to her longevity was her constant willingness to change her image, as seen in her role in Whistleblower. Her part in the film Tarantula was another prime example of her transformative career choices. Jihoon realized that she could have easily become complacent, but instead, she never ceased to push her own boundaries. Noticing his intense stare, Sebin asked for the reason, and he confessed that he was seeing a completely new side of her. He added that this revelation made him feel just how much time had passed since they were younger. Sebin appeared slightly unimpressed by his simple observation. Jihoon agreed that it had been a long time and acknowledged that they had both changed significantly. He quickly corrected himself, however, stating that he could still see glimpses of the old Sebin, which made her curious. He playfully reminded her of her childhood habit of burying her face in his shirt and crying whenever she was upset. A faint blush colored Sebin's cheeks at the embarrassing memory. She adamantly denied ever doing such a thing, though Jihoon firmly insisted that she had. Flustered, she grumbled under her breath about his penchant for remembering such useless things. For a brief moment, Jihoon's hand moved towards hers as they sat on the sofa. He quickly pulled back, his hand balling into a tight fist at his side. Changing the subject, Jihoon sincerely thanked her, explaining that their talk helped him organize his thoughts. Sebin waved off his gratitude, teasingly asking if he was trying to get her to thank him in return. Despite his newfound clarity, Jihoon affirmed that he still needed to see the finished screenplay before making a final commitment. She agreed, even encouraging him to pick something shocking that would guarantee it becomes a hot topic. Her fingers danced across her phone screen, pulling up an article. An image of her own smiling face, framed by vibrant purple hair, appeared on the screen. She then showed him the phone, presenting it as a perfect example of what she was talking about. Jihoon was stunned to see that news about the two of them was already trending online. Sebin mused that at this rate, it might turn into a scandal, cheekily asking if he secretly wished it would. She then shocked him by nonchalantly stating that if a scandal were to happen, then so be it. She explained that a real star knew how to use such situations, even suggesting she could reinvent her image as his girlfriend for a fresh take, but her cavalier attitude left Jihoon uneasy. Sebin enthusiastically laid out the potential dramatic headlines for both an actress in a scandal and an actor rumored to be dating an A-lister. Finding his cautious silence dull, she wondered aloud if she was the only one who found the entire prospect interesting. A few days passed since their revealing conversation. Throngs of people moved across a large public plaza, their daily routines unfolding. On a massive digital screen overhead, a news headline speculated on whether Seo Jihoon saw Han Sebin as more than just a friend. Amidst the crowd, someone bumped into Jihoon's manager, who quickly assured them it was all right. Manager Ko Jae-ho let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the day already settling on him. He turned to his client and asked if he was ready for the meeting, to which Jihoon confidently replied that he was. Jae-ho delivered a fervent pep talk, instructing Jihoon to speak his mind without reservation and promising to act as his shield against any corporate pushback. Jihoon internally noted that his manager always became overly talkative when he was nervous. Despite the tension, Jihoon felt a surge of optimism, knowing today was the pivotal meeting for the 30 billion won movie. Upon arriving at the production company, a staff member guided Jihoon and his manager through the security checkpoint. Ko Jae-ho's anxiety was evident, a clear sign of the meeting's immense importance. He had even read the script 15 times over. Jihoon, however, felt calm and prepared, ready to finally give the executive, Ms. Yoon, his definitive opinion. The elevator ride was a cramped affair, with Jihoon and Jae-ho standing uncomfortably close to the other occupants. Jihoon had to prompt his distracted manager that this was their floor, causing a flustered Jae-ho to hastily exit first. Observing Jae-ho clutching the script for dear life, Jihoon remarked that his manager was treating it like a sacred relic, to which Jae-ho explained a leak would be a disaster. When Jihoon questioned just how big a problem it would be, Jae-ho stressed that they were required to return it if the deal fell through. He elaborated that losing the script could result in them being forced to pay a substantial sum. Jihoon wryly concluded that his manager's reverence for the script was, in fact, justified. As they neared their destination, a commotion drew their attention. A man was desperately pleading with the receptionist for entry. The receptionist was firmly telling the man he had to leave, and Jihoon wondered who was causing such a scene. Jae-ho's eyes widened in recognition as he identified the man as a Mr. Lim, leaving him uncertain of what to do. With their meeting about to start, Jihoon decided they had no option but to push through the disturbance. As they passed, Jihoon offered a polite greeting to Mr. Lim. Mr. Lim returned the greeting, acknowledging that a long time had passed since their last encounter. The established actor and the down-on-his-luck director exchanged a stiff handshake in the pristine corporate hallway. The deep lines of exhaustion etched on Mr. Lim's face told a story of hardship. Jae-ho quietly pointed out how much the man had been through, then asked Jihoon if he felt any pity for him. Jihoon flatly rejected the idea, stating he wasn't soft enough to feel sympathy for someone who had once verbally attacked him. Seeing his chance, Mr. Lim declared the timing perfect and suddenly grabbed Jihoon's arm, proposing they enter the meeting together. Jihoon stared in disbelief at the man's audacity. Mr. Lim began complaining to Jihoon, condescendingly blaming the receptionist's supposed inexperience for the entire issue. He framed his request as a simple favor, asking only that Jihoon let him walk through the door with him. Jihoon's response was ice-cold as he informed Mr. Lim that any request coming from him was, by definition, not a simple one. Mr. Lim seethed internally, aware that there were too many witnesses for him to cause a bigger scene. Adopting a formal tone, Jihoon firmly refused, stating they couldn't help him because they could not afford to be late for their meeting. Mr. Lim scoffed, loudly insulting the company and questioning its deteriorated standards. Jae-ho's temper flared as he stepped in to defend his company, but the director cut him off, questioning a mere manager's right to address him. Jihoon calmly corrected him, revealing that Jae-ho was no longer just a manager but a team leader, a promotion he sarcastically credited to Mr. Lim. Stunned and enraged, Mr. Lim sputtered in disbelief, demanding that Jihoon repeat the outrageous accusation. At that exact moment, the large double doors to the meeting room swung open. An authoritative woman's voice cut through the tension, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. A formidable woman stood in the doorway, arms crossed and an expression of severe disapproval on her face as she surveyed the chaotic scene. Mr. Lim called out Ms. Yoon's name, his voice a mixture of surprise and desperation. A chilling atmosphere immediately descended upon the tense confrontation in the hallway. The beleaguered director then let out a hollow, nervous laugh, attempting to salvage the situation. He quickly addressed Ms. Yoon, expressing his relief at her arrival while glancing disdainfully at Jihoon and Jae-ho. Gripping her arm for emphasis, Mr. Lim began his plea by explaining he was there to see Mr. Kim Taekman. He then whipped his hand towards the receptionist, loudly complaining that she had barred him from entering. Continuing his tirade, he belittled Jihoon and Jae-ho, questioning their importance and accusing them of being utterly unhelpful. Throughout his outburst, the two men stood by, their expressions carefully composed and unreadable. Ms. Yoon acknowledged his story with a simple phrase before smoothly slipping her arm from his desperate grasp. She then politely apologized, informing him that she was unable to help him get a meeting with Mr. Kim. Mr. Lim began to stammer, realizing his aggressive approach was failing in trying to rephrase his intentions. However, Ms. Yoon cut him off, coolly clarifying that the two men he had just insulted were her esteemed guests. The director's face fell as he processed this devastating new piece of information. In a last-ditch effort, he pleaded with Ms. Yoon to at least pass a message to Mr. Kim that he was waiting. She bluntly refused, stating Mr. Kim had no time for him, a response that left the director utterly stunned. He sputtered in disbelief, demanding to know what she meant and asking if she hadn't heard about his new role. Ms. Yoon then delivered the final blow, revealing that she was now in charge of the Reclaimers, the very project he thought was his. Mr. Lim weakly reminded her he was supposed to direct it, but she only feigned surprise, remarking that she had heard differently. She elaborated that his contract had been terminated long before the project was ever assigned to her. To seal his fate, she declared that a new director had already been chosen and that he should leave immediately. The director finally exploded, demanding to know how they could possibly do this to him. He angrily reminded her that their own company had offered him the project in the first place. He accused her of orchestrating a one-sided contract termination with the deliberate intent to ruin him. Seething with rage, he connected this betrayal to his last movie being pulled from theaters, convinced it was a conspiracy. He leveled an accusation that they had done all of this specifically to steal the Reclaimers project from his grasp. Having heard enough, Ms. Yoon addressed him directly, her voice cutting through his rant. With an exasperated sigh, she questioned his lack of shame in blaming others for a film that failed due to his own poor directing. Utterly floored by her bluntness, Mr. Lim swore he would repeat her cutting words verbatim. He futilely threatened to report her statement at the next internal meeting. Jihoon watched from the side, silently marveling that he was witnessing the complete ruin of this man. Jaeho's voice gently pulled Jihoon from his thoughts, bringing him back to the present moment. Ms. Yoon then formally invited her guests to enter the meeting room, and Jihoon politely accepted as the door clicked open. As they walked past the director, Jaeho quietly commented on how the man looked as if he had lost absolutely everything. Mr. Lim remained frozen in place, slumping against the wall as if all his strength had abandoned him. In a final, cold dismissal, Ms. Yoon informed the director that she would not be seeing him out. With a respectful bow, Jihoon and Jaeho turned away and proceeded into the office. The scene then transitioned into a richly decorated study, filled with towering bookshelves and sophisticated art. As she settled into her chair, Ms. Yoon apologized to her guests for the unpleasant scene they had just witnessed. Jihoon immediately waved off her apology, reassuring her that none of it had been her fault. He then confirmed his suspicions about Mr. Lim's connection to the Reclaimers, adding that he would have quit if the director had been involved, a sentiment Ms. Yoon shared. She agreed they were on the same page and then observed that it seemed Jihoon had met the director before. Her curiosity piqued, she asked if Mr. Lim had done something to him in the past. Jihoon initially tried to downplay their history as a simple, ill-fated run-in before pausing to correct himself. He amended his statement with a firm nod, clarifying that it was, without a doubt, a truly ill-fated encounter. Ms. Yoon accepted his explanation, understanding there was a deeper story she wouldn't press. She then assured him that due to the recent backlash, Mr. Lim would never again work on a project funded by their company. Shifting the topic to business, she poured drinks, the ice clinking in the glass as she prepared to ask her main question. After taking a thoughtful sip, she finally asked if their presence meant they had brought her good news. Jihoon confirmed he would take the role, reaching into his bag to retrieve the script. He handed it over to her, thanking her for the opportunity to read it. She asked if he found it satisfactory, and he replied with great enthusiasm that it was not just good, but truly great. Delighted by his response, Ms. Yoon inquired which of the characters had appealed to him the most. Jihoon explained that he had already marked the role he wished to play within the script's pages. Intrigued, Ms. Yoon asked to see his choice, taking the script from his hands. She flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning for the mark he had left. Upon finding the page, she looked up suddenly, her expression one of pure shock. In disbelief, she asked him if he was completely certain about his selection. Her voice was laced with confusion as she questioned why he would ever choose the villain. When she pressed for his reasoning, Jihoon stated simply that it was the character he had liked the most. The actor maintained a calm and steady gaze as he awaited her reaction to his unconventional choice. He privately deduced that she was unhappy with his decision, fully aware of the high-budget nature of the Reclaimers. The narrative explained the film's setting, a story that took place in the turbulent mid-20th century. Jihoon's fist clenched subtly as the film's premise was detailed, a mission to recover national treasures smuggled abroad. The project was described as a visual spectacle, filled with thrilling action and a diverse cast of compelling characters. A wave of self-assurance washed over Jihoon as he internally affirmed his own skill and trustworthiness for the role. Ms. Yoon conceded, acknowledging that Jihoon had always delivered results that far surpassed her expectations. However, she admitted her surprise, citing his recently pristine public image and numerous charitable acts. She wondered aloud if a villainous role might be too jarring for the public, turning to Mr. Ko for his professional opinion. Mr. Ko respectfully stated that they honored their actor's choice, assuring her that Jihoon had put considerable thought into his decision. Jihoon privately questioned why his own manager seemed so nervous about the exchange. He then shifted his focus back to Ms. Yoon, carefully observing her reaction. From her expression, he correctly deduced that she had been hoping for him to select a different role entirely. Jihoon then explained that his good image was partly the reason for his choice, a statement which caught Ms. Yoon completely off guard as she questioned his logic. He clarified that while he hadn't only played heroic characters, his current career trajectory meant none of his fans would ever anticipate him choosing to play a villain. He further reasoned that this same lack of expectation would be true for the general moviegoing audience as well. Jihoon then began to paint a picture for her, imagining the moment audiences would see him on screen as a diabolical traitor. He suggested that such a reveal would be a fantastic twist, made even more impactful because the character betrays the film's main protagonist. Ms. Yoon mulled over the concept of a nice twist, admitting that her own assumptions about his motives had been completely wrong. She then confessed that she had actually had a different, more heroic role in mind for him. Shifting her tone, she cautioned him that playing a villain was no easy task, warning that a careless performance could result in a forgettable, run-of-the-mill antagonist. Jihoon calmly confirmed that he understood the challenges she was describing. Internally, however, he fully acknowledged the truth in her words, recognizing the danger of becoming a generic villain. With a massive budget on the line, he knew he had to find a way to shine amongst the A-list cast or risk being completely overshadowed. He contemplated the traditional role of a villain as merely a shadow meant to emphasize the hero's light. Yet, a different thought began to slip into his mind, challenging that conventional wisdom. He recognized the undeniable truth that nothing captivates an audience more powerfully than a truly charismatic villain. Voicing his resolve, he promised Ms. Yoon that he would work tirelessly to ensure his portrayal was anything but ordinary. A convinced smile spread across Ms. Yoon's face as she accepted his vow, stating her complete faith in his ability to keep his word. With the matter finally settled, she gracefully rose from her seat. She then extended her hand, expressing that she was looking forward to seeing another one of his great performances. Jihoon took her hand firmly, promising her that he would do his absolute best. A week later, the lively chatter of a food stall filled the air as Jihoon sat down for a meeting with the director of the Reclaimers. Jihoon found the informal setting curious, privately surmising that the director must be quite fond of drinking. Mr. Ko leaned in to explain that the director was a learned man who subscribed to the old tradition of discussing important matters over a drink. The director suddenly spoke, stating that he was relieved by Jihoon's choice of role, a comment which left the actor visibly confused. He clarified that he had suspected Jihoon joined the production with a clear motive, believing he wouldn't have picked such a character otherwise. Jihoon replied that the character was simply that interesting, initially presenting as a good-natured, generous, and kind soul. He then highlighted the character's shocking transformation into a villain who betrays his colleague, a point the director agreed provided a powerful element of surprise. As the director casually lifted his glass, Jihoon observed his easygoing demeanor. Despite the man's kind gaze, Jihoon couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of nervousness in his presence. He quickly realized his anxiety was because he was sitting across from a celebrated director responsible for two separate films that had each sold over 10 million tickets. The rumors, Jihoon concluded, were absolutely true. The man possessed an incredible charisma. The director praised Jihoon's previous work in Theory of Death, complimenting his strong grasp of character and his natural sense of balance as an actor. He then expressed his gratitude for having an actor of Jihoon's caliber as a central pillar for the movie, a compliment Jihoon humbly deflected. Changing the subject, the director suddenly mentioned hearing that Jihoon's popularity had recently skyrocketed. The comment took Jihoon by surprise, prompting the director to reveal that Mr. Ko had been his source of information. He elaborated that Jihoon's drama collab was a massive hit overseas, its staggering 60% rating in the Middle East dwarfing even other successful shows. The director remarked that this success officially made Jihoon a part of the Korean wave, a label that left the actor flustered as he tried to downplay its significance. The director brushed aside his modesty, adding that he had even heard about an upcoming overseas tour accompanied by the broadcasting company itself. With a hearty laugh, he declared how much he was looking forward to working with a genuine international star. He then raised his glass, proposing they have a toast to celebrate the news. The director began the toast, dedicating it first to the future success of their film, The Reclaimers. He then concluded with a cheerful tribute to Seo Jihoon, the international star. Their glasses clinked together, sealing the moment with a celebratory cheer. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the sprawling terminals of Incheon International Airport. A white van was seen making its way through the airport's busy access roads. Inside, Mr. Ko marveled at the unpredictability of life, confidently telling Jihoon that this year was destined to be filled with good things for him. When Jihoon asked what he meant, his manager clarified he was referring to their impending visit to the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Ko gushed with excitement about their destination, Abu Dhabi, still in disbelief over Jihoon's popularity there and already making plans to sightsee and sample local liquor. Jihoon's attention, however, was captured by a massive crowd outside the terminal, and he asked his manager why so many people had gathered. Mr. Ko explained that someone had leaked the news about them filming a documentary, a revelation that made Jihoon realize the true scale of the crowd. His manager then confirmed his dawning realization: the entire throng of people consisted of fans who had come specifically to see the stars of collab. As their van pulled to a stop, it was immediately surrounded by a frenzied sea of fans and reporters. The air exploded with the high-pitched screams of fans, all desperately trying to get the actor's attention. One of Jihoon's co-stars emerged with a confident grin, waving to the adoring crowd as camera flashes lit up his face. The chaotic symphony of squeals and camera shutters grew even louder. Overwhelmed by emotion, the fans' screams of adoration echoed throughout the arrival hall. His female co-star gracefully reached a hand out towards her supporters. As she was mobbed, she made a private observation that the fan response was always significantly more intense when she was with her male co-stars. The fever pitch of the crowd showed no signs of abating, continuing to swell with frantic energy. A staff member's voice managed to cut through the din, calling out for the actress Hale. Looking completely drained from the ordeal, Hale finally made her way over and offered a tired greeting to Jihoon. A staff member noted how difficult it must have been to get through the crowd and quickly ushered the now assembled group to get moving. As they walked, Hale leaned in to whisper a rumor to Jihoon, claiming there was a chance they might even meet a Middle Eastern prince. Jihoon expressed his surprise, as he thought it was only a fan meeting, but she explained there was talk that they had been personally invited by the royal family. Her words were cut short as her eyes landed on a luxurious private jet parked on the tarmac, and she stammered in disbelief that it couldn't possibly be for them. As they stared at the opulent aircraft, a sudden, stunning realization began to dawn on them. The unbelievable scale of their welcome, capped off by the sight of a royal jet, made it terrifyingly clear that this was no ordinary promotional tour. On the luxurious private jet, Jihoon was fast asleep. Hale, lifting her glass, remarked that the gravity of their trip was finally starting to feel real. Jihoon, taking a bite of food, asked her to clarify, and she confirmed it was the reality of them heading to the Middle East. She glanced around the opulent cabin, admitting she had never experienced such a luxurious flight before. With a broad grin, she observed that they were being treated like esteemed guests of the state. Jihoon's manager chimed in, noting the high quality of the wine and speculating that their drama collab must have been more popular than they had ever imagined. However, their co-star, Woo-hyuk, warned them not to get their hopes up, suggesting the locals might not be so easily impressed. He dourly added that the higher their expectations were, the greater their eventual disappointment would be. Hale side-eyed him, wondering if he was deliberately trying to stir up trouble again. Annoyed, she glared at him and retorted that a private plane wouldn't have been sent if the show wasn't a massive hit. Woo-hyuk calmly explained that he didn't believe the plane was sent because of the drama, frustrating Hale, who then demanded to know why, prompting him to ask if she truly couldn't figure it out. He then pointed directly at Jihoon, stating with absolute certainty that it was because a member of the president's family was a huge fan of his. Jihoon looked up from his book, dismissing the idea and insisting the welcome was for their drama, but Woo-hyuk countered, asking why a fan meeting would be held just for him if it wasn't 100% because of his personal appeal. Changing the subject, Woo-hyuk leaned in to ask what Jihoon was studying so intently, to which he replied that he was practicing Arabic. Jihoon explained his desire to hold basic conversations, which seemed to amuse Woo-hyuk, who told him there was no need to try so hard when he was already so popular, a comment that left Jihoon perplexed. Woo-hyuk then abruptly declared he was going to sleep and warned Jihoon not to bother him, leading Jihoon to internally conclude that his co-star was simply acting out of jealousy. But then, a sliver of doubt crept into Jihoon's mind as he wondered what he would do if Woo-hyuk was right. He considered the possibility that if they were invited solely for the president's family, no amount of lavish treatment would make him feel genuinely happy about it. For a while, the cabin fell quiet as the actors and their staff rested within the jet's private lounge. Jihoon's mind, however, was racing with anxiety as he questioned if fans in the Middle East truly loved their drama and if anyone would actually show up just for him. His troubled thoughts were suddenly broken by his manager calling his name. Mr. Ko gently woke him, announcing that it was time to get up because they had finally arrived. The staff immediately began to prepare him, telling him he had to transform back into his famous character, Maestro Lim. The styling team moved efficiently, making final adjustments to the suits worn by both Jihoon and Woo-hyuk. As they stepped off the plane, Mr. Ko was awestruck, marveling at the incredible civilization that had bloomed before them. He excitedly pointed at the futuristic buildings, exclaiming that it felt like they had been transported to another world entirely. Jihoon tried to get his manager's attention, insisting that something far more important was happening right in front of them. The manager followed his gaze, his own words trailing off into a confused murmur. Lined up perfectly on the tarmac was a stunning fleet of black limousines, leaving them to wonder about the reason for such a grand display. A staff member hurried them along, and Jihoon reluctantly agreed, still trying to process the unbelievable scene. Their van door slid open, marking the beginning of their official welcome. Woo-hyuk, ever the performer, casually touched his forehead and gave a confident wink as he prepared to exit. In contrast, Jihoon took a steadying breath, silently telling himself that he needed to remain calm. As the two actors stood at the top of the jet staircase, they saw a formal delegation waiting to greet them on the ground. They began their careful descent, each footstep echoing lightly on the stairs. Jihoon took one final, deliberate step onto the tarmac. His body tensed as he suddenly flinched in disbelief. He was completely shocked to realize that the Deputy Prime Minister of the UAE had personally come to meet them. Jihoon offered a respectful Arabic greeting as he shook the official's hand, a gesture that was warmly returned. The Deputy Prime Minister expressed his pleasant surprise upon hearing Jihoon speak Arabic. Jihoon humbly stated he only knew the basics and thanked him for the invitation, but the official was too starstruck, exclaiming he couldn't believe Maestro Lim was standing right in front of him. The Deputy Prime Minister promised to give them an unforgettable experience, and Jihoon politely replied that they would also do their best to create lasting memories for their fans. With a gesture, the official then explained that his own people would be escorting them from that point forward. A woman named Layla stepped forward with a warm smile, introducing herself as the personal escort for both actors. Their assigned vehicle was a magnificent black luxury car, its front grille gleaming under the sun. Mr. Ko audibly gasped, wishing for such a car and gushing about the ridiculously nice seats before speculating wildly about its astronomical price. Once inside, Layla confirmed they were headed to the hotel but also informed them a dinner was scheduled for as soon as they arrived. She then turned to Jihoon and politely asked for a favor, requesting that he open his window as they approached the airport entrance. Jihoon began to question the odd request before a sudden realization dawned on him: the fans were waiting for them there. As the limousine drove on, the growing chatter of the crowd became a roar, and what Jihoon witnessed beyond the window was breathtaking. It was a scene straight out of an actor's wildest dream, a sea of screaming fans holding signs and chanting their names with overwhelming passion. As he waved to the adoring crowd, Jihoon felt a pure joy that no amount of lavish hospitality could ever hope to match. As the sun began to set, their motorcade finally arrived at a grand and beautifully ornate hotel. While walking through the lobby, Mr. Ko proposed they do a night shoot, pointing out that they had nothing else scheduled for the evening. He argued it would be a terrible waste to miss capturing the city's spectacular night view on film. Jihoon asked if the others were in agreement, and the crew immediately murmured their enthusiastic approval. Mr. Ko assured him that everyone was in top condition for filming, having taken a nap after unpacking their things. Layla considered the request, thoughtfully acknowledging that they were in the safest part of the entire Arab region. To their delight, she then announced the hotel would provide a limousine, before asking where they wished to go. Mr. Ko relayed Hale's peculiar desire to see a mammoth, a request that left Layla momentarily stunned and confused. A short while later, the group stood in silent awe before a truly gigantic and imposing structure. Jihoon stared up at the massive mammoth statue, completely taken aback by its incredible scale. Beside him, Hale beamed with delight as she glanced over in his direction. She twisted her hands nervously, seemingly working up the courage for what she was about to say. Getting his attention, she brought up their later plans to ride the massive Ferris wheel nearby. Jihoon confirmed he knew which one she meant and then asked her what she wanted to know about it. With a touch of shyness, Hale quietly asked if it would be possible for just the two of them to ride in a cabin alone. Hale clarified her bold request, insisting it be just the two of them, completely away from the cameras. Jihoon was taken aback, pointing out the obvious flaw in her plan since their entire purpose for being there was to film. She brushed off his concern with a confident smile, assuring him that she would take care of the crew. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the film crew stood clustered together, deep in their own conversation. Mr. Ko spotted Hale and waved, calling out to get her attention. As she approached, he looked at her with concern and asked if something was the matter. Hale pointed toward the giant Ferris wheel and proposed a brilliant idea, a test ride for just her and Jihoon before the official shoot began. She cleverly justified the request by noting they needed exterior shots anyway, suggesting she and Jihoon could use that time to practice their on-screen reactions. A surprised Mr. Ko stared at her, asking if he was included in this plan, to which she simply nodded with unwavering focus. Mr. Ko continued to stare, a slow realization dawning on him as he began to understand her true motive. He correctly deduced that she simply wanted to ride it twice, causing her to flinch before she enthusiastically confirmed his suspicion. The crew director chuckled to himself, figuring it was a harmless request if it brought her so much joy. Jihoon, however, felt a pang of guilt as he silently recalled a promise he had made. Just then, his co-star Sung-yoon nudged him, breaking his train of thought. Jihoon turned his head to see what Sung-yoon wanted. Waving dismissively, Sung-yoon explained that this was a perfect opportunity for him to make a move on Liziel and asked them to give him some space. As Sung-yoon walked away, Jihoon internally scoffed at how painfully obvious the man's intentions were. A moment later, Hale's cheerful voice cut through the air as she waved excitedly, announcing that it was finally their turn. As the cabin door slid shut, Jihoon confessed that it was his very first time riding a Ferris wheel, a revelation that clearly surprised her. Hale glanced over at him, her expression thoughtful as she processed his admission. Looking out at the breathtaking cityscape below, Jihoon remarked that their drama must have been a huge success to afford them such an experience. They both fell silent for a moment, equally mesmerized by the incredible view unfolding around them. After a while, Hale softly called his name, getting his attention. She then sincerely thanked him, crediting him for her role in collab, but he modestly deflected her gratitude, insisting her own talent had earned her the part. He then shifted the conversation, asking if she planned to continue pursuing her acting career. Hale confirmed that she wanted to but admitted she was worried it wouldn't be easy, which confused Jihoon since he believed she was enjoying herself. Clasping her hands, she explained that the real problem wasn't the acting itself, but rather her agency. She elaborated that her agency, Number Records, was primarily focused on singers and simply didn't have the expertise to manage actors effectively. Jihoon nodded in understanding, acknowledging how crucial proper management was and noting it was the same reason Woo Min was focusing on acting. Hale mused about how nice it would be if they could combine their agencies and then playfully suggested they ask for a collaboration. To her genuine surprise, Jihoon readily agreed it was a fantastic idea. Elated, she asked him to promise, adding that she wanted him in her next music video, which prompted him to offer his participation and ask about her upcoming song. An unexpected silence filled the small cabin. Jihoon looked at her, puzzled by her sudden hesitation. A deep blush spread across Hale's cheeks as she quietly revealed that her new song was a love song. He considered this, remarking that a love song would be a perfect fit for her beautiful voice. Taking a deep breath, Hale then asked if it would be alright for her music video to follow that same romantic concept. When he asked for clarification, she confirmed her intention: the two of them would portray a couple deeply in love. She then looked at him with vulnerable eyes, quietly asking once more if he would be okay with doing that. The following morning, Jihoon looked utterly drained as he went through his daily routine. While brushing his teeth, his mind replayed the previous night, unable to shake the memory of the undeniably romantic aura radiating from Hale. He fidgeted restlessly, grappling with the sudden and overwhelming possibility that she had feelings for him. A suave, internal voice chided him, pointing out that the details didn't matter since he had already turned down her confession so coldly. This imaginary critic clicked its tongue in sharp disapproval of his actions. Jihoon winced as he recalled his exact, dismissive words, that it was fine because it was all just acting. His thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Ko, who glanced at him and suddenly asked if his strange mood was because of Han Sebin. Mr. Ko began to voice his negative opinion of Han Sebin's fierce demeanor, but Jihoon quickly cut him off, desperately changing the subject by asking how his outfit looked. Unimpressed, Mr. Ko bluntly stated that he looked the same as he always did. Jihoon playfully reinterpreted this as cool as usual before confirming with Mr. Ko that today was the day of the big event. Mr. Ko affirmed that it was indeed the long-awaited day of the banquet held at the president's palace. Upon arrival, the crew murmured in astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the opulent surroundings. They gawked at the massive scale of the party, finding it hard to believe that the nation's president wasn't even in attendance. One of them mentioned hearing that Korean news outlets were going to cover their visit, marveling that they were making headlines just by attending a dinner. Another crew member joked that at this rate, they would soon join the ranks of Korean icons like Kimchi and Bulgogi in the famous Do You Know Club. Jihoon gently advised them to calm down and just enjoy the experience, reminding them they were surrounded by people far more famous. He gestured subtly toward a world-famous soccer player whose salary was astronomical. He then indicated a global businesswoman from the cover of Fortune magazine, emphasizing that every guest was at the absolute pinnacle of their field. Jihoon shared an old saying from Cannes and Hollywood, explaining that in a place packed with stars, even celebrities could feel like ordinary people. He took a deep breath, savoring the rare feeling of freedom that came from being in a space completely devoid of cameras. The lavish event was in full swing as the crowd of distinguished guests turned their attention toward the main stage. Standing awkwardly in the crowd, Jihoon worried that he had been too harsh in drawing a line with Hale the day before and wondered what he could say to fix it. Mr. Ko, noticing his anxiety, told him not to worry, confidently asserting that she seemed to have already bounced back from her disappointment. As if on cue, Hale appeared with a bright smile, enthusiastically offering Jihoon a piece of barbecue and proving Mr. Ko's assessment completely correct. Mr. Ko smirked, cheekily guessing that the delicious-smelling meat was probably camel. Jihoon took a bite, his eyes widening in surprise as he savored the unique and delicious flavor. Mr. Ko affectionately called Hale a weirdo before his eyes widened, spotting someone across the room and urgently telling Jihoon to look. Jihoon followed his gaze and was stunned to see the legendary director Stephen Cornelli, the mastermind behind the blockbuster film Pinpoint. Stephen Cornelli was a titan of the industry, an Academy Award-winning director and screenwriter whose work had achieved global acclaim. To Jihoon's utter surprise, he noticed the celebrated director was looking directly at him. With purposeful steps, the famous filmmaker began to make his way through the crowd toward them. A warm smile spread across Stephen Cornelli's face as he greeted Jihoon, expressing his pleasure at finally meeting the actor making waves in Abu Dhabi. An honored Jihoon firmly shook the director's outstretched hand, still in a state of disbelief. He humbly asked how a director of his stature knew who he was, to which Cornelli explained that a friend had highly recommended his film, Tarantula. When Jihoon asked who the friend was, Cornelli gave a playful wink and confirmed it was none other than their mutual acquaintance, Jeremy. Jihoon then inquired what brought the director all the way to Abu Dhabi, and Cornelli revealed he was there to meet with one of his movie's investors. He explained that each member of the powerful Nayeon family cultivated their own specific interests, ranging from music and sports to fine art. The director continued, revealing that among them was a major investor who possessed a profound passion for the film industry. With a glint in his eye, Stephen Cornelli unveiled the identity of this influential figure, Her Highness Princess Elena, a distinguished member of the royal family. Princess Elena observed that Jihoon didn't seem particularly shocked by her royal identity. He calmly explained that while he hadn't known for sure, he had harbored a feeling that one of the attendees was a member of the esteemed Nayeon family. Intrigued, the princess leaned in, asking him to elaborate on this feeling he had. Jihoon clarified that it was merely a hunch, based on the fact that she carried herself with an aura that was far from ordinary. Princess Elena expressed a hint of disappointment, confessing that she had been hoping for a more dramatic surprise. She then steered the conversation toward her business ventures, confirming what director Cornelli may have told him about her investments in television and film. The princess specified that her deepest interest lay in discovering talented actors and transforming them into international superstars. Jihoon cautiously asked what kind of talent she was referring to, and she defined it as individuals with the potential to succeed on a global stage. Her gaze then settled on him as she declared that he was exactly the kind of person she was looking for. A wave of disbelief washed over Jihoon as he stammered, asking if she was seriously offering to invest in his career on the spot. With a decisive nod, she confirmed her intentions, revealing she had seen his immense potential in the film collab and was now completely sure of it. The princess proclaimed that the Korean market was too small for him and made a bold promise to personally elevate him to the status of a world star. As the ambient chatter of the party continued around them, she proposed Hollywood as a starting point, even offering a role in a Stephen Cornelli production. With a confident smirk, she assured him not to worry about his current agency, casually mentioning she could simply purchase the entire company. Jihoon was stunned by the ease and confidence in her smile, pondering if this was the way of the truly super-rich. A disorienting thought floated through his mind as he realized the princess seemed to be looking for an expensive new doll to add to her collection. He mentally chided himself for the harsh phrasing but couldn't shake the feeling that his inner voice was correct. He weighed the staggering offer of massive financial support funded by an endless supply of oil money. With her backing, his success would be all but guaranteed, yet a deep sense of hesitation took hold. A profound question loomed in his mind as he wondered if a life paved with such ease was what he truly wanted. He quickly came to a conclusion: it probably wasn't, as his true ambitions were something far different. With his mind made up, Jihoon stood with his arms crossed, his posture radiating a quiet but firm resolve. He looked at the princess and respectfully informed Her Highness that he would have to turn down her extraordinary offer. She let out a short, sharp gasp of surprise, clearly not expecting his refusal. Jihoon began to explain his decision, stating that he was an actor first and foremost, and that an actor's primary duty is to act. He passionately declared his desire for people to recognize him purely for the merit of his performances. After a brief pause, the princess countered that he could still achieve that same recognition after entering Hollywood with her help. But Jihoon stood his ground, asserting his belief that authentic, powerful acting would eventually earn him recognition on its own, without the need for immense financial backing. He pointed out that the very fact that Her Highness had taken notice of his talent was proof of his method. He then added that his current presence in Abu Dhabi was further evidence of his acting's reach. Jihoon concluded his argument by asking if it wasn't his performance in Collab that had made all of this possible. The princess considered his words, asking if his artistic principles were truly more important to him than guaranteed money and success. When Jihoon asked her to clarify, she looked at him with newfound respect and stated plainly that she found him impressive. She praised him not only as a great actor but as an admirable human being as well. Laughing, she admitted he was the first person to ever reject her, but that it didn't feel bad at all, musing that it might be because she was his fan. Therefore, she declared that she would happily support him as a fan from that moment on, rather than as an investor. She then eagerly asked about his upcoming fan meet and concert, to which he promised an unforgettable experience, filling her with anticipation. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she cryptically hinted that a very wealthy fan might decide to invest after the next day's event, leaving Jihoon puzzled. A close-up highlighted Princess Elena's knowing smile, a silent promise of things to come. The scene then shifted, showing the grand, modern exterior of an airport terminal. The moment Jihoon stepped into the arrivals hall, he was engulfed by a chaotic storm of flashing cameras and shouting reporters begging for a comment. He reflected that upon his return, he had instantly become a member of the elite Do You Know Club, just as his friend Go-won had predicted. Hailed online as the catalyst for the Korean wave in the Middle East, his popularity in his home country exploded, causing his fan club website to crash under a flood of new registrations. The smooth hum of an engine filled the air as he was whisked away from the airport chaos in a private car. His manager, Mr. Ko, grinned, commenting on the insane public response, and Jihoon had to agree, noting that fan club numbers had increased by 1.5 times. Jihoon found it hard to believe all this had happened over a single week, but Mr. Ko reminded him of the news reports claiming their trip generated billions in diplomatic surplus. Mr. Ko excitedly told him to brace himself for an onslaught of job offers, stressing just how in demand he had become. The manager was confident that if they maintained this momentum, Jihoon would completely own the entertainment industry for the entire year. With a flourish, Mr. Ko confessed he was already daydreaming about the end-of-year award ceremonies. Jihoon offered a word of caution about counting their eggs before they hatched, prompting his manager to laugh and agree not to jinx their incredible luck. But as the car slowed to a halt, Mr. Ko's cheerful demeanor shifted to one of apology. Jihoon asked what was wrong, and Mr. Ko sheepishly admitted he felt guilty for dragging him straight to the office after a long flight when he clearly needed rest. However, Jihoon waved off the concern, reminding his manager that the casting for his next drama, The Reclaimers, had just been finalized. As he set his bag down, he stated with determination that he had to be ready if he didn't want to be overshadowed by the other talented actors in the cast. Their car pulled up to the agency's modern building, its roof adorned with sleek solar panels. The moment he walked through the door, a senior staff member greeted him with a booming voice, heralding the return of their global star. The man's face was alight with an ear-to-ear grin, radiating immense pride. He laughed boisterously as he pulled Jihoon into a bone-crushing hug, exclaiming that the actor seemed to shine more brightly every time he saw him. Surrounded by the enthusiastic clapping of his colleagues, Jihoon felt a bit overwhelmed by the hero's welcome. Mr. Ko gently massaged Jihoon's shoulders, sympathizing with his exhaustion but reminding him of his duty to greet the CEO, Ms. Seo. Another staff member confirmed that the CEO was waiting for him and gently guided him toward her office. The camera settled on a quiet corner of an office, where a lush monstera plant brought a sense of calm to the space. Inside, CEO Seo welcomed Jihoon with a warm smile and gestured for him to take a seat. He soon found himself seated on a plush couch, part of a serious meeting with the company's top executives. Ms. Seo shuffled some papers and announced she had 3 pieces of news, 2 good, and 1 potentially bad, and asked which he wanted to hear first. Jihoon requested the good news, learning that the final cast for the Reclaimers had been set and the script was officially complete. In response to his interest, she slid a file across the table, revealing the second piece of good news: a major investor had offered a substantial capital injection into their company. Leaning forward, Jihoon correctly guessed the investor was Layla El Hennet, prompting a surprised Ms. Seo to ask how he knew her. Jihoon gave a non-committal answer, but Ms. Seo simply waved her hand, deciding the details of their acquaintance didn't matter. She then moved on to the final item, asking if he was ready for the last piece of news, to which he braced himself and asked what it was. She informed him that the production team had already requested a significant script alteration. The CEO then dropped the bombshell, revealing they wanted to add a kissing scene between him and Hale, which made Jihoon's jaw drop in shock. Complicating matters further, Ms. Seo added that Hale had already agreed, casually remarking that it shouldn't be an issue since it was all just acting. 5 weeks later, the production was in full swing on the set of Song Hyeol's new music video, Secret Diary. A staff member gently patted Jihoon's shoulder, trying to offer some reassurance. The man then asked Jihoon if he was nervous about the upcoming scene, though he couldn't imagine why. He reminded Jihoon that the kiss was just acting, merely a peck, and questioned again why he wouldn't be at least a little anxious. Jihoon confidently stated he wasn't nervous at all but admitted he was unsure how Hale was feeling. The staff member began to reveal a tidbit he heard from Hyeol's stylist about this being her very first time, but he was cut short when someone called out Jihoon's name. Turning around, Jihoon politely greeted Mr. Kwon and confirmed that it was almost time for the outdoor portion of the shoot. Mr. Kwon explained he had come to see if Jihoon needed anything but noticed the actor was already prepared with mouthwash, which made him laugh awkwardly. Despite the slight awkwardness, Jihoon's professional readiness made him shine. Mr. Kwon reached out, remarking with admiration that Jihoon was truly a dedicated actor through and through. Jihoon checked his appearance one last time, and Mr. Kwon assured him he looked perfect. The manager expressed that there was nothing to worry about, as everyone knew Jihoon was a phenomenal actor, a compliment Jihoon graciously accepted. Yet, Jihoon couldn't shake his concern and asked Mr. Kwon if he was absolutely certain that Hale had personally approved the scene. Mr. Kwon dismissed the worry, simply stating that Hale was an adult now and it shouldn't be an issue. As he stood, he offered a solution, asking if it would make Jihoon more comfortable to just pretend to kiss her. He quickly added that while faking it from a different angle was an option, it wouldn't look nearly as good, though the actor's needs came first. Jihoon firmly shook his head, insisting he would do it properly as it was a crucial part of the story for her title song. The narrative shifted to explain that Secret Diary was Hyeol's upcoming title track, set for release after their eventful trip to Abu Dhabi. The song itself possessed a calm and sweet melody, yet her voice was imbued with a distinct and curious loneliness. It became clear this track was a deliberate strategy to evolve her public image from the fresh-faced nation's fairy to a young woman experiencing the sorrow of heartbreak. With a lowered gaze, Mr. Kwon revealed the surprising fact that she had composed the entire song in just 2 days. Jihoon was visibly startled by this incredible speed, and Mr. Kwon added that the song's recording session had been just as swift. He explained that this was just Hyeol's nature: when she felt a creative spark, she would dive into her work relentlessly, though this instance was particularly unusual. Jihoon turned his head, asking if something specific had happened in Abu Dhabi to trigger this, but Mr. Kwon simply laughed and feigned ignorance. Letting out a heavy sigh, Mr. Kwon then confessed his current worry, observing that Hale seemed completely frozen with stage fright. He explained that Hale had a tendency to get incredibly nervous whenever she became too aware of the cameras. Jihoon tried to be optimistic, mentioning she had always done well before, but Mr. Kwon insisted that her behavior this time was different. Scratching his head in thought, he surmised that she was likely so nervous because this was her very first kiss scene. A director's voice boomed across the set, asking what Hale was doing, to which she stammered that it was nothing. Nearby, Hale was seen sweating, her eyes fixed anxiously on a closed door. Mr. Kwon sighed in exasperation, using her behavior as proof of his concerns and expressing doubt about how the shoot could possibly proceed. Jihoon silently pondered why she would suddenly get nervous now, especially when there were so few scenes left to film. Then, the obvious reason hit him like a ton of bricks: she was about to kiss the very man who had coldly rejected her confession, and he realized he had brought this upon her. As whispers and murmurs floated around him, Jihoon overheard someone mention Hale's unique tendencies, making him question what they meant. Another staff member clarified that Hale had started her career as a singer before she ever became an actress. He continued, explaining that if she tried to act while feeling immense pressure from the cameras, her performance suffered. As a nearby door creaked open, the man concluded that she would revert to the robotic acting she had displayed at the very beginning of her career, leading Jihoon to wonder if her nervousness was an occupational hazard. The man nodded in agreement with Jihoon's thought, but another crew member pointed out that filming was about to begin and asked if there was any way to solve the problem. A confident grin spread across Jihoon's face as he announced that yes, there was a way. On the main set, a crew chief announced the arrival of the sprinkler truck, warning everyone that they had a limited water supply and there was no room for error. The director paused the preparations, halting his steps to ask where Mr. Jihoon was. Right on cue, Jihoon emerged, walking purposefully onto the set. The director bowed respectfully, thanking Jihoon for his hard work which had made the entire production run smoothly. However, after the pleasantries, the director turned to Jihoon with a serious question. He clasped his hands together and asked bluntly if Jihoon and Hale were in a relationship. Jihoon glanced over at a surprised Hale and calmly confirmed that they were, causing the director's eyes to widen in disbelief. He then quickly clarified that they had only agreed to be a couple for the day, just until they had finished shooting the scene. He looked to Hale for her part in the act, and she played along with a small laugh, reaching out to him. Jihoon began an internal monologue, reflecting on how actors sometimes allowed the emotions they manufactured for a role to become part of their real lives. He considered that, in very rare cases, the opposite could also happen, where an actor's genuine feelings for their co-star would affect their performance. In that situation, he believed, the actor had no choice but to completely ignore the cameras and become one with their character. He reasoned that to accomplish this, an actor must use their own emotions as material for the role, regardless of whether they could tell if those feelings were real or fake. Just then, the director's voice cut through the air, shouting for the scene to begin. As artificial rain poured down from the sprinklers, Jihoon thought about their shared duty as actors to pour every ounce of themselves into their performance. With water trickling down his face, he felt certain that Hale would realize after this was all over that the intense feelings of this moment would eventually fade. He told himself that they would both return to their normal lives after the shoot concluded. He offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. Slowly, he began to lean in closer to her. The director's voice finally boomed, "Cut." And the rain machine came to an abrupt halt. Hale immediately praised Jihoon's performance and asked about his upcoming movie, The Reclaimers. He confirmed his schedule would be packed, acknowledging with a hint of sadness that it would be difficult for them to see each other for a while. Hale then sincerely thanked him for putting up with what she called her childish behavior. In response, Jihoon warmly invited her to visit his movie set whenever she wanted and said she could even call him for personal reasons. He then proposed that they should continue to keep in touch and cheer each other on, but as good friends from now on. He looked at her earnestly, asking if she could do that for him. With a bright smile, Hale happily agreed to his terms. Later, in the car, Mr. Ko asked Jihoon how the shoot had gone, and the actor confirmed it had been a success. Mr. Ko marveled at Jihoon's incredible work ethic, impressed that he was already studying his next script without a moment's rest. Jihoon explained that the recently finalized cast list for The Reclaimers was so full of talented actors that it had made him nervous. He concluded with determination that every single second counted if he wanted any chance of keeping up with them. The camera panned over a sprawling metropolis, where countless skyscrapers formed a dense concrete jungle under the vast sky. Inside a car navigating the city streets, Mr. Ko praised Jihoon's impressive work ethic. However, he immediately followed with a warning, advising the actor that he needed to rest sometimes to avoid getting sick. Growing concerned by the lack of response, Mr. Ko asked if Jihoon was even listening, to which the actor flatly confirmed he was. Mr. Ko accused him of only pretending to pay attention, but Jihoon insisted he was listening before diverting the conversation by pointing out an incoming call. He then specified that the call was from the notable Ms. Yoon. Mr. Ko's demeanor shifted as he cheerfully answered the phone, asking Ms. Yoon how he could be of service. Ms. Yoon explained that she was calling with an offer and took a moment to ask how he was doing. After reporting that he was the same as always, Mr. Ko returned the pleasantry, prompting Ms. Yoon to reply that she was also well, thanks to him. Her attention then turned to the actor, as she warmly inquired about Jihoon and asked if he was nearby. Mr. Ko confirmed that Jihoon was right beside him, which Ms. Yoon declared was perfect, as she had news that both of them should hear. After Jihoon confirmed he could hear her over the speakerphone, Ms. Yoon remarked on how long it had been and asked if he had seen the finalized cast list. Jihoon lifted the script in his hands, confirming he was looking at it right now and commenting on how incredible all the actors were. Ms. Yoon chuckled, noting that the cast clearly reflected their substantial budget, to which Jihoon confessed that it made him quite nervous. She waved off his concerns with confidence, reminding him that his acting skills were renowned, prompting Jihoon to lean forward and thank her for the praise. She then got to the point, revealing that there were still several roles they hadn't managed to fill through traditional auditions. With that, she directly asked if either he or his agency, Yunha Entertainment, had someone they could recommend. Mr. Ko cautiously asked if a recommendation would guarantee a casting for their actor. Ms. Yoon clarified that it wasn't possible, explaining that they would instead hold a series of meetings with all the recommended candidates. Realizing this offer was being extended to all agencies, Mr. Ko listened as Ms. Yoon explained they could use the help, having already cast top stars for the other roles. The words unfilled roles hung in the air as Mr. Ko contemplated the opportunity. A thought surfaced about the common industry practice of production companies casting minor characters through agencies. This method allowed the production company to find high-quality actors without spending a fortune. Simultaneously, it provided the agency with a golden opportunity to launch one of its own promising talents. He knew that with the Reclaimers being a potential blockbuster, this would spark a bloody battle between new and unknown actors. The scratching of his pen on paper punctuated his realization that Ms. Yoon's call was the starting pistol for an intense competition among agencies. He understood her unspoken message: they were not to recommend anyone unless they possessed genuine talent. Ms. Yoon then added that she thought it would be a fun event, expressing a personal preference for a new face. She ended her proposition by pointedly asking if they understood the gravity of what she was implying. Mr. Ko mused on the difficulty of finding a rookie who wouldn't freeze up in front of top stars, before immediately praising Jihoon as an actor who had mastered his scenes from day one. As the car drove on, Mr. Ko laughed and boldly announced that they happened to have the perfect candidate, which clearly intrigued Ms. Yoon. Jihoon leaned over and urgently whispered to his manager, telling him to recommend a young woman named Yumi. Composing himself, Mr. Ko confidently relayed the name Nam Yumi over the phone, assuring Ms. Yoon she could expect great things from her. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a sun-drenched city street framed by tall, modern buildings. Inside a high-rise apartment, the sound of a grunt was heard as Jihoon pushed through a strenuous workout. Meanwhile, outside the building, Mr. Ko remarked to Yumi that Jihoon wasn't answering his phone as they walked toward the entrance. Mr. Ko, unfazed, decided they should just go upstairs, but a hesitant Yumi suggested they should wait, worried Jihoon might be asleep. He brushed off her concern, stating that Jihoon was always awake at this time and they could just use the entry code to get in. To distract her, he confidently asked if she had studied the script and found a role, reminding her this was a major opportunity for a big debut. When Yumi anxiously asked if she could really do it, Mr. Ko reassured her that with Jihoon's help, she had nothing to fear. He then encouraged her to be persistent, reminding her that Jihoon was her acting coach for the day and she should ask him anything she needed. A quiet series of beeps was followed by the soft click of an electronic lock disengaging on an apartment door. The door swung inward, revealing the bright, sunlit interior of a modern apartment. Mr. Ko's voice echoed through the space as he stepped inside and announced their arrival. He added that he had brought Yumi with him, acknowledging they were a bit early before calling out Jihoon's name again. Yumi stood frozen in the doorway, letting out a quiet gasp of awe at the scene unfolding before her. Just then, a shirtless Jihoon appeared, asking when they had arrived, and Mr. Ko confirmed it was just now before noting he must have been working out. Jihoon explained that he hadn't heard them enter because he was listening to a dialect lesson through his headphones, before casually greeting Yumi. A close-up revealed Yumi's eye, wide and completely dazed as she stared at her senior actor. Jihoon noticed her strange reaction, and Mr. Ko, equally puzzled, tried to get her attention. Snapping out of her stupor, Yumi flushed and quickly bowed, stammering a formal greeting to her sunbeam. Jihoon, seemingly unfazed, smiled and simply asked her how she had been. Mr. Ko dryly instructed Jihoon to go get dressed, joking that his presence was about to make Yumi pass out. Once everyone was settled, Jihoon began the coaching session by confirming Yumi knew about the available roles and stating his intention to recommend her. He immediately tempered this by clarifying that his recommendation was not a guarantee and that her own acting would have to secure the part. He then promised her that he would personally help her polish her audition until it was perfect. Getting down to business, he asked if she had practiced the script and which character she most wanted to play. When she pointed to a role in the script, Jihoon nodded with a smile, agreeing that he also felt that part would suit her. Satisfied with her choice, he proposed they begin their practice session right away. Yumi's face lit up with determination as she eagerly agreed. Jihoon directed her to open her script to scene 27-1, noting that it was the introductory scene for her chosen character. After a moment passed in silence, he looked at her quizzically, asking what she was doing since she still hadn't opened her script. Yumi hesitated, asking if he didn't need to look at his own script, pointing out that the complex scene involved over 5 characters. In response, a calm and knowing smile graced Jihoon's lips. He gently tapped his temple, confidently reassuring her that he was fine because he had already committed it all to memory. Jihoon confidently challenged her to throw any line at him, assuring her that he could take whatever she had. Still, Yumi was in a state of disbelief, internally questioning how he could have possibly memorized a scene involving 5 separate characters. She voiced her awe, calling him incredible and asking if other actors usually went to such lengths. Yumi reasoned that most actors struggled just to learn their own parts, which made Jihoon's feat all the more remarkable. Jihoon, however, casually brushed off the praise, suggesting that Yumi herself must have read the script quite a lot. He then perceptively noted that she had even gone so far as to study the scenes of other characters. When she asked how he knew, he explained that he had done the exact same thing when he landed his first role, studying everyone's parts to prepare. He encouraged her, stating that she was doing a good job and that this very method was how her acting would improve. The senior actor then shared his philosophy, explaining that acting was fundamentally about reacting to a stimulus, making it impossible to perform well by only studying one's own role. He emphasized the need to observe the subtle details of a scene partner, such as their breathing and the minute movements of their eyes. To achieve a natural reaction, he continued, an actor had to closely observe and understand their fellow actors' circumstances. In that sense, he praised Yumi, telling her she had the makings of a great actor, which made her heart swell with pride. Internally, Jihoon chuckled to himself, pleased with his sharp eye for spotting talent. Setting his self-satisfaction aside, he announced it was time to begin, directing their attention to scene 27-1 and asking Mr. Ko to read the stage directions. Mr. Ko readily confirmed he would. He began to set the stage, describing a night scene at the quayside, lit by a single lamp with the sound of calm waves in the background. Instantly, Jihoon's entire demeanor shifted into character as he menacingly asked what Yumi was looking at. As Yumi looked on, puzzled, he repeated the line with more force, accusing her of boring a hole into him with her gaze. He then adopted a taunting persona, asking if it was her first time seeing a crazy woman before revealing he was portraying the character Madame Song. Jihoon went on to explain that Madame Song played a central role within the cultural property reclaiming team. He promised that even though it wasn't his assigned part, he would make his performance feel as real as it would be on an actual set. Still embodying the abrasive character, he goaded a frozen Yumi, mockingly asking if she was unable to speak Korean. Yumi stumbled over her words, trying to form a response but found herself utterly speechless. An overwhelming wave of stage fright washed over her, and her body froze solid on the spot. She desperately tried to regain her composure, mentally urging herself to do as she practiced while squeezing the script in her hands. But a rush of nervous panic took hold, and she realized with a sinking feeling that she couldn't perform as she had rehearsed. Just then, Jihoon broke the tension with a sharp snap of his fingers. He snapped them again, his voice instantly changing to one of gentle concern as he addressed her by her character's name, Mija, asking if she was okay. Yumi halted, her mind reeling as she processed how his character had completely transformed in an instant. A worried expression crossed her face as she marveled at how her senior actor could perform with such incredible range. From the side, Mr. Ko watched the scene unfold with an expression of deep admiration. In her state of shock, the script slipped from Yumi's trembling grasp. She could only stand there, her mouth hanging open in complete astonishment. Jihoon glanced at her frozen form, wondering if perhaps his initial approach had been too intense for their first run-through. Observing her stiffness, he quietly decided to use his special ability to help her relax. A subtle, invisible energy began to flow from him in Yumi's direction. For a fleeting moment, a faint glow illuminated his eyes as he activated his power. An imperceptible flash occurred, and Yumi let out a soft gasp as the crushing anxiety suddenly lifted from her shoulders. She immediately apologized for her lapse and asked for another attempt, which Jihoon warmly granted while checking if she felt more settled. Yumi was amazed, the intense nervousness she had felt just a moment ago had been replaced by a profound sense of calm. A hopeful smile spread across her face as she began to believe that with Jihoon's help, she might actually land the role. Her determination flared anew, and she clenched her fist, eagerly declaring she was ready to try again. The story then jumped forward 1 month to the highly anticipated script reading for the new drama, The Reclaimers. Yumi and Mr. Ko walked side by side down a polished corridor. Mr. Ko remarked that they seemed to have arrived too early, but Yumi countered that being early was a good thing. He then explained a peculiar industry custom, noting that some actors intentionally arrived late as a sort of power play. Comparing it to how a guest of honor always arrived last, he predicted that some of the more famous actors would make a deliberately late entrance. Yumi mused that it must be a privilege of fame, prompting Mr. Ko to tease Jihoon for being a famous actor himself, a claim Jihoon humorously brushed aside. Jihoon then turned his attention to Yumi, asking if she recognized the building, and she confirmed it was her second visit since her audition. He offered her a reassuring smile, advising her not to be nervous and to simply perform the way they had practiced. Mr. Ko added his own encouragement, complimenting her vastly improved acting, which Yumi humbly attributed to Jihoon's excellent coaching. Yumi's expression then shifted to one of nervous anticipation as she turned to Jihoon, asking if he would really be there. Jihoon understood she was referring to Matsumoto Kenya and confirmed that he would probably be in attendance, as the entire main cast was expected. Yumi confessed her nervousness, gushing that Matsumoto Kenya was Japan's top actor and that she was a massive fan who had seen all of his work. She excitedly chattered about what she should do, asking if he would give her an autograph, and Jihoon kindly assured her that he likely would. Yumi's thoughts drifted to the renowned actor, noting that he was the sole Japanese performer in the otherwise all-Korean cast of The Reclaimers. As they stopped before the door to the reading room, she also remembered that it was his character that she had practiced against the most. She reached for the door handle, steeling herself for the battle of stars that awaited inside. The heavy door creaked open, slowly revealing the room filled with industry giants. A confident smile graced Yuma's lips as she realized that in order to succeed, she would have to outsmart this very man. Jihoon cordially greeted Mr. Matsumoto, and the two men shook hands, expressing mutual pleasure at their meeting. Impressed, Jihoon immediately complimented the Japanese actor on his excellent command of the Korean language. Mr. Matsumoto explained that his proficiency stemmed from a long-standing interest in Korean cinema and a personal dream to collaborate with Korean actors. He continued, revealing that this project was the fulfillment of that dream and that he had been particularly eager for an opportunity to work with Jihoon himself. Jihoon was taken aback by the personal praise, prompting Matsumoto to explain that he had thoroughly enjoyed Jihoon's performance in Theory of Death. The Japanese star declared it the best thriller he had seen in some time, describing Jihoon's acting as nothing short of perfect. Jihoon humbly downplayed his own performance, but Matsumoto quickly assured him that he was not exaggerating his admiration. In fact, Matsumoto doubled down, sincerely insisting that Jihoon's acting had been truly flawless. With a polite apology for taking up his time, Matsumoto excused himself to allow Jihoon to greet others, reaffirming how much he looked forward to their collaboration. A subtle cough from nearby broke the moment, drawing Jihoon's attention. Jihoon quietly confessed to his spiritual companion that while flattering, the praise was also embarrassing, and he noted a distinct shift in the room's atmosphere. The ethereal being confirmed his observation with a simple affirmation. His guide explained that despite their feigned indifference, everyone's attention was now centered on him, a sentiment Jihoon acknowledged while feeling he didn't deserve it. The spirit advised that while humility was a virtue, a man should also learn to enjoy such envy, but Jihoon reiterated that he truly felt undeserving of the spotlight. He looked around the room, internally remarking that every role was being played by one of Korea's most celebrated actors. It was a true battle of stars, and he wondered how he had earned a place among them, realizing in a dazzling moment that his dream was finally becoming reality. The weight of this realization caused his heart to pound in his chest more intensely than ever before. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name, breaking through his reverie. The same voice then jokingly accused him of being deliberately ignorant of their presence. A bright smile spread across Jihoon's face as he realized that the veteran actor, Mr. Kong, was also part of the cast. Jihoon greeted Mr. Kong warmly, and the older actor returned the sentiment, teasingly asking if stardom had made Jihoon forget him since their last project together. Jihoon playfully refuted the claim by reminding Mr. Kong that had called him just the day before, prompting the veteran to admit he was only joking. However, Mr. Kong then noted that Jihoon did seem to be a world star now, referencing how Japan's top actor had just called his acting perfect, though Jihoon dismissed it as mere politeness. Mr. Kong hummed thoughtfully, lifting his gaze as he countered that he believed Matsumoto's praise had been quite sincere. Jihoon then noticed the older actor's intense gaze fixed upon him and questioned the reason for the stare. After a moment of scrutiny, Mr. Kong gave him a light pat on the shoulder and declared that he had passed his silent test. He explained his surprise, admitting he had expected Jihoon to be completely frozen with nerves, but observed that his prior experience seemed to have calmed him. Jihoon let out a small laugh, confessing that in all honesty he was incredibly nervous, which prompted Mr. Kong to ask for the rest of his thought. He revealed that he was simply acting as if he wasn't nervous, and with that, he excused himself to go and greet the other actors in the room. A slightly surprised Mr. Kong simply agreed, watching him go. As he moved through the room, Jihoon's nervous heart pounded heavily in his chest. He could feel the wary glances from esteemed actors like Jeon Ji-won and Choi Hee-won following his every move. He also registered the watchful eyes of others, such as Kim Myung-kwon, who offered a faint smile. He took a deep breath, choosing to interpret their scrutiny not as judgment, but as an acknowledgement of his own acting skills. Projecting confidence, he formally introduced himself to the entire cast, apologizing for the delay and expressing his eagerness to work with everyone. The story then jumped forward 3 hours, to the moment the script reading concluded. The door creaked open as Jihoon stepped out into the hallway, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He felt he had done his best during the reading, yet a nagging sense of dissatisfaction lingered. He specifically recalled Matsumoto's unique acting style, which seemed to convey emotion through breath alone, drilling the feelings directly into him. Despite his self-critique, a smile touched his lips as he concluded that the experience had been genuinely fun. At that moment, a glance over his shoulder revealed someone approaching him from behind. It was Mr. Matsumoto, who commended Jihoon on a job well done, adding that his performance was as good as he had expected. Jihoon began to offer his thanks, but Matsumoto cut him off, his expression suddenly turning serious as he declared his intentions. The Japanese actor declared with a playful laugh that he would have to put his guard up to ensure Jihoon didn't outshine him. Jihoon chuckled to himself as Matsumoto walked away, interpreting the friendly warning as a high compliment. Just then, he felt a gentle poke on his back and turned to see Yumi addressing him as her senior. He praised her for her good work during the reading and then asked how she felt about her own performance. Yumi expressed her uncertainty, but Jihoon immediately reassured her that she performed perfectly without a hint of nervousness, just as they had practiced. Shifting the topic, Yumi then marveled at his own performance, asking him how he managed to be so good, which caught him off guard. She explained with a small laugh that she felt as though she were looking at a genuinely evil villain right before her eyes. Before he could respond, she added that his acting felt so real it was as if the cameras were already rolling. Jihoon let out a puff of laughter, clarifying if her strange compliments meant she thought his acting was good. She of course confirmed that it was, and seeing that everyone else was leaving, they decided it was time for them to head out as well. As they were about to depart, a man called out to Jihoon, who recognized him as the writer, Mr. Lim. The writer, Lim Un-soo, invited them to walk together, assuming they were both heading to the after-party, an offer Jihoon's group gladly accepted. While they walked, Mr. Lim posed a question to Jihoon, asking if he was aware of something specific about his role. He revealed that he was referring to Jihoon's character, Jet, confessing that it was the character he had been most unsatisfied with while writing the script. He elaborated that in every script, there was always one lackluster character, but he praised Jihoon for bringing that very character to vibrant life. The writer noted that Jihoon had changed a few of the lines on his own, quickly clarifying that he wasn't complaining but had actually loved the improvements. He gratefully told Jihoon that he had successfully completed the character that he, the writer, had all but given up on. Mr. Lim then shared a personal sentiment, explaining that this collaborative magic was the very reason he made movies. He explained his belief that actors fill the gaps he cannot, and he encouraged Jihoon to continue taking such creative liberties. The writer admitted he found it deeply satisfying, and after Jihoon promised he would, they exchanged heartfelt thanks, each feeling grateful for the other. A wave of validation and excitement washed over Jihoon. Changing the subject to the impending after-party, Mr. Lim asked Jihoon if he could hold his liquor, to which Jihoon replied that he was a decent drinker. The writer remarked that this was a good thing, as it appeared a certain alcohol-loving actor had taken a keen interest in him, piquing Jihoon's curiosity. Mr. Lim revealed the actor in question was none other than the famous Kim Myung-kwan. He advised Jihoon to make a good impression at the party, noting that the veteran actor had drawn a cumulative audience of around 70 million viewers. The writer finished with a knowing smile, observing that Mr. Kim already seemed quite smitten with Jihoon's talent. Jihoon and the others arrived at Yeonam Barbecue for the after-party. A cheerful greeting welcomed them as they stepped inside the bustling restaurant. The writer, Mr. Lim, observed that they had arrived a bit late, as all the prime seats were already occupied, and he resolved to find a decent spot for himself somewhere. However, one of Jihoon's companions quickly spotted a perfect, open seat across the room. Just then, the legendary actor Kim Myung-kwan called out to Jihoon, revealing that he had been saving a place for him at his table. Jihoon approached the table and apologized for his late arrival, asking if they had already begun the meal. Mr. Kim assured him they had just arrived as well, gesturing towards the sizzling grill and remarking on how delicious the meat looked. Jihoon's gaze locked onto the veteran actor, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and focus. The writer, Mr. Lim, immediately offered to take over cooking duties for Mr. Kim. The white-haired actor was just about to pick up a piece of meat with his tongs. He warmly insisted that Mr. Lim call him Hyungnim instead, joking that being formally addressed as Mr. Kim made him feel even older than he was. Mr. Lim chuckled and readily agreed, addressing the esteemed actor with the more familiar title. Turning his attention to Jihoon, Mr. Kim directly praised his performance, stating it was remarkably impressive for such a young man. A bead of nervous sweat trickled down Jihoon's face as he humbly deflected the compliment, insisting he still had a long way to go compared to a master like him. Mr. Kim modestly claimed his own acting wasn't anything special, but rather a skill honed through long years of experience, even admitting he struggled to keep up with modern talent. A nearby actor playfully complained, pointing out that Myungkwan had just given all the best pieces of meat to Jihoon. With a hearty laugh, Mr. Kim feigned surprise at his own oversight and promised to cook more for everyone. The other actor grumbled about being hungry, wryly noting that Myungkwan still had a habit of treating people according to their acting prowess. Mr. Lim leaned in and told Jihoon that this was a sign of high praise, explaining that the veteran actor must truly like him, as this focused attention was unusual behavior. The writer then prodded Mr. Kim for a more detailed opinion on Jihoon's acting, pushing past his slight annoyance at being asked again to request his signature comparison. He specifically asked the veteran actor what kind of animal Jihoon's performance had reminded him of that day. After a moment of thought, Mr. Kim declared that Jihoon's acting had been like a leopard, both fierce and intensely threatening. Jihoon gratefully accepted the high praise, only for Mr. Lim to immediately turn the tables and ask for his critique of Mr. Kim's acting. Taken aback, Jihoon questioned if they were seriously asking for his opinion on the master actor's performance. Mr. Kim leaned forward encouragingly, insisting that these moments called for honest, even scathing, critiques. A thoughtful silence fell over Jihoon as he carefully considered his response. He began to mentally deconstruct the performance of a legendary actor who had drawn a cumulative audience of 70 million. He recalled how, while all the other actors on set were burning like bright torches, Mr. Kim had instead been meticulously refining the powerful emotions that were bubbling up from within. Jihoon articulated that he could feel the raw determination and desperation of a man driven to the edge of a cliff. He concluded his analysis with a powerful metaphor, describing the performance as being like a wild beast facing its own death. Mr. Kim thoughtfully repeated the phrase, clearly intrigued and impressed by Jihoon's insightful interpretation. Jihoon momentarily faltered, worried he had made a strange analogy, but the veteran actor quickly reassured him that it was an interesting and accurate description. Myungkwan praised Jihoon not just for his acting but for his sharp analytical eye, before skillfully changing the subject and urging everyone to eat the freshly cooked meat. A series of telling glances were exchanged between the actors at the table. Someone light-heartedly offered Jihoon another piece of meat before admitting they were just kidding and encouraging the whole table to continue doing their best. His gaze steady, Jihoon raised his glass in a silent toast. He then took a respectful sip from his drink. With a deep bow, he affirmed his commitment to the project, looking forward to working with everyone. The scene shifted forward 2 weeks, landing on the active film set of The Reclaimers. Jihoon was flipping through the pages of his script, reviewing his lines. A heavy sigh escaped him as he tried to focus. His manager, Mr. Ko, noticed his demeanor and asked him what was wrong. Mr. Ko initially tried to brush it off, telling Jihoon not to worry about it. But Jihoon persisted, sensing something was amiss and urging his manager to tell him what was going on. Relenting, Mr. Ko admitted that he hadn't wanted Jihoon to find out, but their upcoming filming schedule had just been abruptly changed. He lamented that with a production filled with so many top stars, there were bound to be a lot of conflicting opinions and demands. When Jihoon asked if the changes were inconvenient for them, Mr. Ko grimly confirmed that they had been pushed to the longest wait times. The manager theorized that it was likely a power play, a battle of wills between a few of the other lead actors. He explained that for them, manipulating the schedule was a way to assert their value, but before he could offer to protest, Jihoon calmly instructed him to accommodate the changes. Mr. Ko turned to his actor in complete surprise. He argued that it would be best to stand up for themselves, expressing concern that the longer wait times would be harder on Jihoon. Jihoon simply turned away, reaffirming that there was no need to waste their energy on such trivial conflicts. He then made a light-hearted joke, claiming that he wasn't affected by waiting thanks to his meditation on the power of eternal truth. Still, Mr. Ko fumed, flipping through the new schedule in frustration, feeling that the other actors were showing Jihoon a complete lack of regard. Jihoon, however, calmly considered the situation, recognizing the immense scale of the 30 billion won blockbuster and its 7 household name stars. He deduced that in a film of this magnitude, any actor who didn't deliver would have their scenes cut, realizing this power play was a deliberate trick to throw him off his game. Though he didn't know who was behind it, he saw their intentions with perfect clarity, a surge of resolve causing him to clench his fist. A sharp knock echoed on the door of his waiting room. A staff member called out that Mr. Seo, his character, was on standby, and Jihoon calmly acknowledged the summons. As he slid the door open, he resolved to let his rivals try their best to undermine him. He walked out with quiet confidence, firm in his belief that a true actor speaks through their performance alone. In his mind, the path forward was clear: he would simply beat them with his acting. An intense, fiery aura flared around him as he strode purposefully towards the set, ready for the battle to begin. The set for the blockbuster film The Reclaimers was a chaotic flurry of activity. Quiet footsteps echoed through a hallway as someone made their way toward a waiting room. A sharp knock sounded twice against a closed door. A staff member called out to an actor named Kyul, informing her that she only had 10 minutes of standby left and needed to wrap things up. Inside, the actress Lim Kyul turned to her manager, scoffing at the notion of punctuality and framing it as a battle of wills. She argued that it was considered polite to arrive 5 minutes late for a 9 o'clock call time, fidgeting with her accessories as she spoke. While scratching her head, she reminded her manager of the importance of her on-set image and the staff's opinion of her. She acknowledged the gossip surrounding the recent schedule change but confidently dismissed it, huffing that there was nothing anyone could do. A smug grin spread across her face as she questioned if the production would really fire a talented actor like herself, declaring her intention to enjoy her last 5 minutes. Her manager relented with a sigh, agreeing to her tardiness for just this one time as she praised him for his compliance. She then instructed her manager to go ahead and tell the crew she would be right there. Alone for a moment, Lim Kyul allowed a self-satisfied smile to grace her lips. Elsewhere, a soft sigh escaped someone's lips in a different waiting room. While being prepped by a stylist, a woman nervously gnawed on her lower lip. Her stylist anxiously asked if she disliked the earrings, but the actress coldly stated that since the director insisted, she had no choice but to wear the ugly things. A profile view captured the actress, revealing her as Lim Kyul with her long black hair and a prominent green earring. She fidgeted as she wondered how she could possibly stand out among the 7 top-tier actors cast in the film. Scowling, she recalled the initial script reading and silently admitted that her co-stars were all incredibly impressive. Her thoughts narrowed onto one person in particular, deciding she had to defeat Seo Jihoon first if she wanted to survive. She chuckled darkly to herself, realizing that at the current rate, all the attention would inevitably be focused on him. Her hand tightened into a fist as she forcefully reminded herself of her own identity as Lim Kyul. A chilling aura surrounded her as she vowed that she had absolutely no intention of being relegated to a minor role. Meanwhile, back on the main set of The Reclaimers, filming was in full swing under a strict rule of silence. The vast room was filled with the film crew, their cameras and monitors all focused on the scene. A staff member turned to his colleague, pointing out that something seemed strange. When his colleague asked what he meant, the man noted that the other lead actors were still on set despite having finished their scenes long ago. The second staffer explained that they were likely sticking around to observe how the other actors performed. The first man was unconvinced, questioning why they would remain for 7 hours when filming was nearly finished for the day. An air of unspoken tension suddenly thickened on the set. The second staffer playfully smacked his colleague, chiding him for suggesting they had seen enough when the most important scene was yet to come. The skeptical staff member turned away, still pondering the unusual atmosphere. He couldn't shake the feeling that the entire situation was incredibly strange. A silent thought acknowledged the unspoken truth that actors often considered the film set a battlefield. Seo Jihoon took a calming breath and stepped forward, ready for his scene. In front of the watchful eyes of the entire cast and crew, he reached out as his character. It was in moments like these that an actor summoned superhuman focus, giving their absolute all to deliver a perfect performance. The reality was that Seo Jihoon had been forced to wait on standby for 7 grueling hours just to shoot this one short scene. Despite the deliberate attempt to exhaust him, he sat there effortlessly, the very embodiment of his character, Manhwa. He turned to ask if they were ready to begin, but a crew member asked him to hold on for a moment to check a few final things. An uncomfortable stillness settled over the actors waiting to begin. Jihoon's inner voice remarked that, in his role as the villain, he looked incredibly dangerous at that moment. He maintained his character's intense glare, his focus unbroken. His inner thoughts then apologized for the momentary distraction, waving away the thought to continue his preparation. He glanced sideways, reasoning internally that a villainous role naturally required him to look scary. His focus then shifted to the actress opposite him, noticing her angry expression and wondering if he had done something wrong, though his inner voice assured him she probably wasn't angry with him. He stared at her, inwardly questioning who else her anger could possibly be directed toward. The voice explained that she was furious with herself, having orchestrated the schedule change to intimidate him, only to now feel that she was the one falling behind. When his inner voice questioned if he would retaliate, Jihoon decided against it, reflecting that acting wasn't something one did alone. He acknowledged his dislike for her selfish actions but compartmentalized it, believing they had to work together for the scene, though he fully intended to steal the show. Lim Kyul coldly asked what he was looking at, and he replied calmly that he was just admiring her earrings, telling her they suited her. His words made her pause as he added that she was a perfect match for the image of her character, Yoon Bak-hee, that he had in his mind. She let out a small laugh, admitting that he was so convincingly in character as Manhwa that she had genuinely become tense with fear. Jihoon calmly asked if he should take that as a compliment. Kyul then probed, asking if he hated her for the trouble she'd caused, but he simply laughed, saying there was nothing to hate and he was just happy to be working with her. She called him sly, prompting him to ask if that too was a compliment, to which she defiantly confirmed it was. A crew member interrupted, announcing they were starting now and confirming if the actors were ready, receiving an enthusiastic yes from both. With a bright smile, Kyul said she looked forward to working with him, and Jihoon warmly agreed, expressing his hope they could make a great movie together. The assistant director raised the clapperboard, calling out Scene 21, Take 1. The director's voice boomed across the set, signaling for action to begin. Jihoon took a deliberate step forward, initiating the scene's movement. His co-star greeted him, reaching out a hand as per the script. After the scene wrapped, another actor sat down next to Jihoon, marveling at how much his acting had improved, prompting Jihoon to humbly state that he learns best through practice. When Jihoon seemed confused by a question, the actor clarified, asking how he managed to get on Lim Kyul's good side, but Jihoon just vaguely replied they talked about various things. Eager to change the subject, Jihoon asked how the other senior actors had liked their scene, as he hadn't spoken to them yet. The actor confirmed that everyone loved it, starting to mention what an actor named Myungkwon thought before trailing off. Jihoon glanced around, suddenly realizing that Myungkwon was no longer with the group. They spotted him staggering away in the distance, and the other actor joked that he must have urgently needed the restroom, suggesting they talk to him later. But then, Myungkwon suddenly jolted upright, his face a mask of terror as someone nearby asked him what was wrong. The veteran actor was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of phantom emotions, fear, despair, and immense suffering. He trembled uncontrollably while gasping for breath, completely bewildered by what was happening to him. He possessed powers that allowed him to perceive the emotions of others. These abilities constantly exposed him to a torrent of anxiety, ill will, and raw hatred. He had long believed that he had witnessed the full, dark spectrum of negative human feelings. But as he staggered forward, he realized he had never encountered an energy as profoundly despairing as this. Another actor called out to the retreating figure, asking where he was going and mentioning that he also needed to use the restroom. Jihoon watched the man's bewildered expression, noting that he looked as though he had just seen a ghost. A shadowy figure loomed at the far end of the corridor as Jihoon took a deliberate step forward. His determined footsteps echoed down the empty hallway. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, his attention caught by a faint yet distressing sound. Realizing it was the sound of someone groaning, he quickened his pace and called out for Mr. Kim Myung-kwan. The other actor frantically tried to dissuade him, insisting that it was a staff member inside, not Mr. Kim. Convinced he recognized the voice, Jihoon announced he was going inside, only for the man to argue that Mr. Kim was simply drunk. He further explained that the veteran actor had just consumed too much alcohol and was trying to protect his public image. The man pleaded with Jihoon to wait just a little longer before using the restroom. From behind the closed door, the strained, pained gasps for air continued. The sound was horribly familiar, evoking the memory of his grandmother swallowing her pain as she succumbed to cancer. A grim realization dawned as he recalled the sight of Myung-kwan's sunken cheeks and dry lips. He now understood that these were the final, fading signs that appeared just before the embers of life were extinguished. He silently despaired, wondering why the revered actor had to push himself to such an agonizing extent. Ignoring the other actor's protests, Jihoon knocked and called out to Mr. Kim, asking if he was okay. Myung-kwan's voice finally came from within, acknowledging that it was indeed Jihoon. The older actor urged him to stop overreacting and assured him he would be out in just a minute. The red-haired man stared anxiously at the closed bathroom door. When Myung-kwan emerged, he joked that they were making a scene and insisted that he was perfectly fine. A heavy, unspoken tension filled the air between the three men. Jihoon's intense gaze locked onto the veteran actor's eyes, seeing a truth that could no longer be hidden. Myung-kwan then quietly confessed he had stage 4 pancreatic cancer, a revelation that left the other actor utterly stunned. When his colleague questioned the decision to reveal his secret, Myung-kwan simply stated that it couldn't be hidden forever. Shifting the somber mood, Myung-kwan then turned to Jihoon and asked him how he truly felt about acting. Jihoon admitted his deep love for the craft, a sentiment Myung-kwan shared, adding that acting was what made him feel alive. The senior actor mentioned how much he enjoyed their shoot that day, telling Jihoon he could sense a powerful will in his performance. He described it as a will so strong it could catch fire, reminding him of the passion he once had in his youth. With a heavy heart, he gently lowered his hand and revealed that this would likely be his last film. He requested they keep his condition a secret for the time being, as he wanted to live as an actor until his final moments, a promise Jihoon readily made. A bright, determined smile spread across Jihoon's face as he promised Mr. Kim he would act with everything he had. Myung-kwan laughed warmly at the young man's conviction, advising him to just keep going as he did today, relaxed and absorbed in the moment. The narrative then jumped forward 1 month, to the sprawling open-air set of their movie, The Reclaimers. For the scene, Jihoon's character brutally pinned Myung-kwan's character to the ground, holding a sharp piece of glass to his throat as cameras rolled. This intense sequence was a direct adaptation of an image from the original source material. The reference picture depicted a similar standoff, with a gun pointed at an older man's head as he desperately tugged at his tie. The director's commanding voice suddenly echoed across the set, calling cut and ending the take. The crew erupted in praise, agreeing that the scene was perfect and thanking both actors for their incredible work. As they recovered, Jihoon kindly offered to help the senior actor rise from the dusty ground. Myung-kwan, however, suggested they remain on the ground for a little while longer. Jihoon readily agreed, plopping down beside him and offering to give him a massage while they rested. Though Myung-kwan initially brushed off the offer, Jihoon insisted he was skilled and pointed out how rough the action scene had been on their bodies. The veteran actor finally relented, and Jihoon enthusiastically prepared to begin. Jihoon noted with growing worry how Myung-kwan's health was visibly deteriorating the longer filming continued, doubting his body could last. A spiritual presence confirmed his thoughts, asking if he planned to use his powers, to which Jihoon silently agreed, knowing that pain directly affected emotions. His guide acknowledged it was a good, though temporary, solution and warned him to focus, as extracting such negative energy would be a difficult task. With newfound resolve, Jihoon reached out, his hand hovering over Myungkwan's shoulder. The older man began to voice his skepticism, questioning how much relief a simple massage could possibly provide. But as soon as Jihoon began, Myungkwan's doubts instantly dissolved into a state of pure, melting bliss. Nearby crew members watched the heartwarming scene, remarking on how friendly the two had become and how Mr. Kim seemed to be in no pain at all. Someone nearby noticed Lim Kyul raising her phone, realizing she was about to take a photograph. She confirmed their suspicion, explaining that it was too good a moment not to capture. The soft, distinct click of her phone's camera shutter preserved the quiet memory. Later, the steady hum of a car engine filled the air as they departed from the film set. His fellow actor, Ko Suchul, glanced at Jihoon admiring the photo on his phone and teasingly asked if he should have gotten it signed. Jihoon smiled, agreeing that he should have and vowing to ask Mr. Kim for his signature the next time they met. Suchul's tone then grew serious as he tried to get Jihoon's attention. He cautiously broached a difficult subject, explaining that something had happened that wasn't directly related to Jihoon but was still important. He urged Jihoon to check the entertainment news on his phone, telling him he would understand once he saw it. Jihoon's expression hardened as he correctly guessed it was another scandal, a fact Suchul grimly confirmed. An article from an Entertainment X-file was displayed on the screen, its headline scrutinizing the character of top actress Han Sebin. A second report detailed allegations of a Ms. H receiving a 1 billion won sponsorship for an advertising contract. Suchul explained the massive fallout, noting that Sebin's agency was suing and she had escaped to her vacation house to avoid the press. Hearing this, a sense of urgency seized Jihoon, who immediately asked for the location of her retreat. In the late 2000s, a veritable Pandora's box known as the Celebrity X-Files had once caused a massive stir throughout Korea. These were notorious secret tabloids circulated within the financial world, designed to spread any rumors that could be profitable. In truth, they were a collection of confidential documents that had been created by an advertising agency for the purpose of investigating celebrities. The most recent scandal, dubbed sponsorship broker Mr. As Ledger, had specifically targeted 4 famous individuals, Hong Yurim, Jihoon Seo, Park Jun, and one other. The final name on that list was Han Sebin, Korea's reigning top actress. But while the entire nation was buzzing over a scandal that exposed such dirty laundry, the actual target of the controversy was the very picture of peace. Sebin casually swiped through her phone, dismissing the article as old, lame gossip. She mused to herself that if her detractors truly wanted to tear her down, they should have come up with something more creative. A heavy sigh escaped her lips, a clear sign of her boredom with the whole situation. The public, however, was no longer so easily fooled and immediately set out to determine whether this suspicious scandal was true or false. In response, Han Sebin's agency swiftly made an official statement, unequivocally declaring the sexual favor rumors to be groundless and vowing a strong legal response. Sebin scoffed at their bold move, wondering if they understood the times they were living in, just as her assistant asked if she had called for her. She clarified that she was merely talking to herself, which prompted her concerned friend to ask if she was really okay. Her assistant pressed on, acknowledging that while not many people would believe the rumors, there would still be harsh comments, and she offered to stay the night so Sebin wouldn't be alone. Sebin confidently reassured her friend that she was fine, explaining this wasn't her first time dealing with such a thing and that she would treat it as a few days' vacation, though her assistant still urged her to call if she needed someone to talk to. A moment later, her friend noticed the ingredients on the counter and questioned how many packets of noodles she was planning to make. Sebin insisted it was just one, then cheekily asked if her friend wanted some, only to be reminded about her award ceremony in 2 weeks with a stern warning not to drink the broth. She protested dramatically, exclaiming that mixing rice into the broth was the best part, but her friend immediately shut her down by listing the calorie and sodium counts. Feigning defeat, Sebin declared she wouldn't eat at all, which made her friend quickly backtrack and joke that on a day like this, she should eat whatever she wanted. The assistant added a final condition with a sly grin, telling Sebin she would just have to do twice as much cardio the next day, a comment that gave the actress pause. Sebin then announced she would have to make 2 packets after all, leading her friend to exasperatedly ask if she was sure she would fit into her dress. With a knowing smile, Sebin clarified that the second serving was not for her. She explained that a close guy friend was coming over, and her assistant's eyes lit up as she correctly guessed it was Mr. Jihoon. As if on cue, the doorbell chimed, causing her friend to remark that they had spoken of the devil. Her assistant then bluntly asked Sebin to be honest about whether she and Jihoon were dating, a notion Sebin immediately dismissed, though her friend remained playfully unconvinced. The friend offered to get out of their way, but Sebin insisted she stay, prompting the friend to challenge her back, asking how long she would be satisfied with just being friends. Sebin firmly stated that there was nothing between them, a denial her friend met with a knowing, disbelieving look. Just then, Jihoon entered with a greeting, and a flustered Sebin quickly introduced her friend as a lawyer from her agency. The lawyer friend noted that only a celebrity could truly understand another's heart, pointing out that Jihoon was the very first person to visit Sebin since the scandal broke. Jihoon expressed his surprise at being the first, which led the friend to comment on how lucky Sebin was to have a boyfriend who would rush to her side in a time of crisis. Sebin cried out in protest, but her friend simply observed that the feelings appeared mutual before directly asking Jihoon if he had feelings for the actress. With a cheerful wave, the friend wished him luck for the day and promised that no one would get in his way. An awkward silence descended upon the room after the friend's teasing departure. Leaning against the counter, Sebin asked Jihoon how he had found out about her secret retreat, and he explained that her CEO had given him the address. He apologized for showing up so suddenly, but she waved it off, noting that it wasn't the first time and reminding him that they were friends before urging him to eat before the meal got cold. He watched her with a concerned gaze, silently wondering if she was truly okay, as she didn't seem any different than she usually was. As she chewed her food, Sebin pointed out that he hadn't yet asked if the rumors about her were true. A fork clattered against a plate as Jihoon paused his meal, looking up at her question. She elaborated, asking if he wasn't curious about the scandal and whether she had done anything and everything it took to succeed. Her tone grew darker as she remarked on how seedy and dirty their industry truly was. She stared at him intently, lifting her food as she explained that some people referred to their profession as a human market. She continued, stating that one couldn't land a role with just good looks and talent alone, there was something else needed before that. Sebin revealed that success often required standing out to those in charge, and that many people would sink to disgustingly low levels just to get a few more seconds of screen time. Jihoon reflected on her words, suddenly wondering what kind of answer she truly expected from him. In his mind, the entire situation had become both ridiculous and deeply saddening. Sebin suddenly broke the tension, dismissing her heavy confession as a joke and telling him to eat, but he surprised her by asking if he was supposed to be curious at all. He clarified that his only reason for coming was because he was worried that the malicious comments might have hurt her again. He told her that what other people said didn't matter, because the only thing that was important was how hard she had worked to get where she was, before gently asking if she was really all right. Internally, Sebin realized that his simple, heartfelt words might have been all she had wanted to hear. She considered all the strong, defiant responses that were on the tip of her tongue, like insisting she was totally fine. But in the end, the only words she could manage were a sincere expression of gratitude for him being there with her. Later, the two of them sat together on the couch, Sebin's head resting comfortably in his lap. She finally confessed that, to be honest, the rumor was true. However, she quickly clarified that only a part of it was true. While the third son of the Mujin group had offered her a sponsorship, she had rejected it, and this smear campaign was his way of getting revenge. She declared her intention to get him for this, planning to release all the screenshots of his texts and records of their calls. Jihoon couldn't help but laugh, prompting a confused Sebin to ask him why he was laughing when she spoke of how one can't get away with slander. He explained that her fiery, determined response was just so typically her, and when she asked if she was making him uncomfortable, he reassured her that he was fine, calling it the perfect height. Changing the subject entirely, Sebin suddenly asked if he had remembered to get his tuxedo. Jihoon looked at her, momentarily confused by the sudden question about a tuxedo. She reminded him that the Blue Dragon Film Awards were only 2 weeks away and expressed disbelief that he might not have an outfit yet, though he quickly confirmed that he did. He mentioned that he was presenting the new actor award, as was customary for the previous year's winner, and said he hoped Woo Min would receive it this year. Sebin then questioned if it was possible for him to win, asking if he didn't want an award himself, reminding him that his movie Theory of Death had performed well and his acting had been excellent. She confidently suggested that he could even win the Best Male Actor award this time around. Jihoon humbly brushed off the praise, noting that there were many actors who did better and that he was simply happy with his hard work, since award ceremonies happened every year. She gently placed her hand on his chest, confirming that he had at least been nominated, a fact he quietly affirmed. With a warm grin, she encouraged him not to give up already, reminding him that you never truly know the outcome until you see the results for yourself. 2 weeks had passed, and the night of the prestigious Blue Dragon Film Awards had finally arrived at the K University Hall of Fame. Inside a car heading to the event, Jihoon and his manager sat in their formal wear, en route to the ceremony. Jihoon reflected on the hectic nature of the past few days, sighing as he considered that filming for the Reclaimers was already in its second half. He observed that the news of Mr. Kim's illness had a surprising effect, fostering a sense of closeness among the once-guarded cast members. A soft knock on the car window interrupted his private wish for the shoot to conclude successfully. Song-hee leaned in, insisting on a final makeup check before he walked the red carpet, though Jihoon questioned the need for it. She stressed that for an event as important as the Blue Dragon Film Awards, his appearance had to be flawless. With a final touch, she declared him perfect and wished him the best of luck for the ceremony. Jihoon thanked Song-hee and promised he would be back, stepping out of the car to the supportive cheers of his team. The enthusiastic shouts continued, with voices hailing him as the best actor. He then turned to Woo Min and asked if his makeup needed a touch-up, but the younger actor assured him he was okay. The manager announced it was time for them to leave, and they all affirmed their readiness. As they began to walk, Jihoon couldn't help but notice Woo Min's visible excitement, asking if he was really that thrilled. Woo Min excitedly confirmed, expressing his awe at seeing famous actors in person and eagerly anticipating their own walk on the red carpet. Jihoon gently managed his expectations, explaining they would have to wait a bit as other actors had to go in first, which could cause delays. His gaze then turned toward the dazzling spectacle of the Blue Dragon Film Awards venue. He mused internally that tonight was the final verdict for Theory of Death, the undisputed box office hit of the year. The film had achieved tremendous success, winning over the hearts of the general public. It had also earned overwhelming critical acclaim, securing nominations in major categories like art, screenplay, acting, and directing. Yet, he remained pragmatic, believing his own chance of winning Best Male Actor was low given this year's incredibly strong nominees. He fondly remembered Sebin telling him not to give up hope, but he chuckled to himself, believing it was wiser not to get his hopes up. It felt to him as though Sebin had already counted all his chickens and made soup with them, so he resolved to just enjoy the night without expectations. His train of thought was broken when Woo Min turned to him, asking if he felt nervous at all. The junior actor confessed his own anxiety, his body trembling as he worried about making a mistake during their imminent entrance. Woo Min nervously joked about tripping and falling, but Jihoon advised him to treat it like a performance, equating the reporter's cameras with those on a movie set. Grabbing his shoulder gently, Jihoon reminded him of his own lesson that acting was all about using one's imagination. He instructed Woo Min to pretend he was on set and to take deep breaths, assuring him it would calm his nerves. After a moment, Jihoon inquired if he felt better, and Woo Min admitted with surprise that the advice really worked. Jihoon gave one last reassurance, promising to catch Woo Min if he started to trip, an offer the younger actor gratefully accepted. Just then, a staff member informed them that they only had 10 seconds left before their entrance. Jihoon asked if Woo Min was ready to go, receiving an enthusiastic and confident yes in return. They stepped onto the brilliant red carpet, immediately greeted by a blinding sea of camera flashes. The event's announcer enthusiastically welcomed the cast of Theory of Death, the thriller that had captivated the nation all summer. On the red carpet stage, the hosts waved as they prepared for the arriving cast. Jihoon and Woo Min paused for the photographers, playfully posing together and forming a heart with their hands. Later, seated inside, someone asked Jihoon if he had an acceptance speech prepared, a question that took him by surprise. The person insisted he should be ready to win, reminding him of his nomination for the coveted Best Male Actor award. Suddenly, a clamor arose as reporters called out for Han Sebin, the actress who had dominated theaters the previous year with Tarantula. There she was, striking a confident pose in a stunning, sparkling red gown, her hands resting on her hips. Across the hall, amidst the flashing lights, Jihoon's eyes met hers in a brief, meaningful glance. An observer nearby took in the silent exchange, knowingly remarking on the unmistakable signs of people in love. Sebin caught his gaze and sent him a small, encouraging wink. Jihoon's thoughts drifted back 2 weeks, to the long night he and Sebin had spent sharing their deepest worries about life. He recalled how that conversation had culminated in them finally confirming their profound feelings for each other. He wondered if that was the reason his heart was hammering so relentlessly in his chest right now. The presenter, Kim Youngwoong, stepped forward with the results, pulling Jihoon from his reverie. He took a calming breath, knowing he had given it his all. As the announcement for the winner of the Best Male Actor award began, Jihoon's gaze once again locked with Sebin's. A hush fell over the audience as the name of the prestigious award was formally presented. Then, the hall erupted as the winner was declared, Seo Jihoon for his role in Theory of Death, a radiant smile instantly spreading across his face. The crowd broke into thunderous applause as Woo Min shot up from his seat, cheering his heart out for his mentor. Walking in a daze, Jihoon moved through the deafening cheers and chants of his name toward the stage. The stage ahead was a brilliant constellation of spotlights, waiting to welcome him. He took the final step up, feeling the intense warmth of the lights blazing down upon him. In that victorious moment, he felt as if the blue dragon itself was whispering to him, confirming that he was the actor of the year. Sometime later, his team gathered for a small, private celebration before heading to the official afterparty. When asked how he felt, Jihoon admitted he was still in shock and humbly questioned whether he truly deserved the award. He did, however, concede that the feeling of having his work acknowledged was incredibly rewarding. Mr. Ko seized the moment to lecture him on humility, warning that one award did not make him the best actor in Korea, a sentiment others quietly agreed with. The lengthy sermon continued, with Mr. Ko cautioning him to be careful now that he had momentum, much to Jihoon's internal exasperation. The lecture was abruptly cut short by the chime of a notification from his phone. He lifted the screen to see a message from Sebin, who had playfully congratulated Mr. Actor of the Year and asked if he was free to meet. Jihoon immediately sprang up, interrupting Mr. Ko to ask for a moment to see someone, which prompted a curious inquiry about who it was. Squeezing his phone, Jihoon simply stated that it was someone he liked a lot, his thoughts consumed by Sebin's invitation. A rhythmic tapping sound echoed in the quiet room as someone waited with waning patience. Sebin's manager announced that he was heading down to the car, reminding her that they couldn't be late for the afterparty with so many important people in attendance. She assured him she would be right there, which prompted him to bring up her ongoing scandal, confirming they would proceed with the lawsuit in the new year. Sebin remarked that the timing was sooner than she expected, but her manager countered that it was actually late, citing the various procedural delays that had dragged the process on. His gaze then fell on her dress, and he questioned if she planned to wear the lone gown to the after-party, warning her to be careful not to stain it. She explained her intention to wear it only until she got into the car, feeling it was a waste to take off the dress they had reserved nearly a year in advance so quickly. He advised her to watch out for the paparazzi on her way down, but Sebin dismissed the concern, viewing it as a prime opportunity for free publicity that her fans would adore. He clarified that his real worry was her being seen with Jihoon now that they were dating, which elicited a flustered response from Sebin, who insisted they hadn't reached that stage yet. The manager softened, telling her he was personally fine with it but still urged her to exercise caution until the negative press about her scandal subsided. Sebin reluctantly conceded, agreeing to his request. He then smiled, remarking how good it was to see her looking so genuinely happy, adding that he hadn't seen her this excited in a very long time. To illustrate his point, he showed her an old photo where her expression was characteristically stoic and melancholic. She protested, questioning when she had ever looked like that, but he simply reaffirmed that was indeed her usual face. Changing the subject, he told her to finish her business and come down quickly, playfully complaining that he would be lonely by himself. Once alone, Sebin mulled over his comment about her having changed, feeling as though she was still exactly the same person she had always been. Her reflection was cut short by a notification on her phone. Jihoon had texted to apologize for his tardiness and to let her know he was waiting on the third floor. An unconscious, happy smile graced her lips as she read his message. With renewed focus, she turned back to the mirror and meticulously applied a final, perfect layer of red lipstick. Moments later, Jihoon's voice called out from the doorway, politely asking if he could enter the room. When he received no answer, he called her name again while leaning through the doorway, trying to spot her. He stepped fully into the room, a confused expression on his face as he began to wonder if she had called him up only to leave before he arrived. Sebin's voice suddenly ambushed him from the side, causing him to flinch in surprise as he demanded to know what she was doing hiding there. She let out a small laugh, cheekily admitting that she just wanted to see his reaction. She then grabbed his arm, instructing him to come stand against a specific section of the wall, leaving him thoroughly perplexed by the odd request. Pressing him to hurry, she guided him into position against the wall, his mind reeling as he tried to figure out the reason for her sudden strange command. She explained that this spot was a blind angle for the CCTV cameras, then met his gaze with a serious look, telling him there was something she had been wondering about for a while. As her hand reached out toward his tie, she boldly asked him to define what, exactly, they were to each other. She began listing their recent intimate moments, reminding him that they had held hands and even shared a late-night ramen meal. To punctuate her words, she gave a gentle tug on his tie, pulling him in closer. Their relationship, she stated firmly, no longer felt like one between simple childhood friends. With a faint blush coloring her cheeks, she looked him in the eye and asked him directly if he had feelings for her as well. Her forthright question caught him off guard, and he averted his gaze for a second, feeling a rush of heat to his own face. He let out a slightly flustered laugh, momentarily fumbling for words before lifting the award trophy he was still holding. Pulling her closer by her shoulders, he confessed that he had actually planned to tell her his feelings while handing her the trophy. He then cleared his throat and clumsily admitted that he liked her a lot, before asking with a hint of insecurity if his confession sounded lame. Her entire face flushed with joy as she quickly reassured him that it wasn't lame at all, in fact, it was great. She reached a hand up to his cheek, explaining that it was perfect because it meant she was the first person with whom he wanted to share his triumphant moment. Gently lifting his chin, she looked at him fondly and asked the newly crowned actor of the year how he felt. His response was immediate and passionate, as he told her he was so incredibly thrilled that it was driving him crazy with happiness. The scene then shifted forward in time to the active, bustling film set for his next project, The Reclaimers. The director's voice boomed across the set, announcing a quick break before they resumed shooting the next scene. An associate approached a visibly exhausted Jihoon, calling his name with a note of concern. The man, who Jihoon recognized as Mr. Matsumoto, pointed out that he didn't look very well and asked if he was all right. Jihoon brushed off the worry, claiming he was just catching his breath as he gratefully accepted a cup of coffee. A month had now passed since the grand spectacle of the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Filming for The Reclaimers was in its final stages, and news of Jihoon's prestigious award win had generated significant buzz for the 30 billion won blockbuster. Jihoon mused internally that the influence of that one award was far greater than he had ever imagined, noting how people had become even more enthusiastic about him. Mr. Matsumoto sympathized with him, commenting on how exhausting outdoor shoots were, particularly when filming action-packed chase scenes in a restrictive suit. He then urged Jihoon to use a stunt double for the next scene, expressing his worry over how dangerous it appeared. The producer couldn't hide his astonishment that the script demanded an actor to perform a jump from a 3-story building. While Mr. Matsumoto confessed that just standing on the railing would make his own knees weak, Jihoon reassured him that comprehensive safety measures were in place to prevent any accidents. Their discussion was interrupted by a crew member shouting for them, informing them that final rehearsals were about to begin. Despite his confident words, Jihoon cast a nervous glance towards the stunt location, admitting to himself that he was actually quite frightened. He contemplated the high stakes of the shoot. Since it was taking place at sunset, their time was limited, allowing for only a few takes. It was an incredibly difficult action sequence involving a fall from 3 stories, something he would normally feel confident he could achieve in one take. However, a sudden bout of nausea churned in his stomach as he acknowledged that today was different, primarily because he hadn't seen Sir Subtitle in several days. He grimaced, recalling how at every shoot, the spectral entity had always pointed out crucial details that he himself had overlooked. As the call to roll cameras echoed across the set, he was struck by the sudden, heavy realization of just how significant that absence felt. The establishing shot captured a large industrial building, its stark silhouette framed by the beautiful pink and purple hues of a twilight sky. The scene was chaotic as Jihoon's character ran for his life, with his pursuers shouting orders to follow him without delay. A group of antagonists swarmed the rooftop, yelling for him to stop as he reached the precipice. A tight camera angle focused on the corner of the modern building at dusk, emphasizing the terrifying height of the jump. A split second later, a loud crash echoed as his body landed squarely and safely on the padding below. The director's voice rang out with elation, praising Jihoon's performance and exclaiming that he knew he could do it. A crew member gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up, marveling that he had done it in a single take and promoting him from action kid to action master. As Jihoon gasped for air, a sliver of disappointment crept in. He had thought Sir Subtitle would at least appear to tell him he'd done a good job. He muttered under his breath, wondering half seriously if the entity had completed its mission and ascended to heaven or something similar. A flash of light appeared before him, and a familiar voice wryly commented that Jihoon seemed to be the one attempting to send him to heaven prematurely, before warmly asking if his beloved had been well. Jihoon shot up from the ground, his expression a mix of utter shock and profound relief, as he demanded to know where Sir Subtitle had been. A rush of motion blurred the air as Jihoon lunged towards the spectral entity. He angrily demanded if Sir Subtitle was even aware that he had been gone for a full week. The spirit confirmed Jihoon's accusation, clarifying that it had indeed been precisely 1 week. Sir Subtitle mused thoughtfully, conceding that such an absence was possible under the current circumstances. Stroking his chin, Jihoon expressed his certainty that something was deeply wrong with the situation. He grabbed the entity, urgently questioning if his own actions were the cause or if some greater change had occurred. Sir Subtitle chuckled and told him to calm down, wryly suggesting Jihoon had finally recognized his greatness, but Jihoon retorted that he was in no state to be calm. The young actor's voice softened as he explained how deeply worried he had been, admitting he feared he would never see the spirit again. Reaching out, he explained that anyone would be worried by a sudden disappearance, then immediately regretted asking what the entity had meant by his own greatness. Sir Subtitle then presented a strange object, telling Jihoon it was for him to eat. Jihoon stared back in utter confusion, questioning the odd offering. The spirit's eyes glinted as he sarcastically asked if his beloved had injured his head, wondering how a ghost was meant to consume a lump of flour before telling him to wait. With a sudden flick, the floury projectile was sent flying through the air. Jihoon yelled out in frustration at the men who had been pursuing him in the scene. Sir Subtitle let out a triumphant laugh, declaring that his prank was revenge for the past week of worry he had caused. Jihoon pouted, asking if the spirit truly intended to keep the reason for his disappearance a secret. Amidst the cawing of crows, Sir Subtitle waved off the concern, assuring him that it was nothing serious. He then solemnly stated that it was simply time for them to say goodbye, a revelation that caught Jihoon completely off guard. The entity explained that as Jihoon was now fulfilling his oath, he too was finally being set free. Lifting a spectral hand, he revealed that he had once made a similar oath but had failed to fulfill it, and was now paying the price for borrowing the power of truth. Jihoon's eyes widened as he began to ask what exactly that price entailed. The spirit elaborated that his punishment was to guide the next oathmaker, wandering the world after death instead of moving on to the afterlife. Jihoon asked if he would suffer the same fate if he failed, and Sir Subtitle confirmed with a solemn nod that he would. Slumping in defeat, Jihoon acknowledged the steep price, prompting Sir Subtitle to muse that Jihoon would have made the oath even if he had known the consequences. Jihoon conceded the point before turning to ask what kind of oath the spirit had made. The entity hesitated, awkwardly scratching his head as he struggled to answer. He cleared his throat and made Jihoon promise not to laugh when he heard the answer. Jihoon's curiosity was piqued as he pressed the spirit to reveal his former ambition. The spirit confessed his grand oath had been for world dominion, a goal so audacious it left Jihoon momentarily speechless. Jihoon repeated the phrase in disbelief, trying to process the sheer scale of the ghost's failed dream. He dryly remarked that it was no wonder the oath had failed, prompting Sir Subtitle to defensively question how he was to know there was a world beyond the sea. The spirit then turned back towards Jihoon, his tone growing more serious. He advised Jihoon to pursue an achievable dream and to be sure he fulfilled it, a statement that Jihoon processed as a sudden pep talk. Returning to his arrogant self, Sir Subtitle declared that with a guide as outstanding as himself, success was inevitable and demanded Jihoon serve him accordingly. A fond smile crossed Jihoon's face as he recognized the familiar, boastful nature of his spectral companion. He cheerfully agreed, promising to serve Sir Subtitle with his utmost effort. The story then moved forward 1 month, finding Jihoon standing outside a cutting room. He raised a hand, hesitating for a moment before the door. Steeling his nerves, he decided he should just go inside. From within, he could hear the editors debating whether to shorten a scene before ultimately agreeing that its current length was fine. Jihoon peered into the room, curious about what footage they were reviewing. He then felt a flush of embarrassment as he realized they were watching his death-defying jump from the industrial building. Inside, one editor expressed disbelief that Jihoon had performed the stunt without a double, while another confirmed he had done it himself in a single take. The first editor told the director he was lucky to find such a dedicated actor, prompting a proud cough from the man in charge. Just then, the director spotted Jihoon and called out, asking what had brought him to the studio. Before Jihoon could answer, senior actor Kim Shin-woo spoke up, explaining that he had been the one to invite him. Mr. Kim gestured for Jihoon to sit down, mentioning he had heard the younger actor had never seen an editing suite before. Jihoon asked if his presence was all right, promising not to nitpick, though the editors joked that Mr. Kim was welcome to, as they would just sift through his comments. Mr. Kim laughed, questioning if they would kick him out for his feedback, and reminded them all that the director was the undisputed king of the cutting room. Jihoon's attention was completely fixed on the screen, where his own carefully crafted performance was unfolding. He felt a thrilling sense of excitement that was entirely different from the adrenaline rush he experienced on set. As he watched the edited sequence, he thought to himself that it looked just like a real movie. Mr. Kim asked if he was enjoying the experience, to which Jihoon eagerly confirmed that he was. The veteran actor then shared that whenever he missed being on set, he would come to the cutting room and reflect on his performance, wondering what he could have done differently. He explained that seeing the editors shape his scenes helped dissolve any regrets, making him accept that he had acted to the best of his ability in that moment. Mr. Kim then turned to Jihoon, asking if he had any regrets about his own performance, but Jihoon confidently replied that he had done his best. The older actor jokingly called his confidence annoying, quickly reassuring a worried Jihoon that he was just kidding. Jihoon's expression grew serious as he asked Mr. Kim if he had finished his chemotherapy, questioning why he was at the studio instead of the hospital. Mr. Kim nonchalantly revealed that he had stopped his treatments, a confession that left Jihoon in a state of shock. The senior actor explained that with promotions starting soon, he didn't want to be the only one missing, insisting he had received enough treatment already. He asserted that an actor's duty wasn't finished after the shoot, as the promotional period was often their busiest time. The director passionately argued that Mr. Kim's health was more important than the preview, insisting they weren't desperate enough to put a sick person on stage. His frustration mounted as he condemned the actor's choice to abandon treatment for promotions, but Mr. Kim simply waved him off, promising to make a final decision based on his condition. The director sighed in defeat, muttering about the actor's stubbornness as he was completely ignored. Another crew member tried to lighten the mood, asking Jihoon if there was anyone he wanted to invite to the VIP preview and teasingly suggesting he bring Ms. Sebin. The crew member pressed further, remarking on how close the two had seemed during her last visit to the set, leaving Jihoon flustered and searching for a reply. The crew member recalled Sebin bringing him coffee and personally asking him to look after Jihoon during her last visit to the set. He declared his suspicions aloud, certain that there was something romantic going on between the two actors. As further evidence, he pointed out that he had seen them wearing the same brand of shoes. Based on all his observations, he confidently concluded that they were definitely a couple. He then tried to reassure a panicked Jihoon by promising that everyone in the room was tight-lipped, but the young actor waved his hands in frantic denial. Jihoon scratched his head, silently worrying that Sebin wouldn't be happy about such rumors spreading. The crew member quickly apologized, blaming his loose tongue on fatigue from working all-nighters, while Jihoon secretly sighed in relief, believing their cover was safe. While internally acknowledging that it was too early to make their relationship public, Jihoon skillfully deflected by asking one of the men about his next project. Reaching for a drink, Jihoon explained that while he had received a few offers, none had felt quite right. He admitted that he hadn't found a suitable role yet, prompting the crew member to remark that it made sense for a top star to be selective. Another editor marveled at his own luck, feeling blessed to work with such a star-studded cast, though a fleeting thought of Mr. Kim's health crossed his mind. Jihoon then lowered his gaze and confessed that there was, in fact, one particular casting offer that had truly captured his attention. He revealed that the project he was interested in was a television drama, not another feature film. Describing it as a risky Pandora's box without a script or investors, his thoughts drifted to a message from Mr. Park announcing the screenplay was finally finished. Jihoon felt a sense of anticipation, knowing that this mysterious Pandora's box was finally about to be opened. The narrative then jumped forward in time to the following day. A feeling of dramatic tension hung in the air as Jihoon arrived at the now-closed cafe. He was stunned to find Song-hee there, who informed him with a flinch that Mr. Park was closing the shop, a secret she had kept for 3 months. As Jihoon mulled over this surprising news, Song-hee hinted that her uncle wasn't closing his business without a very specific reason. He pressed her for more details, but she grew anxious under his stare, explaining that her uncle had made her promise to keep it a secret. She stumbled over her words, trying to explain that the reason was something she couldn't share. Jihoon astutely guessed that Mr. Park was returning to directing, a deduction that left Song-hee completely shocked by its accuracy. He explained that he had only found out a few days prior and was there to discuss the script, which brought a wave of relief to Song-hee, who had feared he would be upset. Song-hee then realized she had been tricked into confirming the secret, prompting a laugh from Jihoon, who admitted he found it fun to tease her. Shifting back to the good news, Jihoon expressed his excitement for the director's comeback, and they both decided to head inside. The quiet of the cafe was broken as the front door swung open and the two of them entered. Inside, the former cafe owner, Mr. Park, greeted Jihoon by name. The director thanked him for coming on such short notice, but Jihoon insisted that of course he would make time for him. Mr. Park decided not to beat around the bush and formally stated that he was closing the cafe for good. A look of concern crossed Jihoon's face as he asked the older man if he was truly all right with this decision. The director dismissed his worry, clarifying that he had lost his passion for the business a long time ago. He confessed with a smile that he felt an immense sense of freedom, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. A close-up on Mr. Park's eyes revealed an intense focus, showing the seriousness of his new purpose. Jihoon's mind immediately flashed to the director's iconic film noir masterpiece, Wild Dogs, and his full name, Park Joo-hong. He recalled Mr. Park's legendary status as Korea's master of film noir, renowned for his gritty, hard-boiled narratives. The actor remembered how the director's distinct, fast-paced productions had cemented his place as an influential force in cinema. Jihoon considered the implications of such a revered film director writing a television drama and personally calling him. He quickly deduced that the only logical reason for the meeting was that Director Park needed his help. Director Park began to tell his story, explaining that his original intention had been to write a single movie screenplay. He revealed that the story had taken on a life of its own, expanding first to 8 episodes, and eventually into a full 16-episode series. Jihoon brought up the fact that the director had never worked on a drama before, which Mr. Park confirmed, admitting it was his first time. Expressing his concerns, Jihoon questioned if the project could even get made, and the director acknowledged the steep challenges of finding investors and handling production. A tense silence filled the room as both men contemplated the monumental task ahead. Jihoon mentally listed the vast differences between film and television, from scripting conventions to camera work and production styles. His internal assessment led him to believe that no production company would ever take such a risky gamble. However, he then reminded himself that ultimately, compelling content is what truly captures an audience's attention. The crucial questions, he knew, were whether the script was interesting and if it could generate genuine enthusiasm. He arrived at the conclusion that with the right cast attached, this script possessed the potential to attract significant industry interest. Realizing the lead role was still uncast, Jihoon decisively put himself forward, telling the director to use him for the part. In a later phone call, Jihoon learned from his agent that Ms. Seo had approved the script, and he asked excitedly if that meant he officially had the role. His agent clarified it depended on securing a production company, but added that internal meetings were positive and the only major question left was the female lead. Jihoon felt confident that the remaining roles would be cast quickly once a production house was on board, resigning himself to wait and see. His agent then shifted gears, reminding him to stay sharp and focus on his upcoming press tour for the Reclaimers during the busiest season of the year. Mr. Ko confirmed their plan to start the next project after promotions wrapped up, but was then distracted by the sound of cooking on Jihoon's end of the line. Jihoon tried to play it off, claiming his new, large kitchen was inspiring him to cook, but his agent saw right through the lie and accused him of being with Sebin. A flustered Jihoon abruptly ended the call with Mr. Ko, who was left protesting on the other end. Just then, Sebin appeared and asked if he was done with his call, offering to help him with the meal preparation. Jihoon assured her the food was almost ready, his attention drawn to her as she picked up a script and praised its quality. He explained that it was a script written by the owner of the cafe where he used to work part-time. At the mention of the name Park Joo-hong, Sebin's eyes widened in recognition of the famous Wild Dogs director, prompting Jihoon to ask how far she'd read. She replied that she had just finished the second episode, still processing the fact that the acclaimed film director had penned a drama. Jihoon gently encouraged her to eat before the dinner got cold, but she seemed lost in a world of her own thoughts. Looking up at him with sudden, intense purpose, Sebin made a bold request to be cast in the drama as his co-lead. Jihoon expressed his certainty that the drama would be a major success, affectionately offering Sebin a bite of their meal as she voiced her agreement. Sebin then raised a potential concern, questioning if their previous collaboration on Tarantula might cause their on-screen personas to feel redundant. Jihoon confidently dismissed her worries, reassuring her that the new roles were entirely different from their last. He elaborated that Tarantula centered on a single protagonist with supporting characters, whereas this new script featured a distinct male and female lead. Leaning in closer, he playfully asked if she wanted to act alongside him again, a suggestion she met with cheerful and wholehearted agreement. Jihoon cheekily suggested they could go on dates on set without anyone noticing, though Sebin mused that being co-workers might actually draw more scrutiny. In a surprising revelation, Sebin mentioned that the director of the Reclaimers had already grown suspicious of their relationship, leaving Jihoon stunned. She recounted the evidence, pointing out their matching couple shoes and the time he had personally delivered coffee to her as clear signs of their intimacy. Jihoon had to admit her point, conceding that their actions were indeed suspicious and affirmed that he would be comfortable making their relationship public if she was. His sudden willingness to go public caught her completely off guard. Reaching for his hand, she gently suggested they wait for the right moment, telling him not to worry about making it public just yet. Shifting the topic, Sebin reminded him of his packed schedule for the upcoming movie promotions, which included previews, press interviews, and magazine shoots. She trailed off, realizing they wouldn't be able to see each other as frequently, but he immediately promised he would find the time for her. As a dish clattered softly, Sebin realistically pointed out that they wouldn't be able to have long, leisurely dates like this one, and his schedule would only become more demanding. A look of understanding dawned on his face as he asked if this was the real reason she wanted to co-star in the drama with him. She confirmed his suspicion, urging him to pitch the idea of casting two top-tier stars together to see if the production company would be interested. 1 week passed. Inside a moving car, Jihoon's agent, Mr. Ko, held a document and gazed out the window in thought. Speaking into his phone, he confirmed his understanding of the instructions and asked how they should proceed with scheduling. He then ended the call with a burst of confidence, telling the person on the other end not to worry about a thing. A notification lit up his phone, displaying an unread message from Ms. Yoon. Jihoon eagerly asked if they got the approval, to which Mr. Ko confirmed, predicting that things would now start moving much more quickly. Mr. Ko expressed his disbelief and excitement that DM Entertainment was not only investing but also producing the project, mentioning that Ms. Seo's response had been particularly incredible. As Jihoon tried to downplay the praise, his agent dramatically relayed Ms. Seo's initial reaction, which was to question the choice of Han Sebin for the role. He continued to quote the executive, who had then praised Jihoon's influence and jokingly told him to prepare for a kiss, causing Jihoon to grip his seat and nervously remind his agent to focus on driving. Mr. Ko chuckled, explaining it was just a figure of speech meant to show how impressed she was, and that Jihoon's next project was now secure. Jihoon then turned his thoughts to Director Park, voicing his concern that a filmmaker of his stature might be offended by their casting demands. His agent lifted a hand to reassure him, explaining that since this was the director's first foray into drama, he had agreed to accept any and all conditions. Mr. Ko added that the director was so accommodating that he was even willing to step down from directing and simply serve as the writer if needed. Jihoon agreed, acknowledging how beneficial it would be for the project if the acclaimed director also took the helm. With the new project settled, Mr. Ko shifted his focus, stating that now all they needed was for the Reclaimers to be a success, before his thoughts drifted to the well-being of his co-star, Mr. Kim. A sudden, unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Mr. Ko immediately apologized for his thoughtless remark. Jihoon quietly told him it was okay, turning a page in the script he was holding to deflect the heavy mood. Touching the page, he affirmed with quiet conviction that the movie would succeed because they had all poured their hearts into it, leaving no room for regret. Later, the bustling venue for the press preview of The Reclaimers was filled with the low murmur of reporters and industry insiders. In a notable and somber absence, the veteran actor Mr. Kim was unable to attend the event. Jihoon's internal thoughts revealed the grim reality: his co-star was unconscious, with doctors warning that the night would be critical for his survival. He wrestled with a profound sense of guilt, wondering how he could possibly be smiling when someone he deeply respected might not live to see another day. As he extended a hand to greet someone, he felt a wave of futility, questioning if his presence even mattered when his heart was elsewhere. But then, a quiet realization settled in as he looked at his colleagues. He was sure they were all sharing the same unspoken burden. He found a sliver of comfort in the belief that the actor Kim Myung-kwon would have insisted they fulfill their professional duties and be present at the preview. And so, the press preview for The Reclaimers concluded successfully, though shadowed by the conspicuous absence of one of its key actors. In a nearby car, a sharp-eyed reporter ordered his driver to follow Jihoon's vehicle, explaining that the somber expressions of the cast and Kim Myung-kwan's absence signaled that a major story was unfolding. His partner quickly connected the dots, recalling the earlier news reports about the veteran actor's battle with cancer. The first reporter grimly concluded that Mr. Kim was either in critical condition or, worse, had already passed away. As rain began to pour, the white van carrying Jihoon came to a sudden halt in a desolate parking lot. The reporter urgently instructed his photographer to head straight for the emergency room, telling him to focus his lens on the actors to capture a shot worthy of the front page. The photographer, seemingly confused by the morbid excitement, questioned which publication's front page they were aiming for. Suddenly, Mr. Ko appeared, sternly intervening and demanding that they respect people's privacy during such a difficult time. Caught off guard in the downpour, the two hooded reporters reacted with visible shock at being confronted. Wasting no time, Mr. Ko seized one of the journalists by the arm and yelled for Jihoon to make a run for it. As the reporter struggled to break free, crying out Jihoon's name, the actor was already sprinting away into the rain. As he ran, Jihoon desperately repeated a mantra in his mind, trying to convince himself that Mr. Kim was okay. He pushed himself harder, his ragged breaths punctuating the frantic prayer that nothing terrible would happen, that everything had to be all right. A wave of regret washed over him as he wondered if he should have come sooner, pleading with the universe for his friend to be safe. His desperate sprint transitioned into a blurred rush down the sterile, brightly lit corridor of the hospital. He was panting heavily, his lungs burning from the exertion and the overwhelming anxiety. Reaching the doors of the operating unit, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. In a moment of utter exhaustion and despair, he slumped against the wall, his strength giving out. Without a sound, the heavy reality of the situation began to set in. A great star had faded from the sky, remaining true to his craft until the very end, though it would be hours before the world learned of the sorrowful news. The official announcement confirmed that the beloved actor Kim Myung-kwan had passed away after a valiant battle with pancreatic cancer. The very next day, a funeral was held for the beloved actor, Kim Myung-kwan. The entire cast of the Reclaimers had gathered, their faces somber as they came to pay their last respects. News of the tragedy spread like wildfire across the internet, capturing the nation's attention in an instant. It brought to mind a well-known saying that circulated among celebrities. The saying went that being a politician or a celebrity was a profession entirely reliant on the fickle nature of public interest. In moments of sorrow, the cast found solace in each other's support. But sometimes, as an online news article highlighted, that same public interest could morph into something cruel and tormenting. Elsewhere, an executive in a sharp suit was pictured smiling with his hands calmly clasped. Online comments began to surface, with a vocal minority branding the heartbreaking news as a calculated marketing scheme. This disturbing trend inevitably caught the eye of DM, the company that had invested a staggering 30 billion won into the film. An executive scrolled through the endless feed of negative press and public commentary. The articles and comments were harsh, accusing the film of shamelessly using a man's death for noise marketing. An employee nervously reported to his superior that, as she could see, the public opinion was far from positive. The executive, Yoon Chae-won, agreed, expressing her grave concern that with only 2 days until the premiere, the issue had become dangerously heated. Yoon Chae-won fell into a deep and troubled thought. She carefully weighed her options, trying to figure out how best to navigate the treacherous situation. The film had indeed become a hot topic, dominating search rankings, but the problem was the overwhelmingly negative sentiment attached to it. A team member noted that over 200 negative articles and videos had appeared in a single day, urging for immediate action and asking for direction. He surmised that the creators of this negative content were essentially blackmailing them, looking for a payout to stop their attacks. After a moment of consideration, Chae-won made her decision, instructing her team to take no action and maintain a position of no response. When questioned, she explained that this was the wish of the actors themselves, who wanted the controversy to pass quietly without any further escalation. Of course, she knew that this didn't mean the actors would be completely passive. In fact, every single cast member was voluntarily working harder than ever to promote the film, hoping their sincerity would encourage more people to watch it. She mentioned with a warm laugh that Jihoon, in particular, had been exceptional. Chaewon described how he had thrown himself into his work like a true workaholic, promoting the film non-stop without any concern for his own image. However, a colleague chimed in, pragmatically stating that a commercial film's success usually hinges on a big budget, positive buzz, and simple entertainment. The man reminded her of their massive financial investment and how the current controversy posed a significant threat to it. He concluded that with the buzz turning negative, the only thing they had left to rely on was the actual content of the movie. The film's title, The Reclaimers, stood as a testament to their last hope. Chaewon remained confident, asserting that with the best actors in the industry, they had created a masterpiece and now only needed to trust in their work and wait for the audience to recognize its sincerity. Her faith was rewarded, as the film opened with a phenomenal 880,000 audience members on its first day. The premiere run of The Reclaimers had officially begun, and it was off to a remarkably smooth start. Some audience members initially entered the theaters with a skeptical mindset, ready to critically judge the controversial film. Yet, inside the dark theater, the room was filled with the sound of genuine laughter and engagement. As people filed out of the screenings, their once skeptical faces were now filled with bright, satisfied smiles. Powerful word-of-mouth reviews spread rapidly, consistently fueling the movie's growing popularity. Just 2 weeks after its premiere, The Reclaimers was on the cusp of achieving the legendary 10 million audience score. In a brightly lit studio, Jihoon and his manager stood with a producer, preparing for a television appearance. The producer explained that their show had a rather unique format, which came with one very important rule they had to follow. Jihoon's manager curiously asked what this rule entailed. The producer specified that there was to be no excessive drinking, and that guests must consume less than their usual limit. He elaborated that they had past incidents where guests became intoxicated and made unscripted comments, which, while good for television, was a risk they wanted to avoid. His manager waved off the concern, confidently assuring the producer that Jihoon was a heavyweight who could handle his liquor without any issue. The intrigued producer asked just how much he could drink, but the manager admitted she didn't know his limit, as she had never seen him truly drunk. Jihoon thought to himself that the real reason he didn't get drunk was due to the supernatural power of eternal truth. Feeling reassured, the producer smiled and wished them both the best of luck for the day's filming. As he walked away, the manager cheekily admitted to Jihoon that while she called him a heavyweight, her statement wasn't technically a lie. Later, during the interview, the host remarked on how busy Jihoon had been, and he humbly replied that he was just making appearances to help their movie succeed. The host pointed out that the film was already a massive success and would probably hit the 10 million viewer mark that very day. She then observed that all the critics had gone quiet, astutely guessing that his tireless efforts were a tribute to Mr. Kim. Jihoon softly confirmed her suspicion, adding that it was, after all, his mentor's last and final project. The cameras smoothly shifted as the segment transitioned. From the side of the set, his manager peeked in, noting how hard he was working. She gently tugged on his collar to fix it, advising him to take care of himself before he ended up getting sick from exhaustion. The filming atmosphere shifted as they prepared for the next part of the show. His manager let out a playful pout, lamenting that they were the only cast members working while everyone else was out celebrating. Jihoon let out a small laugh, reminding her that they would also be having fun with delicious food and drinks, and that this was still part of their job. She patted his arm, recalling that the final audience count would be announced at midnight and that they'd likely cross the 10 million mark during the broadcast. Jihoon turned toward the main stage, agreeing that it would be fun and that they should make the most of the experience. A staff member then called out to them, announcing that filming was starting, and they both headed toward their seats. As he walked, Jihoon reflected on the esteemed title of a 10 million views actor, a milestone that was the ultimate dream for anyone in his profession. He contemplated the complicated emotions that came with it, a feeling too profound to be captured by simple words like happy, moved, or thrilled. Just then, the news officially broke across the nation. The Reclaimers had surpassed 10 million viewers, confirming that this day was truly one for celebration. The host, seizing the momentous occasion, immediately turned to Jihoon and asked him how it felt to finally become an actor with 10 million views. Jihoon took a deep breath, pausing for a moment as he gathered his thoughts before answering the monumental question. Jihoon acknowledged that the achievement felt wonderful, but he confessed that for that very reason, he found it even more sorrowful, a sentiment which puzzled the host. He elaborated that his sadness came from wondering what it would have been like if Mr. Kim were still alive to witness their success. Despite this, he admitted to feeling a small sense of relief, as he had made a promise to Mr. Kim that they would hit the 10 million viewer mark. With a look of pride, he announced that he had now fulfilled that promise, prompting his manager to present a special bottle they had brought to celebrate. She explained that the bottle contained Kim Myungkwan's all-time favorite liquor. The host voiced her concern that the other cast members might be upset, but Jihoon assured her that they would all drink it together. The idea of drinking it together left the host momentarily confused by the logistics. A knowing smile played on Jihoon's lips as he prepared to reveal his plan. He then asked for permission to make a video call to the rest of the Reclaimers cast, who were celebrating elsewhere, and the host gave her enthusiastic approval. His manager immediately lifted her phone to connect them with their friends. The screen flashed to life, bridging the distance between the studio and the cast party. Through the phone, the rest of the cast erupted in cheers, their celebration marking both 15 days since the movie's premiere and 1 month since Mr. Kim had passed away. Back in the studio, Jihoon solemnly raised his own glass in a silent toast. As liquor trickled into an empty glass, he explained their decision to raise a glass in his mentor's honor, admitting he wasn't sure if Mr. Kim's spirit was still with them. While lifting the bottle to pour, Jihoon expressed his deepest hope that his mentor had waited for this very moment to pass on. With a soft clink of glass, he finished his thought, wishing that Mr. Kim was enjoying the celebration alongside them. Driven by this heartfelt wish, he respectfully placed a glass filled for his mentor right next to his own. The potent scent of the alcohol wafted up, making the tip of his nose tingle with a mix of grief and pride. Elsewhere, at a memorial, an identical bottle of white and gold liquor stood as an offering, nestled among pristine white flowers. For the next several days, the thrill of reaching 10 million viewers made Jihoon feel as if he were walking on clouds. He spent nearly half of his time absorbed in his phone, diligently responding to the endless flood of congratulatory messages. And yet, as he paused his car, he knew that despite the immense gratitude and happiness, he still had a long way to go in his journey. He took a purposeful step onto the pavement, determined that this monumental achievement would not mark the end of his career. The steady click-clack of his shoes on the ground underscored his belief that his ultimate goal as an actor could never be defined by a mere number. As he met up with Sebin, she expressed concern about his schedule, but he reassured her that all the movie promotions were finally over. He insisted that he had been resting for the past few days, a statement she met with a slightly skeptical tone. They stood in a comfortable silence for a moment before continuing their conversation. Jihoon then noticed the armful of gifts she was holding, and she playfully challenged him, saying he should know why it was an important day. He racked his brain, wondering what occasion he could have possibly forgotten, considering they were only there to meet Mr. Park for their next project. He then remembered that his aunt and uncle, who had recently taken over the cafe, would also be there. Guessing she wanted to make a good first impression, he quickly told her she didn't have to bring anything and offered to carry the heavy bags for her. She nervously checked her appearance, asking if she looked okay, and he genuinely told her she looked very pretty. The cafe door creaked open as they stepped inside together. Jihoon's adoptive mother greeted them warmly, her eyes lighting up as she welcomed Sebin inside. The woman praised Sebin's beauty, mentioning how much Jihoon had told her, which prompted Sebin to ask if she could call her mother, as Jihoon considered them his real parents. The mother happily agreed and teased Jihoon for the delayed introduction, but Sebin graciously explained his busy schedule and promised to visit often since they were now working together. Delighted by the news of their collaboration, the mother's excitement was palpable before Sebin turned to address the man of the house, apologizing for rambling. She formally introduced herself as Han Sebin, but the man, Cho Panseok, gently clarified that he wasn't Jihoon's biological father. Sebin insisted that since he had taken care of Jihoon for so long, he was a father to him, which made Jihoon reflect on how his own relatives now ran a different cafe. A brief, distant memory surfaced in Jihoon's mind, reinforcing his deep-seated belief that this couple were the parents who had always supported him. Cho Panseok then gestured for Jihoon to stop standing and sit with their guest, a subtle flick of his eyes betraying his quiet acceptance of the title father. With a warm smile, the mother recalled their new project and invited them to have a seat while she fetched them some drinks. As they approached their table, the young writer already seated there, Mr. Park, looked up in surprise at the man who had raised Jihoon. Jihoon began the introductions, prompting Sebin to say hello to Mr. Park, their future collaborator. Sebin enthusiastically shook his hand, addressing him as Director Park and praising his script, but he humbly corrected her, stating that he was not yet a director. Jihoon glanced at the writer, noticing an unusual stiffness in his posture and deducing that he must be nervous meeting the famous actress. A cup of freshly brewed coffee sat on the table between them, its steam curling gently into the air. Sebin passionately declared herself a huge fan of his work, revealing she'd seen his older films 3 times each, a fact that clearly astonished him. She confessed that her admiration was a major reason for taking the role, which visibly honored Mr. Park, who had felt he was just a washed-up writer unworthy of her talent. After promising to do her best, Sebin seamlessly shifted the conversation, asking about the topic he had wished to discuss with her privately. She then revealed that Jihoon had confided in her about his strong desire for Mr. Park himself to direct the upcoming project. Mr. Park asked if she would prefer someone else, but she quickly denied it, hesitating only for a second before laying out her thoughts. She decided to be blunt, explaining that while his script was brilliant, it would need significant adaptation to work as a television drama. Sebin elaborated that the pacing was very different from a movie, and warned that the network would likely push for a well-known drama writer to be hired. Mr. Park thoughtfully considered her point, agreeing that it made sense but admitting he hadn't yet found the right person for the job. At that moment, Sebin suggested the legendary writer Park Eun-jin, confirming to a stunned Mr. Park that she meant the most famous one in the industry. She touted Ms. Park's incredible track record, mentioning her guaranteed ratings and the famous rumor of a director running barefoot just to secure a meeting with her. However, Sebin also cautioned that bringing on such a powerful writer could be a double-edged sword, as she might completely rewrite his original vision. Jihoon silently predicted that Mr. Park, a man with such a strong sense of authorship, would surely refuse, but the writer simply fell into deep thought. Then, to everyone's surprise, Mr. Park looked up with resolve and firmly agreed to the idea. He dismissed any concerns, stating that Ms. Park knew dramas better than he did and that they could work together to merge their styles correctly. He then turned to Jihoon, gratefully acknowledging that the project only existed because of him and that now was not the time for stubbornness. A look of unwavering determination settled in Mr. Park's eyes as he fully committed to this new path. He began to list the project's strengths, starting with the fact that they had Korea's top actress, Han Sebin, on board. He then added the final piece of the puzzle, Jihoon, the recent winner of the Best Male Actor award. With such a powerhouse team assembled, Mr. Park declared that this was a collaboration that was destined for success and absolutely could not fail. A month of intense collaboration had passed. Day after day, Mr. Park and the legendary writer Ms. Park held countless meetings. Their collaboration was a constant clash of 2 vastly different creative styles. Yet, after a long period of sheer perseverance, they finally completed the first revision of episodes 1 through 5. The industry's response to the script was nothing short of explosive, as offers began pouring in fueled by the 4 powerhouse names attached to the project. Such a frenzy of interest was an exceptionally rare sight in the current drama landscape. In an interview room, the complex power dynamics of the industry were being considered, particularly the relationship between a writer and an actor. This relationship was often defined by a clear hierarchy, the one who chooses and the one who is chosen. While writers typically held the upper hand, it was decided that the famed Park Eun-jin would surprisingly take a secondary role, a move that was internally approved. This unusual arrangement left executive Yoon Chae-won facing a perplexing dilemma. She quietly wondered what her next strategic move should be. Chae-won knew that the most critical part of producing a drama was managing personalities and that success depended on skillfully handling the unexpected. She recalled that Park Ji-hoon was a film director with a reputation for being incredibly proud. Gripping her papers, she considered the worst-case scenario where a power struggle could erupt during production. Shaking her head with a laugh, she remembered how strict contracts were usually employed to prevent these very issues. However, with a decisive click of her pen, Chae-won concluded such clauses were unnecessary, as she knew who the true leader of the project was. She then extended a hand in greeting as her guest arrived. The office door creaked open, revealing the person she had been waiting for. As Jihoon stepped inside, Chae-won warmly welcomed him, noting it had been a long time and asking him to take a seat. Jihoon nodded in agreement, attributing his recent success to her efforts with the reclaimers and accepting her offer of coffee. A delicate wisp of steam curled up from the freshly prepared cup. She proudly informed him that the movie had reached 16 million viewers, making it the second highest box office hit of all time. Chae-won remarked that most actors would have taken a long break after such a monumental success. She had heard, however, that he was already preparing for his next project, a drama, and Jihoon confirmed that he felt it wasn't the right time to rest. Chae-won then stunned him by revealing their new goal was 17 million viewers and that they wouldn't pull the movie until they hit that number. Jihoon expressed his astonishment at the seemingly impossible goal and tried to thank her, but she insisted she should be the one thanking him. Setting her cup down, she explained that she had wanted to express her gratitude to him in person. With a confident smile, she credited him for the film's final surge in popularity, acknowledging that his efforts surpassed everyone else's and reminding him she always repaid her debts. She then announced her plan to pay him a massive box office bonus on top of his running guarantee, as a gift from the company. Jihoon was left to silently calculate the immense sum a running guarantee for 17 million viewers would entail. Shifting the topic, Chae-won inquired if his next drama had found a production company, and he confirmed that nothing, not even a network, had been decided. She revealed that DM Entertainment would submit a bid, though she feigned doubt about winning, causing Jihoon to wonder if she was asking for his influence. Before he could voice his suspicion, she quickly assured him that her generosity was not a bribe. Chae-won declared that even if their company lost the bid, they were still determined to invest in the production costs, a commitment that clearly surprised him. She explained that since the reclaimers had made them incredibly profitable, it only made sense to reinvest in the actor who made it all possible. Then, she admitted with a sly look that she was also being a little greedy, which only deepened his curiosity. A knowing, confident grin spread across her face. She then stood and suggested they step outside for a moment to continue their conversation. As they walked, Chae-won confessed that she always felt the atmosphere around her shift depending on a project's box office results. She elaborated on her philosophy that failure often led to more failure, while success paved the way for even greater success. She then asked if he felt it too, the sensation of being the same person, yet having his entire standing in the world change. Chae-won noted how people now viewed her completely differently, which led Jihoon to silently reflect on his own public perception. She explained that the film's success had greatly strengthened her position within the company, bringing her close to a goal she once would have been satisfied with. However, she then recalled a profound question the other actors had once asked her. They had challenged her, questioning if she was truly content and whether she still desired to create thrilling stories before becoming just a businesswoman. This memory sparked a new resolve in her. She declared she would live more fiercely, aiming to create extraordinary stories instead of just profitable products. This, she explained, was why she wanted to partner with him again, asking if he agreed that together they could achieve this dream. She confidently asserted that DM Entertainment was a decent business partner for such an ambitious endeavor. Jihoon responded that her company wasn't just decent, it was incredible. He formally accepted her proposal, expressing his genuine excitement to work with her once more on this new project. As their new and powerful partnership was forged, the scene transitioned. Later, the camera settled on the exterior of a sleek, modern house under the darkness of night. The sharp beeping of a car's key fob briefly broke the evening silence. After returning from his meeting with DM, Jihoon walked thoughtfully into his home. His hand found the wall and pressed a switch, instantly filling the dark room with light. Alone in the quiet, Miss Chaewon's poignant words began to repeat in his mind. He collapsed onto his couch with a heavy sigh, overwhelmed by the weight of their conversation. Her reflection on how people's views changed based on one's position, even if the person remained the same, struck him particularly hard. He had to concede that her observation was undeniably true. He vividly recalled his former self, the aspiring actor with prominent burn marks that had caused people to shy away from him. That same man was now a celebrated star, loved and adored by the masses. Yet, he privately admitted that the relentless expectations and the undercurrent of envy from others sometimes terrified him. He felt the constant pressure of countless eyes on him, as if they were all demanding to know what spectacular feat he would show them next. Sitting on the couch, lost in his turbulent thoughts, his hand reached into his jacket pocket. He lifted his phone to see another congratulatory message about the film's success before turning his gaze to the dark window. In that moment, he felt the immense, suffocating shadow of his own stardom beginning to overtake him. The story he was reading, Shadow of the Star, centered on a protagonist who was an orphan. This main character was Kim Yun-sung, a 26-year-old man who had been left at an orphanage by his parents as a child. Born into hardship, his life had been a series of unfortunate events, leading him to believe that misfortune was all his future held. Trapped in this belief, he lived a pitiful existence, merely enduring the passage of each day. An unexpected jolt suddenly shifted the course of his bleak reality. Then, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had presented itself to him, offering a chance to debut in the entertainment industry. A bright, dazzling world he had never before experienced finally opened its doors to him. The hum of a luxury car served as a backdrop to the realization that this lavish world was just as dark as it was brilliant, at times filling him with a sickening disgust. This drama was a raw depiction of the hidden, often ugly, sides of the entertainment industry. Jihoon felt an immediate, profound connection the moment he read the script, recognizing his own life in the main character's struggles and journey. He slowly lowered the script, his mind consumed by the parallels. The character's life path felt so familiar that it seemed to overlap perfectly with his own. Just then, his manager's voice broke his concentration, informing him that they had arrived and it was time to go. His manager gently inquired what had him so deep in thought. Jihoon explained he was thinking about his next project, noting how the main character felt like it was modeled after him, a sentiment his manager enthusiastically agreed with. The manager suggested that since Jihoon and the writer, Mr. Park, had known each other for a long time, Jihoon had likely served as the writer's muse. Jihoon confirmed that Mr. Park had said something very similar, even telling him that the role was specifically made for him. His manager celebrated the news, mentioning that Ms. Seo was also thrilled, though he trailed off hesitantly when the topic of the network came up. Jihoon's interest was immediately piqued, and he pressed his manager to know which network would be airing the show. His manager quickly backpedaled, insisting he shouldn't be the one to give it away. He deflected, stating that Ms. Seo wanted to tell Jihoon herself, and then promptly excused himself to meet with another team, leaving Jihoon to see her alone. Inside the building, three figures navigated through the spacious, modern lobby filled with plants and security turnstiles. A cheerful voice suddenly called out his name, hailing him as their star actor. Jihoon turned, surprised to see Ms. Seo standing there. She brushed off his surprise, explaining that she was too excited to stay in her office and simply had to come down to greet her top actor personally. She playfully asked him to guess why he had been summoned, and he correctly presumed it was to discuss the network for his next project. She feigned a glare, asking if Mr. Ko had spoiled the news, but Jihoon clarified he hadn't been told exactly which one it was. She then revealed that the drama would air on IBC in the 8 o'clock Friday and Saturday slot, with casting to be finalized in 2 months, a revelation that gave Jihoon pause. The sharp chime of an arriving elevator filled the brief silence as she noticed his hesitation and asked if he disliked the choice. As they stepped inside, Jihoon admitted honestly that he wasn't pleased, citing the network's recent string of poorly performing dramas. Ms. Seo acknowledged his point, agreeing that IBC wasn't a network that currently suited an actor of his caliber, as it had a reputation for being unwatched. The elevator bell chimed once more as she explained that the network's messy situation only made them more eager for a hit. As the doors slid shut, she shared an old saying among drama writers: to raise your value, you should work with a network on the verge of ruin. She elaborated that if an actor brought them even one success, the network would be desperate enough to pay double to get them back for a second project. Stepping out onto their floor, she added that because IBC was banking on a comeback, they would provide immense support for production and launch major promotions. Jihoon processed her logic as they walked, summarizing her plan as them becoming the network's relief pitchers, to which she gave a resounding confirmation. She then posed a question, asking how he thought people would see him after the drama succeeded, to which he gave the simple reply that they would think his drama was a success. She let out a light-hearted sigh, playfully chiding his understated perspective on the matter. She corrected him, stating that people would come to see him as a truly irreplaceable actor. She went even further, suggesting they might even call him a messiah for single-handedly saving a network that had hit rock bottom. The weight of her words settled on him as he quietly repeated the phrase "an irreplaceable actor" to himself. He stood still, his gaze fixed and intense as he contemplated this powerful new identity. Ms. Seo perceptively noted his preoccupied expression as they walked and asked if he had a lot on his mind lately. She confidently offered to guess exactly what it was that was worrying him. With a slight nod from Jihoon, she correctly deduced that while he had received an award, a part of him found the recognition to be a heavy burden. Leaning in slightly, she continued her accurate assessment, guessing that he felt he had to hide this burden and secretly wondered if these feelings made him weak. She then asked if she was right, and seeing his surprised expression, she explained that all actors face this inner conflict, constantly challenged by their own past successes. She reassured him that what he was feeling was a given, a completely natural part of an actor's life. A look of genuine gratitude washed over his face as she advised him to focus on his own feelings instead of others' opinions, reminding him that they were always on his side. With a warm smile, she offered to push back the production schedule if he needed a break, insisting that it would be no trouble at all. He quickly shook his head, declining her offer and asserting that he wanted to continue, prompting her to double-check if he would be all right. He nodded firmly, explaining that it would actually be better for him to immerse himself in the role, as he was in a better position to focus on his character. He expressed his thanks, telling her that their conversation had helped him realize what his true focus in his acting life should be. A new chapter of his journey had just begun, a true road to stardom. And so, with a new network secured, the production gears for Shadow of the Star officially began to turn. The following 3 months were used efficiently to gather all the manpower and resources required for the production. In that time, casting for the other roles also proceeded at a lightning-fast pace. The only real issue that remained was the air date, as the struggling IBC network was desperate to broadcast its guaranteed hit as soon as possible. Before they knew it, the day of the script reading had arrived, a critical moment when the actors would finally assess each other's skill levels. The quiet creak of the door opening signaled the start of the tense gathering. While these readings were always filled with pressure, the atmosphere that day was exceptionally heavy, a palpable tension caused by the presence of one particular person. In that moment, Jihoon felt as if he were sitting face to face with a ferocious beast. He lifted his gaze to see the front-runner of method acting, the legendary Choi Jing-sik, sitting directly in front of him. Jihoon reflected on the information he had. Choi Jing-sik was slated for only 4 episodes, with his total screen time barely exceeding 15 minutes. Yet, the sheer weight of the man's presence seemed to rise and dominate the entire room. Jihoon knew that in this drama, Mr. Choi was set to deliver the most impactful cameo of all time, his legendary status looming over them all. The young actor couldn't help but wonder why such a figure was there, as cameo actors almost never attended script readings. Just then, Choi Jin-sik strode forward, heartily greeting Director Park and noting how long it had been since they last met. The director couldn't hide his astonishment, asking why the esteemed actor had actually come in person. Jin-sik laughed it off, jokingly questioning his own presence as a mere cameo, while Park urged him not to be so humble. A flash of recognition hit Jihoon as he recalled their shared history on the movie Beloved. His manager's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of Jin-sik's mastery of method acting and its rumored side effect of actors losing themselves to their roles. His agent had agreed that this was a genuine danger for most practitioners of the method. However, he expressed doubt that such a thing could ever affect the master himself, before casually suggesting they get a drink later. The agent had confidently dismissed the concerns as rumors spread by amateurs, insisting Jin-sik was simply that good an actor, the best in the country. He further explained the belief that Mr. Choi only fully transformed into his character when the cameras were actually rolling, remaining himself at all other times. This very skill, his agent argued, made Jin-sik his greatest competition, but Jihoon felt powerless against such a giant, earning a quick scolding for his negativity. Resolved, Jihoon decided to hold back during the reading, saving his true acting for when they were on the actual set. A pensive look crossed his face as his eyes darted to the side, weighing the challenge ahead. His thoughts were interrupted when Director Park waved him over, calling his name across the room. Jihoon moved with measured steps, approaching the two industry veterans. The director formally introduced him as Seo Jihoon, the lead of Shadow of the Star, and Jihoon confirmed that he was of course familiar with Mr. Choi. Extending his hand, Jihoon properly introduced himself and expressed how much he looked forward to working together. Mr. Choi immediately recognized him as the year's Blue Dragon Award winner, apologizing for not noticing him sooner while he was caught up greeting the director. He showered Jihoon with praise, mentioning his incredible reputation and stating his high expectations for their collaboration. As the pleasantries were exchanged, an unsettling feeling crept over Jihoon, making him question what he was sensing. A disarming smile bloomed on Choi Jin-sik's face, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Beneath the friendly exterior, Jihoon perceived a gaze that felt not just intense, but utterly ferocious. It was becoming clear that the road to stardom was paved with trials far more formidable than he had ever imagined. 2 weeks later, the tense atmosphere of the reading gave way to the bustling energy of the first day of filming for Shadow of the Star. Jihoon made his way through the organized chaos of the set, weaving past crew members carrying equipment and files. He scanned the area, trying to locate the specific set where his co-star, Sebin, was waiting. He finally saw her relaxing on a sofa, deeply absorbed in a book, and quietly made his approach. He called out to her formally, and she answered with a distracted tone, asking what he needed without looking up. When he playfully repeated her name, urging her to look, the familiar voice made her pause mid-page. Recognizing him at last, she looked up, and he immediately complimented her, telling her she looked pretty. She nonchalantly agreed that she always did, before her focus shifted critically to his own attire. In a tone of sheer disgust, she asked if he was dressed as a homeless man, pointing out his shabby shirt and a noticeable stain. She then leaned in with a grimace, asking if the dirty clothes were second-hand, already certain of the answer. He explained that it was a character choice, as he wanted to wear something his impoverished character would realistically own. Sebin was unimpressed, questioning why his stylist hadn't secured proper sponsored clothing instead of resorting to someone else's worn-out garments. A shadow passed over Jihoon's face as he quietly confessed that this was something he used to do in his own life. He admitted that in his poorest days, he had rummaged through clothing donation bins just to find a coat for the winter. His gaze dropped as he added that he only learned much later that his actions could have been considered theft. Struck with sudden remorse, Sebin gently squeezed his hand and apologized, admitting she never knew about his difficult past. Her usual playful demeanor was replaced by a look of genuine concern as she glanced at him. He quickly reassured her it was fine, insisting that it was a long time ago and that he was doing much better now. He then gently prompted her to release his hand, noticing the crew's curious stares, and she quickly pulled back with an apology. Brushing off the somber moment, she patted the seat beside her, inviting him to sit as they still had time before filming. He sank onto the sofa next to her, a comfortable quiet settling between them for a moment. Sebin broke the silence, marveling at how fast time had flown since the script reading. He agreed that the air date was also approaching quickly, before asking why she had arrived so early when her call time was later. With a small smile, she explained that it was her habit to come early to sit and clear her mind. She believed this quiet ritual helped her to focus her energy and calm her nerves before a scene. He looked at her with open admiration, and when she questioned his expression, he simply said he thought she was incredibly cool. Leaning closer, he confessed he felt lucky that someone so captivating was his girlfriend, calling her incredibly sexy in her moment of quiet dedication. He teased her for blushing, a fact she vehemently denied as she tried to regain her composure. She then worried she was being a distraction, but he asked her to stay, reminding her how little they'd seen each other outside of work lately. She gently pushed back, insisting he needed his focus, which led him to correctly guess it was because of his upcoming scene with Mr. Choi. She affirmed his guess, asking if he felt the strange tension too, specifically regarding the veteran actor. She found it suspicious that Mr. Choi, with only 4 appearances, was already on set for the very first episode's shoot. Sebin theorized it was all a calculated move by director Park, intended to spark a fierce competition among the cast. She groaned at Jihoon's seemingly oblivious expression, while he gestured for her to keep her voice down. Unfazed, she stretched out her arms, declaring that if the director wanted a game, she was more than prepared to play. She saw right through him, noting his wariness of Mr. Choi and guessing he was itching for an acting showdown, a suggestion he playfully deflected. She then advised him to add another name to his list of rivals, leaving him to wonder what list she meant and who else he should be wary of. Just as a crew member called her for rehearsal, she revealed with a confident smirk that the other person was her. Walking toward the set, she looked back and made a promise that she would show him the true extent of her growth as an actress. A staff member approached Jihoon with a kind gesture, offering him a cup of coffee. He accepted the warm beverage with a simple word of thanks. For a brief moment, Jihoon stood quietly, the hum of the set fading as he was lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in a nearby office, 2 of his team members were engaged in a deep conversation about the on-set dynamics. The woman questioned her colleague's amusement, pointing out that Han Sebin was being 100% serious in her ambitions. He explained that it was just fun to witness, adding that it had been a long time since he had seen Sebin put forth so much effort. He fondly compared her earnestness to that of a hamster, musing to himself that love was truly blind. Shifting topics, she asked what Sebin had meant earlier about the director setting the stage, recalling director Park's old reputation for making his actors compete fiercely. She wondered if such a method was necessary when everyone was already so skilled, though her partner conceded that it didn't hurt. He clarified that Mr. Choi was merely a cameo, essentially an ace card that director Park could only play a few times. To the main cast, he elaborated, the veteran actor was like a final boss, positioned as a sort of noble sacrifice. The woman was taken aback by the term sacrifice, letting out a disbelieving laugh as he simply nodded. Unaware of their conversation, director Park likened powerful actors to beings from a higher realm, objects of conquest for which he must prepare an immediate attack. He believed the director's true competence was most apparent during the crucial rehearsals just before filming began. In his view, it was an actor's solemn duty to convey the unseen emotions and context that were absent from the script's pages. He mused that while a director's job was to guide actors through that ambiguity, his own approach was to let them wander the desert and find their own way. With great anticipation, he wondered what Han Sebin would show everyone on the stage he had so carefully prepared, before signaling for the rehearsal to begin. The director's commanding voice echoed across the set, officially starting the scene. Instantly, Han Sebin became her character, Lee Gun, a top Korean star who had become a victim of a notorious entertainment slave contract. Her every movement, from the swing of her arms to the subtlest facial tic, projected an undercurrent of palpable rage for all to see. Approaching her scene partner, her character's voice dripped with elegance as she requested a private word, masking the fury beneath. Sebin then dipped her head in a formal bow, each motion charged with unspoken hostility. This was the moment her character had waited for, a silent declaration of war against the very person who had dragged her into the abyss. The co-star's hand shot out to grab her, a physical manifestation of the conflict that marked the beginning of the drama's entire narrative. The tension culminated in a powerful, resounding slam that left the crew speechless. In that moment, everyone on set was convinced the drama was destined for greatness, a spell only broken when the director finally called cut. The fierce acting battle between the two top stars was over, and the director's call was met with a wave of relieved sighs and thunderous applause. Watching the masterclass performance from the sidelines, Jihoon was overcome with an immense sense of pressure. He felt as though Korea's greatest actress had just thrown down a gauntlet before him. The unspoken challenge hung heavy in the air, asking what he was going to show her in return. The full weight of his name, Seo Jihoon, and the expectations that came with it, settled upon his shoulders. He turned abruptly and walked away, the swish of his clothes echoing his inner turmoil. Song-hee, his makeup artist, noticed his distress and asked if he was okay, to which he defensively questioned what she was talking about. She chose not to press the issue, instead beginning to gently apply a brush to his face for a touch-up. He bristled, asking if she thought he was nervous and defiantly stating he wasn't so easily defeated, which she calmly acknowledged, reminding him that she knew his acting better than anyone. She paused her work, her expression turning thoughtful as she realized something about his look was missing. After a moment of consideration, she suggested leaving his top button open to better fit his character's tough guy persona. With her touch-up complete, she said her goodbyes, wishing him luck for his final hour of shooting as he offered a quiet thanks. Within the quiet of his mind, his spiritual guide noted his irregular breathing and directly asked if he was afraid. Jihoon dismissed the feeling as mere excitement for his upcoming scene with Mr. Choi, but the spirit urged him to calm himself, promising to amplify his power that day. Jihoon questioned this offer, and the spirit explained that he had only ever used half of his true power because his chi core had remained closed. The entity elaborated that most warriors traditionally gather their energy through years of rigorous and painful training. It explained that this accumulated energy served as the foundation of all strength, a crucial step that Jihoon had been unknowingly bypassing. Jihoon argued that his powers had been working just fine, but the spirit reminded him he was using the power of eternal truth by dangerously exhausting his own vitality. The spirit then confirmed his unspoken fear, revealing that opening his lower chi core would allow him to use his power without exhaustion before instructing him to take the lotus position. It then delivered a stern warning, urging him to focus lest he lose his way and meet with great disaster. As Jihoon focused his mind, a series of profound concepts flowed through his consciousness, guiding his inner energy. He suddenly felt the very essence and core of the eternal truth, a sensation like a vast ocean pouring into him through a single stream. The spirit announced that his lower chi core was now open, expressing surprise that, in fact, all three sections had been unlocked at once. After the incredible transformation, the entity simply asked him how he felt. Jihoon could only marvel at the change, describing his body as feeling impossibly light. A surge of newfound power coursed through him as he exclaimed that the feeling was amazing, believing he could now do anything. Elsewhere, Director Park and the veteran actor Mr. Choi were seen walking through a busy outdoor filming location. Mr. Choi jokingly complained to the director about being worked too hard, questioning all the location changes for his small, 4-episode role. The director playfully reminded him that he was the one who had wanted the part, but Mr. Choi admitted that Han Sebin's powerful acting was making him anxious. He then sighed dramatically about his upcoming scene with Seo Jihoon, feigning that he was too old to keep up with such intense actors. Director Park saw right through the act, calling him a liar and pointing out how much he was enjoying working with the fresh young cast before warning him to be on his toes with Jihoon. Mr. Choi acknowledged Jihoon's skill but noted that his acting wasn't perfect, sensing a missing element he couldn't quite put his finger on. At that very moment, Jihoon arrived on set and bowed respectfully, prompting a warm welcome from the veteran actor. As he looked up, Mr. Choi's eyes widened slightly, remarking that there was something different about him today, which made Jihoon look up in question. The veteran actor confirmed his observation with an intrigued smile, specifying that it was a noticeable change in his overall aura. On the meticulously arranged film set, the cast and crew prepared for the next pivotal scene. The air buzzed with the hum of equipment and the rustle of people moving into position. Two staff members murmured to each other, with one sighing that Mr. Jihoon must be having a tough time, prompting the other to ask why. The first staffer elaborated that after witnessing Miss Sebin's insane acting, Jihoon was surely nervous, especially given the pressure from his recent award. His colleague countered that Jihoon was an award winner himself, but the first grumbled that every actor there had awards, and any mistake would lead to harsh public scrutiny. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when a voice called out to them, making them gasp in surprise. Director Park strode towards them, sharply questioning if talking behind an actor's back was the best use of their time. He then turned his attention to Mr. Choi, pointing out that the veteran actor had just been complaining about Jihoon's performance moments earlier. Mr. Choi defended his words, clarifying that he only felt something was missing and then worried aloud that Jihoon might have overheard his critique. The director coolly asked if he really thought so. Flustered, Mr. Choi conceded the point, promising to apologize after the shoot and complaining that the director never let anything go. Changing the subject, the director asked what exactly was missing from Jihoon's acting, to which Mr. Choi replied that it lacked a certain sharpness. He further explained his philosophy that acting was about creating friction, whereas Jihoon was too focused on accommodating the other actors. The director suggested it might just be a difference in style, noting that Jihoon's method of elevating others improved the overall quality of a scene. With a confident grin, Mr. Choi retorted that at their level, such support was unnecessary, questioning why else they were called the nation's top actors. He concluded that if Jihoon had time to worry about others, he should be focusing on his own performance instead. Shifting gears, Mr. Choi reiterated his plan to apologize and asked when filming would resume, stretching as the director announced it was time to get ready. The director then clapped his hands together, calling for everyone's attention and officially starting the shoot. Despite the call to action, Mr. Choi's gaze lingered on Jihoon as he tried to place the strange aura he had felt from him earlier. He wondered if the young man had shed his pressure or if this new presence was a sign of newfound confidence. A curious smile touched Mr. Choi's lips as he decided that, whatever the reason, the upcoming scene was going to be fun. The scene began, with a prop being lifted into place to set the stage. A sharp clack of the slate echoed across the set, signaling the official start of the take. Within the scene, the character Yunsong trudged wearily, dragging his exhausted body home once more. As he climbed the stairs, each heavy step was accompanied by the despairing thought of how much longer he could live this way. The narration explained that this bleak reality was perhaps why he constantly imagined impossible escapes. His most frequent fantasy involved becoming a celebrity, a path he believed could lead him out of his miserable life. In a moment of bitter self-awareness, he muttered an insult to himself, calling himself a dumb bastard. He scoffed at the very idea, questioning how someone like him could ever achieve such a far-fetched dream. He felt that even hell might be a welcome reprieve from the unbearable weight of each passing moment. Just as a sigh of self-pity escaped his lips, a man's voice suddenly called his name, requesting a word. A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to Yunsong. Yunsong immediately recognized the man as the stalker who had been tailing him for the past several days. He confronted the man, sarcastically asking if he had now managed to track him all the way to his home. The man casually admitted to simply following him, noting that it seemed Yunsong wasn't going to accept his offer otherwise. The scene's narration revealed Yunseong's internal thoughts, seeing this man as a potential lifeline from the abyss. With a fragile hope, he asked the man if he truly saw any potential in him, already sensing the true intention behind the man's words. His voice filled with vulnerability. He then asked if a guy like him could ever be loved by the public. A deep-seated resentment for the world simmered just beneath his desperate questions. Trapped by his circumstances, his suppressed despair had grown stronger, and he tried to gauge the man's angle while secretly praying for salvation. The man answered with unwavering confidence, stating that he never invested in ventures destined for failure. He then added that seeing Yunsong in that moment made him even more certain of his decision. The man confessed that he was specifically drawn to the raw, desperate look he saw in Yunsong's eyes. Suddenly, the director's voice yelled cut, calling for them to reset and go for another take. The story then jumped forward 2 months, to the night of the first broadcast of their new drama, Shadow of the Star. The cast and crew were gathered at a noisy premiere party, the room filled with excited chatter. The director found Mr. Choi watching clips on his phone and asked what he was doing, to which the actor replied that the party hadn't really started yet. While complimenting the show's final cut, the director urged Mr. Choi to mingle, but the actor pointed out that the lead actors were noticeably absent, having heard they were running late. The director explained that they were swamped with promotional events and had barely managed to make time for the party at all. Mr. Choi playfully called Jihoon a bastard for being late, which led the director to comment on their apparent closeness, a fact the veteran actor confirmed by saying they had agreed to be friends. The gentle jingle of a bell announced a new arrival as someone stepped through the door. As the director teased Mr. Choi about his friendship with the much younger actor, another guest excitedly announced that their lead had finally arrived. Jihoon approached with a bright smile, asking Mr. Choi if he had been well, but the veteran actor insisted he call him Hyung. Jihoon laughed, admitting he was still getting used to the informal title as Mr. Choi playfully pulled him into a friendly embrace. Someone observed the television in the bar, noting that with the lead actor's commercials playing, the broadcast was about to begin. The gathering was a viewing party held at a rented bar, a tradition for the premiere, with everyone anxiously awaiting the ratings announcement at 2 in the morning. Until that time, the plan was to laugh, talk, and drink together, shaking off the exhaustion from the past 3 months of intense filming. Despite the celebratory atmosphere of the last few months, a palpable tension began to mount, felt in the quickening of anxious heartbeats. The source of this growing anxiety was the knowledge that at 2 a.m., the all-important ratings for their show would be officially announced. As the decisive moment drew ever closer, the light-hearted mood in the bar began to evaporate. A crew member suddenly shot up from his seat, shouting that the IBC numbers were in, and every head in the room instantly turned, focusing intently on him for the results. The crew member excitedly announced that the show had premiered with an impressive 12% rating, a remarkable feat in the current streaming era where exceeding 20% was rare. A debut with such strong numbers should have been cause for a massive celebration. However, a subtle air of disappointment lingered among the cast and crew. The narrator admitted that given the star power involved, they had secretly anticipated even higher figures. One person asked another if they were let down, and the other confessed to being slightly disappointed, having hoped for more. Nevertheless, he expressed confidence that they had the power to boost those numbers as the season progressed. He then boldly declared their intention to claim the #1 spot. He strategically inquired how long that would take, asking for the current ratings of a rival drama starring an actress named Tae. His companion recalled her latest episode hit 23%, prompting a confident prediction that they would surpass that benchmark by their 5th episode. They mused that Tae wouldn't appreciate their ambition, but ultimately dismissed it as the harsh reality of a competitive industry. The others agreed, affirming that their own confidence in their project was just as strong. Just as one of the actors had implied, there was no trace of concern on anyone's face in the room. A wave of unwavering certainty washed over the gathering. Everyone believed their success was inevitable. At that moment, new information arrived that fanned the flames of their confidence, sparking exclamations of disbelief. Someone announced that the peak rating had actually hit 19% and, more importantly, audience retention was nearly perfect through to the final scene. The narrator explained that real-time ratings depended on keeping viewers engaged, a challenge they had clearly overcome right from the start. A crew member exclaimed that the updated numbers were even better than he had anticipated. Mr. Choi commented that this was exactly what he expected, attributing the high retention to the powerful final scene he had filmed with Jihoon. One person suggested the network had hit the jackpot and could see ratings climb to 40%, though another would have been thrilled with just 30%. Mr. Choi playfully accused director Park of losing his edge, reminding him of a time during their old project when he had encouraged them to dream big. The director dismissed it as something from long ago, but Mr. Choi insisted he could still dream big, assuring him that he hadn't lost his touch. The director then shifted the conversation, asking Mr. Choi if he had decided on his next project yet. Mr. Choi revealed he had received many offers but nothing had captivated him, a response that seemed to please the director. The director then instructed him to meet at his agency the next day with Ms. Seo, which caught the veteran actor by surprise. When asked why Ms. Seo needed to be there, the director rhetorically questioned what other reason an agency CEO would have for meeting with actors. He made his intention clear, stating it was time for them to do business together. He then posed a tantalizing question, asking if Mr. Choi was bored of the domestic scene and suggesting he prepare for work overseas. A confident grin spread across the director's face as he offered to build a bridge for him, mentioning a promising project aimed at an international launch. The following day, the proposed meeting took place. Mr. Choi started the conversation by asking Jihoon if he was familiar with the renowned director Cha Jung-mak, to which the younger actor nodded. Ms. Seo interjected while taking a sip of her drink, stating that anyone in their industry who didn't know him was a spy, adding that Cha Jung-mak was rumored to be aiming for Cannes. Jihoon turned his head slightly, admitting he had only heard the rumors and wasn't certain of their validity. Ms. Seo shrewdly deduced the rumor must be true coming from Mr. Choi, accusing him of being there to recruit Jihoon for a film. Setting his cup down, Mr. Choi praised Ms. Seo's quick insight, confirming he had recently spoken with Mr. Cha, who had expressed great interest in Jihoon. He playfully nudged Jihoon, explaining he had wanted to arrange an introduction sooner but knew they were both incredibly busy. The veteran actor then revealed that Mr. Cha himself wanted to walk the red carpet at Cannes with Jihoon, a proposal that left the young actor stunned. Mr. Choi elaborated that Mr. Cha was aiming to be the first Korean director to win the Palme d'Or and had partnered with OJ Group to do it. Ms. Seo clarified that OJ Group was the undisputed distribution powerhouse of the Korean film industry, a force even their company had to defer to. Mr. Choi slid a script across the table but urged Jihoon to accept the role without reading it, insisting that an offer from Cha Jung-mak was a mandatory yes. When Jihoon hesitated, Mr. Choi jokingly chided him, claiming fame had made him stubborn and starting to reminisce about how things were back in his day. He began to say that actors would gladly do anything for such an offer, but cut himself off when questioned, nervously turning to Ms. Seo for support. Ms. Seo agreed, stating that the very mention of director Cha's name was enough to excite any actor and affirming it was a fantastic opportunity for Jihoon. A thoughtful silence fell as Jihoon quietly contemplated the massive offer before him. Ms. Seo gently prompted him for his thoughts, reiterating that she believed it was a good offer. Mr. Choi argued that with a director like Mr. Cha, the script was secondary to his name, reminding Jihoon of his dream to walk the Cannes red carpet. Jihoon quietly confirmed that this was likely a dream shared by every actor in the industry. Ms. Seo then asked Mr. Choi to confirm Jihoon's acting skills, to which the veteran actor readily agreed, calling him a true star. He even shared that he was so intimidated by Jihoon's performance during a scene that he flubbed his lines, a take the director ended up using. With that, Ms. Seo concluded by agreeing to consider the project favorably and instructing Jihoon to focus on finishing their current drama well. Mr. Choi confirmed that they had about 3 months of filming left on their schedule. He then admitted he personally wanted the drama to end quickly, a statement that confused Jihoon. The veteran actor clarified that he was eager for the chance to go head-to-head with Jihoon in a proper, 2-hour showdown on the big screen. A faint, competitive smile touched Mr. Choi's lips as he anticipated their future collaboration. Just 2 days after the premiere broadcast, the production was already moving forward. The network began filming a behind-the-scenes special, acting as if the drama's massive success had been a foregone conclusion. On set, a cameraman asked Jihoon to stand by while he captured some shots of Sebin, and the actor readily agreed. The hectic schedule continued, with the cast simultaneously filming new scenes while also promoting the show. Despite the exhaustion, this constant activity was a clear and welcome sign that the drama was performing exceptionally well. Suddenly, a quiet murmur of excited chatter began to spread among the crew members on set. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Jihoon approached a group to ask if something was wrong, only to be greeted with surprise. A crew member excitedly explained that a visitor had arrived for the behind-the-scenes film, as Jihoon noted how nice it was for her to show support. Just then, a young woman dashed towards him with a bright greeting. She let out a stream of excited, nearly incomprehensible words as she reached him. An immediate chill ran down his spine as a sudden, unsettling realization about her true intentions washed over him. Jihoon was struck by the details of the new OST, recognizing that the lyrics and music were both credited to Song Hail. He realized with a start that the song was about a girl who couldn't get over a crush who had rejected her, the understanding causing him to crumple a piece of paper in his hand. A nervous laugh escaped him as he confirmed his worst fears about Hale's intentions. A crew member suddenly approached the director, suggesting they change the order of the shoot, a proposal that visibly surprised the director. The man explained his reasoning, pointing toward Hale and declaring that the greatest contributor to their ratings had just arrived on set. As Jihoon started to move, Sebin stopped him, asking what he was doing and questioning if he feared she was about to pick a fight with Hale. Sebin let out a knowing sigh, explaining that she understood the nature of a first love and knew exactly why Hale had really come to visit. Jihoon naively wondered if Hale hadn't simply come to support them, which earned him an exasperated look from Sebin, who lamented how dense he could be about such things. She firmly instructed him to stay put, announcing that she would go talk to Hale woman to woman as she confidently strode away. A worried Jihoon turned to his manager, Mr. Ko, asking if Sebin would be alright, though Mr. Ko seemed confused by the question. Jihoon clarified that his concern was for Hale, admitting he suspected she still harbored feelings for him, prompting his manager to dryly remark that delusion was an illness. To defend his suspicion, Jihoon pointed out that the OST lyrics explicitly described a belief that a past love would return, with feelings unchanged. Mr. Ko simply asked what he was so worried about, reminding him that he hadn't actually done anything wrong, a point Jihoon reluctantly conceded. Despite this, Jihoon took an anxious step forward, still fretting over the possibility that the two women might actually come to blows. His manager, finding the entire situation rather amusing, told him not to worry and to just watch how things unfolded, causing Jihoon to flinch. Mr. Ko then added with unshakable confidence that, in reality, there had never been a real contest between them. Meanwhile, Hale approached Sebin with a warm and friendly greeting. Sebin took a deliberate step toward the arriving singer. Hale then threw her arms around Sebin in an enthusiastic hug, exclaiming how long it had been, to which Sebin awkwardly agreed. With a bright grin, Sebin told a curious Hale that she was doing great thanks to her, then asked how she was, receiving a simple reply that things were the same as always. Sebin complimented the OST, saying it fit the drama perfectly and predicting that its success would be the reason they hit #1. Hale accepted the praise but cautioned that it wasn't yet time for them to relax. She added a cryptic warning that the third party in the drama's love triangle had not yet made their appearance. Suddenly, Hale's tone shifted as she called out to Jihoon, affectionately calling him Appa. Waving him over, she asked what he was doing and gestured for him to join their conversation. Panic flashed in Jihoon's eyes as he desperately asked his manager what to do, and Mr. Ko advised him to simply stay quiet and smile like a fool. As Jihoon approached with a smile, Sebin greeted him, and he immediately asked what the two of them had been talking about. Hale playfully teased that they had been speaking ill of him, a joke that made him momentarily question if she was serious. Sebin quickly clarified it was a joke and that they were discussing Hale's amazing OST, before playfully asking if he was sure she shouldn't have been badmouthing him. Jihoon then quietly checked with Sebin, asking if anything had happened with Hale, prompting her to defensively ask if he thought she would actually attack the girl. When he admitted the thought had crossed his mind, Sebin noted he sounded guilty and asked if he had something to hide, which he vehemently denied. Changing the subject, Jihoon formally thanked Hale for taking the time to visit them on set. He finished by saying he hoped they would all have a fun and productive shoot for the behind-the-scenes special. A close-up highlighted Sebin's faint, knowing smile as she listened. Hale responded with great enthusiasm, telling Jihoon she was very much looking forward to it. The day's filming concluded, and the scene shifted to a few hours later. Inside a moving car, Mr. Ko's hand tapped rhythmically on the dashboard. The manager whistled a cheerful tune while driving Jihoon home. He remarked that Hale's song was quite good and confirmed that they had officially wrapped up shooting for the special program. An online article appeared on screen, showing the drama's production team committing to a 30% viewership goal, as Mr. Ko mused that every shoot had its ups and downs. Nevertheless, the manager expressed a strong, positive feeling about the show's impending success. Another news headline celebrated that Shadow of the Star had already achieved the highest ratings of the year. A third article praised Song Hale's song Wintering for boosting the drama's popularity, while the manager noted the sheer volume of articles predicting their success. He continued, mentioning that an almost uncomfortable amount of gifts had been piling up from fans. Just then, Jihoon's phone vibrated with an incoming text message. He saw it was from Hale, who was asking if he had made it home safely. He quickly replied that he was still on his way. She wrote back that she was also en route, adding that she had fun seeing both him and Sebin at the shoot. Her final message, sent at 5:57 p.m., commented on how good he and Sebin looked together, a statement that made Mr. Ko slam on the brakes. Jihoon's voice was filled with anxiety as he wondered aloud if their relationship had been that obvious to others. He fretted over the revelation, having thought they had been successful in hiding their romance. Turning to his manager, Jihoon stated his fear that Hale had discovered his relationship with Sebin. Mr. Ko reacted with utter shock, demanding to know how she could have possibly found out, startled by Jihoon's sudden confession. Jihoon surmised that their behavior during the shoot must have been more transparent than they thought, prompting Mr. Ko to remind him of his warnings to be careful. After a moment, the manager conceded that hiding such feelings was likely difficult for the couple. He then delivered a stark warning, reminding Jihoon that their management team was working hard for his success and that any dating rumors would constitute an emergency. Jihoon somberly acknowledged this, promising Mr. Ko that he would be more careful in the future. Still worried, he wondered again how obvious they were, even suggesting they might have to act like they hated each other in public. Mr. Ko's face suddenly hardened as he muttered that he knew something like this would happen, piquing Jihoon's concern. The manager gravely announced that they were now in an emergency situation. He declared that an immediate strategic meeting was necessary. Without wasting a second, Mr. Ko instructed Jihoon to call Sebin while he made a call to Mr. Cho. A completely bewildered Jihoon asked what was happening. Mr. Ko delivered the crushing news that photographs of him and Sebin on a date had just been leaked online. An insightful voiceover explained the concept of business friendships, a common performance put on by celebrities for the public. This performance, it was stated, was the foundation of public image, as audiences tend to believe what they are shown. The narration elaborated that the complex reality behind the cameras was often obscured by meticulously crafted scripts. From Jihoon's perspective, he knew that while the public saw him and Sebin as close childhood friends, most people likely wondered if there was more to their story. He contemplated the constant public speculation about whether their relationship was truly platonic or if they were secretly dating. Then, as if to provide a definitive answer, it was revealed that reporters had just delivered a major scoop. In the urgent meeting, Mr. Cho confirmed the photo was from 3 days ago, from the one time they had stepped out for a drive. A frustrated Sebin waved her hand dismissively, questioning why reporters were so fixated on the personal lives of others. Jihoon, however, immediately accepted the blame, admitting it was their own fault for being so careless. Mr. Cho sternly agreed, affirming that the responsibility for this situation rested solely on the two of them, causing Sebin to shrink back. He then swiftly changed the subject, flipping through the photos as he directly asked how long they had been in a relationship. Mr. Ko adopted a more diplomatic tone, explaining to Sebin that their agency's primary function was to manage people, which meant managing risk. He offered an example, noting that idol agencies screen potential stars for past school bullying before ever signing a contract. In the world of acting, he continued, the management's first step was always to control an actor's circle of acquaintances to prevent any negative influences. He turned away slightly, expressing his relief that neither of them was involved in any truly sordid affairs. However, with a serious expression, he declared that the leaked photo now obligated them to share the full details of their personal lives. Sebin conceded that this was a standard industry practice, remarking that their own agency was unusually respectful of privacy compared to others. Jihoon scowled, attempting to downplay the crisis by insisting it was just a simple dating rumor. His mind conjured a far worse scenario, imagining a scandalous headline about him being arrested for drunk driving. He internally reasoned that since he hadn't done anything truly questionable, the management team was being far too strict. When Jihoon tried to dismiss it to Mr. Ko, the manager forcefully corrected him, stressing the significance of it being his very first dating rumor. Still failing to grasp the severity, Jihoon questioned what the big deal was. An agitated Mr. Ko tried to convey how terrifying public gossip could be, forcing Mr. Cho to intervene and tell him to calm down. Mr. Cho then clarified that they only wanted to be cautious, reassuring the couple that they believed their feelings for each other were sincere. He sternly warned them, however, that to everyone else, their relationship would be seen as nothing more than entertaining gossip. The manager continued, pointing out that they surely didn't want strange speculations to circulate, which could lead to false rumors about a breakup. He mused that their public image might be twisted, drawing a parallel to their on-screen enemies-to-lovers storyline. He reminded them that the public could be unpredictable, sometimes turning on actors in real life just because they played a villain. Sebin glanced toward Jihoon with a worried pout, contemplating their difficult situation. Jihoon weighed their options, concluding that since management wanted to handle this smoothly, telling them the truth was likely the best course of action. Sebin decided to tell their story, starting from the time the controversy over her personality had erupted, which Mr. Cho recalled as the period of malicious online comments. She explained that Jihoon had come to comfort her during that time but then paused, suggesting they address a more urgent matter first. She proposed that their immediate priority should be deciding on the timing of their official confirmation, which set the managers to thinking. Sebin then confidently suggested they should announce the news strategically, a proposal that intrigued Mr. Ko. She quizzed the managers on their characters' current dynamic in the drama, which they described as enemies fighting like cats and dogs. Following her line of questioning, she asked about the upcoming episode, leading Mr. Cho to realize their characters were about to fall in love. With her plan laid bare, Sebin declared they would time their announcement for that exact day, revealing their romance wasn't just for the show. She grabbed Jihoon's hand for dramatic effect as she finished, stating they would confirm they were also dating in real life. A triumphant grin appeared on her face as she asserted it would be the perfect way to simultaneously boost the drama's ratings. Squeezing his hand firmly, she finalized her proposal to officially announce their relationship on the day their characters got together. The scene transitioned to an exterior view of a modern high-rise office building with a gleaming glass facade. A sign on the building identified it as the headquarters of DM Studios. Inside, Mr. Park, the director, sat alone in a moment of quiet contemplation. His assistant approached, informing him they were ready to begin the camera test, to which the director gave a distracted affirmation. Mr. Park requested the storyboard for a final look, and the assistant promptly handed it over. While the director was snacking and scratching his chin, the assistant hesitantly brought up a sensitive topic. He asked if Mr. Park was concerned about the previous day's scandal involving Sebin and Jihoon, but the director seemed entirely unbothered. The assistant specified that he was worried the media attention might distract the actors and affect their performances. Mr. Park's intense stare made the assistant quickly backtrack, stammering that he was sure it would ultimately be fine. The director waved a dismissive hand, stating that the actors' personal lives were their own issue and that, in fact, the scandal was good for the production. Smacking his palm on the table for emphasis, he explained that such controversy would inevitably lead to higher viewership. He then ordered the assistant to stop worrying about trivialities and assemble the camera crew, noting the actors' call time was approaching. Meanwhile, on the bustling set, Sebin glanced around and reflected on the strange coincidence of the news breaking when it did. She was seated in the makeup room before a cracked mirror when she turned to face Jihoon as he approached. While practicing their lines, she moved to slap him, marveling at the irony of their dating rumor surfacing while they filmed a slapping scene. She then softly voiced her uncertainty, wondering if everything was going to be alright. Leaning toward her stylist, she quietly murmured her confidence that Jihoon must have a plan to handle everything. Jihoon noticed the heightened energy on set, attributing it to the scandal before steeling his resolve, deciding that only their acting mattered. He reminded Sebin of their on-screen animosity for the day's shoot, stressing the need to separate their personal and professional lives, to which she agreed. Getting into character, Jihoon deliberately corrected himself, addressing her by her character's name, Lee Gun. A narrator's voice concluded that their characters, Kim Yun-sung and Lee Gun, were set to portray intense hatred, creating a deep irony since they were destined to fall irrevocably in love. The story rewound to 1 week earlier, taking place inside Seo Jihoon's home. Jihoon was deeply pondering the script, struggling to understand the on-screen relationship built on hatred. He confessed to his acting coach, Mr. Ko, that he still couldn't comprehend the character's motivations. Mr. Ko clarified that Jihoon was referring to the main characters in Shadow of the Star, who were portrayed to despise each other until the middle of the drama. Jihoon found this illogical, questioning how a few altercations could suddenly transform such intense animosity into love. Mr. Ko perfectly summarized Jihoon's dilemma, noting that while his mind could process the transition from hate to love, his heart couldn't connect with the emotion. Frustrated, Jihoon mentioned that he had already asked the director, Mr. Park, about his bizarre writing choice. The director had offered a simple, unhelpful answer: it was the actor's responsibility to make the character's journey believable. Mr. Ko found this to be a very typical director-like response, but Jihoon insisted on his sincerity, asking if such a dynamic had ever been seen in real life. To his surprise, Mr. Ko affirmed that he had witnessed it before, sparking Jihoon's immediate curiosity. Mr. Ko then gestured toward Jihoon, revealing that one of the individuals in that very relationship was standing before him. In a moment of shock, Jihoon realized Mr. Ko was talking about him and his co-star, Sebin. His coach reminded him of their own history, pointing out how they had intensely disliked each other at first, before correcting himself about their true first meeting as childhood friends. Mr. Ko admitted he was still amazed they were dating, but Jihoon clarified that he had never hated Sebin, it had all been a misunderstanding on her part. Amused, Mr. Ko teased him for rushing to her defense now that they were a couple, a suggestion Jihoon quickly waved off. Mr. Ko then offered his professional help with any challenges Jihoon might face, earning a sincere thank you from the actor. With their session concluded, Mr. Ko picked up a folder from the table, preparing to take his leave. Just then, a mysterious entity known only as Sir Subtitle appeared, addressing Jihoon with the affectionate term, beloved. The figure then proposed a philosophical idea, suggesting that deep hatred often stemmed from a complicated feeling of love-hate. After a moment of thought, Jihoon supposed that could be true, prompting the figure to ask if he had ever personally felt such a thing. The term love-hate resonated with Jihoon as he slowly lifted his head in contemplation. He delved into his own past, trying to recall if he had ever experienced an emotion so profoundly conflicted. He then realized he had felt it once, but his feelings had not been directed at another person. The reddish-brown-haired actor lowered his gaze, lost in a memory of profound significance. He finally identified the true object of his complex emotions, the art of acting itself. As he pushed himself to his feet, a silent wave of understanding washed over him. He confidently told Sir Subtitle that he now understood, earning praise for his quick grasp of the concept. The mysterious helper urged him to begin practicing immediately, as filming was just around the corner, before announcing his own departure. Sir Subtitle explained that he was feeling sleepy and would be leaving for the night. After the entity vanished, Jihoon noted to himself that its visits had become noticeably shorter recently. Nevertheless, he felt newly focused, grateful that Sir Subtitle had helped him organize his thoughts. He turned his attention back to the script, recognizing director Park Jo-hong's signature style of blending genres within the scene. He knew this moment was crucial, as it marked the point where romance would unexpectedly bleed into the drama's otherwise dark and heavy plot. Back on the bustling film set, a cameraman adjusted his lens, preparing to capture the pivotal scene. On screen, one character's hand shot out, forcefully seizing the others in a tense and charged grip. Jihoon's inner monologue recalled the director's specific vision for this moment, which he had described as a breathtaking romance. A narrator's voice pondered the origins of the profound hatred that had once defined these two characters. The voice then questioned the inexplicable shift that caused them to fall so deeply in love. The conclusion was that there was no logical way to know, nor was there any real need to understand it. The narration poetically explained that love often felt like a form of beautiful madness. It elaborated that one could be completely swept away by that insanity before even realizing the true depth of their feelings. With the powerful moment captured, the director's voice boomed across the set, calling cut and signaling the end of the take. In the control room, Director Park stared intently at the monitor, watching the playback of Sebin's character pinning Jihoon's to the ground. He remained silent for a moment, processing the intensity of the performance he had just witnessed. He then remarked aloud how impressive Jihoon's acting was, especially considering his recent complaints about the scene's difficulty. His assistant enthusiastically agreed, expressing his astonishment that they had finished a scene in just 1 hour that he had budgeted half a day for. The assistant admiringly declared that both actors were absolute beasts on camera. He then turned to Mr. Park, eagerly awaiting the director's final verdict on the take. Mr. Park complimented Jihoon's expressive eyes and acknowledged his thorough preparation, giving him a heartfelt good job. He then turned his praise to Sebin, commenting on how convincingly she overpowered Jihoon and lived up to her reputation as a skilled performer. Sebin playfully questioned his phrasing, causing Mr. Park to clear his throat and awkwardly claim he was just joking. Deftly changing the subject, the director brought up a different matter entirely. He confirmed their plan to publicly announce their relationship when this specific scene aired, which Jihoon affirmed was their intention to surprise the public. The director voiced his concern for their careers, but Jihoon assured him they were fully prepared for any potential backlash. Sebin chimed in, cheekily referring to their breaking news as a personal gift to the production. Mr. Park acknowledged the massive rating spike the scandal would generate and asked how they intended to release the news. Jihoon surprised him by revealing they had no plans to inform any reporters, leaving the director thoroughly confused. He then explained their chosen method: they would address their fans directly by publishing a personal letter. A week later, the day of the episode's broadcast finally arrived. Sebin excitedly called out to Jihoon to hurry, as the show was about to start, but he asked her to hold on for just a moment longer. She walked over to the table where he was sitting, still engrossed in his phone. Seeing that he was still editing the announcement letter, she questioned why, thinking it had already been completed. Jihoon explained he was doing one last check for mistakes, wanting it to be absolutely perfect, but Sebin urged him to just pull the trigger and see what happened. He pleaded for a little more time to review it, a nervous tremor in his voice. Having watched him agonize for days, Sebin reached over, insisting it was time to just do it and finally tell the world that they were dating. A sensational headline broke across the internet, questioning whether two of the nation's most popular trending stars were secretly in love off-screen. Online communities immediately buzzed with speculation, with users debating if the article pointed to Seo Jihoon and Han Sebin, while skeptics cited their well-known friendship as a reason for doubt. The rumors solidified when a second article was published, this time explicitly naming the two actors from Shadow of the Star and featuring a candid photo of Sebin. The report alleged that the co-stars were keeping their romance hidden from the public, pointing to evidence like matching couple shoes they wore on set between takes. Public reaction was a whirlwind of emotions, with comments ranging from enthusiastic support for the visually stunning couple to a newfound understanding of Sebin's casting in the drama. But away from the digital storm, in a tranquil room bathed in sunlight overlooking the water, the real story was unfolding. On the phone, Mr. Ko explained to Jihoon that the entire team had been on edge, waiting for him to give the green light before they could proceed. Jihoon confirmed he had received the signal perfectly, having been on standby for 5 minutes and taking immediate action the moment he saw the post on his fan site. With the articles now published exactly as coordinated, Mr. Ko acknowledged that while not everyone would be happy, the news was guaranteed to become a massive issue for the top-tier stars. A nervous Jihoon could only hope for the best, and Mr. Ko advised him to try and avoid getting too lost in the inevitable flood of online comments. Promising to follow up with good news, Mr. Ko urged Jihoon to rest, but the actor was left alone with his mounting anxiety. He was terrified by the thought that his identity as a star belonging to everyone would be shattered by becoming a man belonging to just one person. He worried that this revelation would deeply disappoint and hurt many of his loyal fans, a thought that sent a cold chill through him. As he fretted that the sincerity in his letter would come across as pretentious, Sebin decisively cut through his anxiety, telling him to stop worrying and check the reactions. Jihoon noted her extremely happy expression and asked for the reason, to which she playfully retorted by asking why she shouldn't be happy. She mused that a star must always create buzz to stay in the spotlight, and since they were now the center of attention, she was absolutely thrilled. Sebin reminded him that it was always best to embrace the unavoidable, pointing out that this situation was even simpler because they had planned it from the start. She then urged him to get up, questioning if he wasn't at all curious about his fans' responses, prompting him to reluctantly agree. With a deep, steadying breath, he turned his attention to the computer screen, preparing himself to face their verdict. His eyes scanned the personal letter he had posted, a long and heartfelt message where he confessed his difficulty in finding the right words before resolving to just speak honestly. His hand hovered over the computer mouse, a single movement away from uncovering the public's unfiltered response. The letter went on to thank his fans for being his greatest source of strength, expressing his sincere hope that the news wouldn't cause them any pain. Rereading the lengthy post made him cringe, and he was shocked to see it had already garnered over 2,000 comments. His heart hammered against his ribs as a potent wave of nervousness washed over him. He swallowed hard, his pulse thudding in his ears as he finally scrolled down past his own words to the comment section. His eyes widened in absolute shock at the first thing he saw. The top comment was a message of pure celebration, congratulating him on his relationship and wishing them both happiness. The next one expressed sympathy for how much he must have worried, reassuring him that they were completely fine with the news and thanking him for the letter. Sebin triumphantly pointed out that there was no reason to fret, and Jihoon laughed, admitting it felt as surreal as getting approval from her parents. He was overcome with gratitude, realizing his incredible fans had methodically flooded every news article with their passionate support. Organized fan clubs like Jihoon's heart left a barrage of positive messages, all cheering for the new couple's happiness. He saw that it wasn't just his own supporters, the vast majority of people online, including Sebin's fans, had come together to congratulate them. While a few hateful comments had surfaced, his fans had ensured they were quickly pushed out of sight with every refresh of the page. The entertainment industry was completely consumed by their story, a media fervor that surpassed all expectations and made it seem as if the entire country was talking about them. This was only the beginning of their media blitz, as Sebin had heroically completed a marathon of phone, written, and in-person interviews in just half a day. The resulting headlines wove a fairy tale narrative, portraying Jihoon as a resilient phoenix and Sebin as the nation's devoted first love whose feelings had spanned over a decade. Through this masterful media campaign, Sebin's public image was transformed into the very symbol of unwavering devotion. Later, Jihoon was on the phone with his publicist, Ms. Seo, who confirmed his written interview had been approved and would be published that evening. She advised him not to drag out the media tour for too long, a display of expertise that prompted Jihoon to call her a guru of their industry. Ms. Seo reassured him they were simply wrapping things up neatly, and Jihoon thanked her again, admitting the secrecy of his relationship must have been a surprise. She laughed, saying she would welcome a shock like this every day, before congratulating them and playfully calling dibs on officiating their future wedding. A flustered Jihoon reminded her they hadn't even been dating for a year, but she then pivoted, thanking him for something that left him completely baffled. She vaguely explained that thanks to him, a lingering problem she'd been worried about, one that was also related to him, was finally going to be resolved. However, she refused to elaborate, insisting he had enough on his plate and that they would discuss the good news after he finished filming. Jihoon respectfully agreed to wait, and Ms. Seo ended the call by telling him to get some rest for the next day's shoot. Just before hanging up, she cheerfully borrowed the trending phrase from his fans, wishing for him to always be happy. A slight blush touched Jihoon's cheeks as he echoed the sentiment, and after a final good-natured laugh from Ms. Seo, the call concluded. Left alone with his thoughts, Jihoon let out a soft, relieved chuckle as the tension finally began to melt away. The very next day, a tangible shift was already in the air. The side door of a large production van slid open with a quiet whoosh. Sebin stood in the doorway looking particularly beautiful, and as Jihoon complimented her, the sudden flash of a camera captured the moment. She explained that she couldn't look scruffy for her first day back at work after the big news, implying her polished look was for more than just her on-screen role. She then cheekily asked if he felt more confident having such a pretty girlfriend by his side, to which he smoothly replied that she was always beautiful. The genuine compliment made her ears turn a telltale shade of red, a reaction Jihoon found charmingly easy to read. Composing herself, she affectionately suggested they head to set, and he warmly agreed to go. But just as they were about to part ways and walk separately, Sebin's next move caught him completely off guard. She confidently linked her arm through his, declaring they would enter like this because she had a special plan, leaving Jihoon utterly bewildered. Jihoon recalled the exact moment he and Sebin, arms linked, had stepped onto the filming set. An immediate and palpable silence fell over the entire production crew. Breaking the quiet, Sebin addressed the room, calmly acknowledging that everyone was aware they were a couple. She paused for a beat, letting the reality of her statement sink in and dispel the awkwardness. Sebin then offered a sincere apology for any disturbance their news might have caused, adding her gratitude for their kindness which ensured everything ended well. With a respectful bow, she affirmed their commitment to working diligently alongside the crew for the remainder of the project. One of the staff members looked down with a concerned expression, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The silence finally broke as crew members began to whisper, admitting that seeing the two as an official couple in person felt entirely different and gave them chills. Someone else marveled at the incredible opportunity to witness the birth of a top star couple in real time. The murmurs of awe quickly transformed into a chorus of congratulations, with many playfully telling the new couple they were forbidden from ever breaking up. Another crew member wished them a long and happy relationship, proudly claiming their drama as the project that brought them together. The head director then officially congratulated Sebin on becoming the nation's new sweetheart and promised to watch over them even after the show ended, which earned a grateful thank you from her. However, a gruff voice suddenly cut through the cheerful commotion, demanding to know why it was so loud. The director strode onto the set, sarcastically asking the staff if they had gathered just to play around and if they truly had so much free time. He sternly reminded them of their packed schedule and ordered them to save the chatter for after their work was finished, his commanding charisma instantly silencing the crowd. The director's sharp gaze swept across the entire set, assessing the situation. His expression softened slightly upon seeing Jihoon, whom he said put him at ease, before instructing everyone to prepare for the next shot. Eager to comply, Jihoon promised he would get ready and be back in a flash. Following a successful take, the director yelled cut and immediately urged the crew to move on and prepare for the next scene without delay. Jihoon glanced towards the flurry of activity, silently wondering how much longer the preparations would take. Amidst the murmuring, the director's voice boomed as he singled out a staff member, Mr. Cho, and questioned what he was doing. He raised his voice again, reminding them they still had 2 scenes left to film and demanding they move with more urgency. A nervous staffer then interjected, informing him that the latest episode had just begun airing, which prompted the director to ask if there was a problem. The crew member hesitantly reported the number 38, leaving the director to confusedly ask what he meant. He quickly clarified that the live viewership rating had hit an incredible 38%, a figure he had just received from the broadcast network. A wave of realization washed over the director. They had not only shattered their 35% goal but were now approaching the monumental 40% mark, signifying a massive success. A jolt of renewed energy and excitement sprang through the entire production team. To celebrate the incredible news, the director announced they would wrap up filming 2 hours early and feast at their usual barbecue restaurant. The entire set erupted in a joyous cheer at the prospect of leaving work early for a celebration. In the midst of the excitement, a familiar voice called out Jihoon's name as a figure bounded towards him. Jihoon's face lit up as he recognized his friend and fellow actor, Woo Min, approaching him. Before Woo Min could reach him, however, he was suddenly grabbed from the side, letting out a surprised yelp. It was Sebin, who playfully grabbed Woo Min and chided him for not even noticing her, prompting a flustered apology from the younger actor. She tightened her grip in a friendly headlock, feigning disappointment while Woo Min comically begged for her to let him go. The light-hearted scuffle drew amused laughter from the crew members who were watching nearby. Jihoon asked Woo Min if his own filming had concluded successfully, to which Woo Min confirmed that he had done his best. Sebin praised Woo Min's talent before jokingly demanding he pay her more attention, and he meekly agreed just to be released from her grasp. With a final playful swish, she let him go. Woo Min let out a deep sigh of relief, finally free. He then turned back to Jihoon, sincerely congratulating him on the drama's viewership surpassing the 40% mark. Jihoon smiled and offered a simple, heartfelt thanks for the compliment. Woo Min expressed his sheer disbelief at the high rating, insisting only Jihoon could achieve such a feat, but Jihoon remained cautious, noting they still had to wait for the next episode. Unconvinced, Woo Min insisted the ratings would only climb higher, explaining that the internet was going absolutely wild over the show. Woo Min's prediction proved correct, as Shadow of the Star officially exceeded the 40% mark by episode 13, sparking a cascade of celebratory articles from media outlets. The monumental success of the drama created a lasting impact that continued to linger within the industry. Back on set, however, Woo Min glanced around with a thoughtful expression. He remarked to Jihoon that the atmosphere felt surprisingly calm and normal for a team that had just achieved such a historic rating the day before. Jihoon explained that everyone on the veteran crew had largely anticipated this success, which tempered the initial shock. He then added that it was too early to let their guard down, as their goal had now changed, leading Woo Min to ask if they were aiming for the all-time highest rating. Jihoon affirmed that they were focused on achieving the best possible rating they could, a level of dedication that deeply impressed Woo Min. Woo Min's gaze then drifted across the set once more, clearly searching for someone. A look of slight confusion crossed his face when he couldn't find her. He finally asked Jihoon where Sebin was, admitting he couldn't see her anywhere. Jihoon understood immediately, explaining that she was in the middle of shooting a scene and should be finished soon. Woo Min let out a small sound of understanding as he settled in to wait. At that very moment, Sebin appeared, and Woo Min greeted her with a polite bow, affectionately calling her his sister-in-law. The unexpected title made Sebin stop dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with surprise. With a swift, fluid motion, she closed the distance between them in an instant. She leaned in menacingly close, causing the startled Woo Min to flinch back. A mischievous grin spread across Sebin's face as she challenged him to repeat what he had just said one more time. Sebin leaned in closer, a dangerous glint in her eyes as she confirmed the title he had just used. Her menacing demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a wide, approving grin as she declared that he had passed her test and confirmed he was there for his cameo. She casually slung an arm around Woo Min's shoulders, complimenting his excellent manners and sharp judgment, which had completely won her over. With a confident lift of her chin, Sebin assured Woo Min she would take the lead for his scene and guide him well, an offer that left him stammering in disbelief. Wasting no time, she ushered him away to rehearse their scene, to which he enthusiastically agreed, once again addressing her as his sister-in-law. As they walked off, Woo Min called back to Jihoon, leaving him to marvel at how unexpectedly well the sister-in-law title had worked in Woo Min's favor. As a direct result of this newfound camaraderie, Ji Woo Min's cameo was filmed in a remarkably friendly and harmonious atmosphere. After the shoot wrapped up, Woo Min bid a cheerful farewell to director Park Han Sebin, earning praise from the director for his hard work. Jihoon and Woo Min walked together down the polished hallway, the day's filming now successfully behind them. Jihoon expressed his surprise at Woo Min's social prowess, amazed he had gotten Sebin to warm up so quickly, though Woo Min humbly chalked it up to luck. Woo Min laughed with relief that the scene turned out well, while Jihoon confidently remarked that of course it would, given that she was his sister-in-law. The term sister-in-law seemed to spark a memory for Woo Min as he thought back to his conversation with Sebin. He recalled that Sebin had mentioned Jihoon's upcoming kissing scene, which caught Jihoon by surprise. Woo Min added that Sebin had boldly claimed she was going to teach him a thing or two, prompting an inwardly exasperated thought from Jihoon about her choice of words. Jihoon simply replied with a knowing smirk, assuring Woo Min not to worry, as he had his own plans to show her something in return. Intrigued by this, Woo Min eagerly declared that he would be sure to watch the scene when it aired on television. Jihoon playfully warned him to watch it alone if possible, hinting that the scene might be a little more intense than he was expecting. Back on set, the director called cut, expressing his approval and humorously stating he would overlook their affectionate behavior just for the day. The crew was then instructed to stand by for the next take. Leaning in close, Sebin reminded Jihoon of the director's words and encouraged him to fully immerse himself in the moment. Momentarily caught off guard by her proximity, Jihoon quickly composed himself and affirmed that he would. With a loud call from the director, the cameras began rolling once more. As they performed the intense scene, a thought crossed Jihoon's mind about how they were truly giving it their all. He mused that their on-screen chemistry was so passionate they might even risk a warning from the Korea Communications Commission. However, he put his faith in director Park's skill, confident that the final edit would be handled tastefully. After the final cut was called, the director praised the lead actors and thanked the entire staff, officially marking the end of filming for Shadow of the Star. Later, at the wrap party, Jihoon told the director that his faith in the project stemmed from getting the chance to work with him. The director chuckled, affectionately calling Jihoon a flatterer for the high praise. He then inquired about Jihoon's plans now that he had made such a successful comeback, assuming the film industry would be eager to work with him again. Jihoon confirmed that there were indeed offers, but their conversation was cut short when someone called for director Park to join the rest of the crew. An older staff member approached the director, offering him a celebratory shot of liquor. Before the director left, Jihoon admitted that he found dramas more thrilling than expected and intended to continue working in television for a while longer. The director expressed his anticipation for Jihoon's next project and asked if he would consider a cameo, an offer Jihoon readily accepted. Director Park then offered a sincere and heartfelt word of thanks to Jihoon. Jihoon seemed unsure what the thanks was specifically for but bid the director farewell for the moment. With a final nod, the director moved away to join the others at the party. As one person departed, the now vacant seat beside Jihoon was promptly filled by a new guest. A smiling Jihoon warmly greeted the newcomer, acknowledging her as Miss Chai-won. She offered her congratulations on the drama's success, and he returned the sentiment, congratulating her on yet another successful investment. Chai-won confidently stated that betting on Jihoon was a sure thing she could never lose. She did, however, express a slight wistfulness, remarking that it would have been even better if the show had aired on her network, DVN. Noticing his expression, she quickly reassured him, explaining that she knew the drama likely wouldn't have surpassed a 40% rating on DVN anyway. She conceded that it still would have been a major success on her network, which prompted a visible sigh of relief from Jihoon. Beaming, Chai-won then shared that thanks to the drama's success, she was getting a promotion next year. When a surprised Jihoon asked for clarification, she explained that she was being put in charge of the entire film and video division. He congratulated her on securing what he called the most important role at DVN, and she agreed it was the fastest track to becoming the company's youngest ever CEO. She gave most of the credit for her career advancement to him and Eunha's team too, offering them her heartfelt thanks. Jihoon modestly insisted it was all due to her own skills, remarking that all she had done was make the initial investment. She countered by pointing out that having such good discernment was a powerful skill in and of itself. Chaewon then proposed a future collaboration, promising to contact him once things were finalized with an idea so appealing he wouldn't be able to refuse. Jihoon bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement, confirming his interest and reaffirming that they were indeed the best of business partners. She agreed, admitting that if she had her way, she would prefer to work with everyone as a close-knit family to simplify things. Jihoon noted that while that might have been possible a year or two ago, it was much more difficult now that Eunha Entertainment had grown so large. A subtle, knowing smile played on Chaewon's lips as she processed his words. As she lifted her glass for a toast, she casually added her congratulations on his personal relationship as well. Hearing this, Jihoon turned his gaze slightly to the side, his expression remaining perfectly calm and composed. He offered a simple word of thanks as their glasses clinked together in a toast to their continued success and bright futures. The final viewership numbers for Shadow of the Star were released, revealing an incredible average rating of 43% for its last episode. News outlets further highlighted that the climactic kiss scene between the leads had shattered records, peaking at over 45%. One of his team members reacted with a squeal of delight, realizing in awe that nearly half of the entire nation had been tuned in to watch the drama at that moment. Later, Eunha called Jihoon, wryly observing how incredibly busy he was and joking that people might think he was the only actor in all of Korea. Sounding utterly exhausted, Jihoon cockily replied that it couldn't be helped when everyone was asking for him, a sentiment Eunha begrudgingly agreed with. He then confessed his desire to finally take a rest once the year concluded, though he quietly wondered if a break from commercials, photo shoots, and interviews would even be possible. Eunha, however, sensed there was more to this meeting, knowing that the woman they were about to see never called without a specific and important reason. Setting her thoughts aside, she ushered Jihoon forward, and together they stepped into the office. Jihoon politely greeted the woman waiting for them as Ms. Seo. In response, Ms. Seo grandly welcomed him, acknowledging the arrival of the nation's most celebrated star actor. Jihoon's attention was then caught by another man in the room, whom he greeted respectfully as Hyungnim before asking what had brought him here. The man chuckled, admitting that his presence was indeed surprising and correctly guessed that Ms. Seo had likely kept the reason for the meeting a secret from Jihoon. He then revealed the truth, confessing that he had been the one to earnestly beg Ms. Seo for this meeting. Leaning forward, the man declared that he was itching for the chance to embark on another exciting project with Jihoon. Intrigued, Jihoon immediately asked what kind of project he had in mind, which drew an amused laugh from the man. The man complimented Jihoon's impressive work ethic and impatience, to which Jihoon explained he was simply curious about what kind of project would be worth hand-picking. With a dramatic flair, the man finally revealed that the project was a new film by the legendary director, Cha Jung-mak. He then posed a life-changing question, asking if Jihoon would like to walk the red carpet in Venice the following year, leaving Jihoon utterly speechless. After a moment, Jihoon confirmed he meant the Venice Film Festival, which prompted Eunha to wryly comment that his hopes for a restful year were now officially dashed. Eunha then seriously advised Jihoon that since he had already reached the pinnacle of success in Korea, it was now time to set his sights on the global stage. Her words resonated deeply as Jihoon squeezed his hands together, internally mulling over the possibility that it truly was time for such a monumental step. Voicing his uncertainty, he turned to the man and asked if he could provide his answer after the end of the year. The man immediately understood, correctly deducing that Jihoon wanted to wait until after the major awards ceremonies, a fact Jihoon confirmed. Jihoon elaborated, explaining that he needed to find certainty within himself and see a clear sign that it was truly the right moment to aim for international recognition. Understanding completely, the man smiled and agreed to his terms, expressing his confidence that Jihoon would find the certainty he was looking for very soon. Just as predicted, the glamorous awards season finally arrived, marking the celebratory climax of the year as limousines began pulling up to the red carpet. Amidst the flashing cameras, a reporter asked Jihoon, who had been nominated for Best Male Actor for The Reclaimers, who he thought would win the coveted award. He gave a diplomatic answer, stating that any of the nominees would be a deserving winner, which prompted the reporter to pointedly ask if that included himself. With a humble smile, Jihoon replied that he would, of course, be very happy if that happened. As the ceremony began, The Reclaimers immediately started its triumphant sweep, beginning with Nam Yumi winning the award for Best New Actress. The film's victories continued to pile up, securing awards for Best Supporting Actor, Best Editing, and numerous technical categories, even winning the award for the largest audience. Before the major awards were announced, a special tribute award was presented to the late Kim Myung-kwon, and Jihoon was called to the stage to accept the trophy on his behalf. A solemn and respectful silence fell over the auditorium as Jihoon made his way to the podium. In his speech, he remembered Mr. Kim as a man who loved and enjoyed acting more than anyone he knew, a person who deserved respect not just as an actor, but as a human being. He concluded his emotional tribute by saying how much he wished he could hear his old friend's jokes again before formally congratulating him on the award. The presenter then returned to the stage to announce that the award for Best Male Actor would be presented next. A wave of anticipation swept through the audience as the presenter repeated that the time had come to reveal the winner for Best Male Actor. The award presenter began with a poignant speech, reflecting on a year filled with both tragic sadness and historic, record-breaking achievements in cinema. With the envelope in hand, the presenter declared that he would now announce the winner of the 40th Blue Dragon Film Award for Best Male Actor. He paused for effect, adding a personal note that the winner was someone who had recently told him he was looking for a sense of certainty for himself. A moment later, he announced the winner to be Seo Jihoon for his role in The Reclaimers, and the crowd erupted in applause. As he returned to his seat, Yunha leaned in and whispered her heartfelt congratulations, telling him that he did it. Jihoon gratefully replied that it was something they had accomplished together. Later that night, he arrived at a cozy home, joyfully calling out for his uncle and auntie. They greeted him at the door with immense pride, welcoming the man of the Blue Dragon and ushering him inside to celebrate. The house was full of friends and family who all cheered his arrival, including the Chas who had just shown up. Jihoon moved through the crowd, politely greeting guests he was meeting for the first time. The living room was packed with people, all gathered to celebrate his incredible achievement. His uncle then turned to him, raising a glass and announcing it was time for the man of the hour to say a few words. All eyes turned to Jihoon as the group of loved ones gathered closely around the dinner table, waiting for him to speak. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jihoon could only manage a tearful thank you, prompting his aunt to ask in surprise if he was crying. She lovingly chided him for shedding tears on such a wonderful day and urged everyone to lift their glasses for a toast. Just then, more guests arrived at the door, explaining that they had heard a party was going on. A younger woman beamed at Jihoon and offered her own warm congratulations, affectionately calling him Appa. Much later that night, the modern two-story building stood quietly under the dark sky. Jihoon finally found a moment alone, slumping onto an outdoor chair with an exhausted yet deeply satisfied sigh. He gently turned the heavy trophy over in his hands, reflecting on the 3 long years he had worked towards this moment. He felt that with this award, he was at last standing shoulder to shoulder with Korea's most respected actors. Looking up at the night sky, he quietly asked a figure he called Old Man if this meant it was finally time for him to step onto the global stage. His question was met with only a profound and lingering silence. Searching for an answer, he asked again into the quiet darkness, his voice a little softer this time. Jihoon's voice echoed in the strange void, complaining that he had wanted to celebrate together and questioning why his companion had to go to sleep. He was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of confusion, blinking slowly as he took in his bizarre surroundings. A jolt of pure shock shot through him as the unsettling reality of his situation began to dawn on him. His body swayed unsteadily, struggling to maintain its balance in the disorienting, empty space. With a soft thud, he finally lost his footing and collapsed onto the strange, ethereal ground. Looking around the vast nothingness, he dazedly wondered where on earth he could possibly be. Just then, a familiar and affectionate voice broke the silence, calling out to its beloved. Jihoon's eyes widened as the old man materialized before him, who wryly commented on the actor's shocked expression. The spirit then chuckled, teasingly asking if Jihoon was perhaps afraid that he had died and was now meeting him in the afterlife. After a moment, Jihoon disgustedly asked if they were inside his stomach, prompting the old man to chide him for his unpleasant phrasing. Stroking his ethereal beard, the old man clarified that while he wasn't entirely wrong, this place was the vessel of the eternal truth itself, which Jihoon had just entered. Jihoon wryly processed this grand explanation, concluding that it was, in fact, just his stomach. He then rubbed his abdomen as he questioned how he got there, recalling a sudden burning sensation he believed was caused by the eternal truth. The old man simply stated that it was time, which only made Jihoon more confused as he asked what it was time for. Jihoon's mind raced with possibilities, excitedly asking if he was about to gain a new power or the ability to travel freely into this space. Before he could finish his thought, the old man interrupted, solemnly declaring that the time had come for Jihoon to carry out his oath on his own. The actor's excitement instantly vanished, replaced by sheer disbelief. He frantically asked if this meant the spirit was leaving him, but the old man countered by questioning why someone who could find their own path would still need a guide. Jihoon desperately argued that he absolutely still needed him, pointing out his limited understanding of the eternal truth's endless power. However, the old man insisted that Jihoon already knew everything necessary and was more than capable of handling future challenges alone. When Jihoon mentioned his oath to become the world's greatest, the spirit reminded him that he had already achieved the status of a top star in Korea. Turning away, the guide suggested that since Jihoon had reached one peak, nothing was stopping him from aiming higher, adding that it would be better for him if he were gone. He then revealed his knowledge that Jihoon was holding himself back because of him, a revelation that completely stunned the young actor. The spirit cheekily elaborated, suggesting that without him around, Jihoon could freely pursue his relationship with Yunha without any worries. Ignoring the jab, Jihoon pleaded with a heavy heart, begging the old man not to leave. He desperately tried to convince the spirit to stay, outlining his plans for Venice and his ambition to reach an even greater global stage. He promised a future that would be more thrilling than ever before, asking one last time if the old man was truly not going to join him. The old man let out a warm laugh, admitting that of course he wanted to witness Jihoon's bright future, but he had a condition. He explained that in all things, timing is critical, and the eternal truth itself had decreed that Jihoon was ready, a judgment he agreed with. Hearing this, Jihoon fell into a somber silence, the weight of the decision settling upon him. The old man glanced over, admitting he had refrained from saying something earlier to avoid ruining the mood. He clarified that his departure wasn't a choice, but a cosmic rule. His time as a guide was over, and he could no longer intervene in Jihoon's life. He continued, however, explaining that his own oath remained unfulfilled, so he would enter a half-sleep state to serve as a bridge between Jihoon and the eternal truth's power. This slumber would persist until the day Jihoon had grown strong enough that he no longer needed such a mediator. Jihoon processed this, confirming that the spirit would still stay inside him, a description that made the old man cringe. In short, the guide affirmed he wasn't leaving right away, but admitted that even he didn't know when the oath would be satisfied, as it depended entirely on Jihoon's devotion. Jihoon then asked if the spirit might wake up from time to time, but the old man confessed that it would be highly unlikely. A look of sadness crossed Jihoon's face as he accepted the news, prompting the spirit to tell him not to make such a face. The old man then posed a pointed question, asking if Jihoon truly wanted him to remain trapped as a spirit forever. Reminding Jihoon that he had a next life to live, he playfully called the actor a selfish boy and urged him to leave before he wasted his life away waiting. Jihoon looked up, his voice thick with emotion as he called out to the old man one last time. The spirit stopped, caught by the profound gravity in his student's tone. With a deep and respectful bow, Jihoon offered his master his most sincere and heartfelt thanks for everything. The old man returned the sentiment, thanking his student and imparting one final piece of advice, to never stop challenging himself, even long after the oath was fulfilled. The scene suddenly shifted, and Jihoon found himself seated across from an interviewer, who announced that Mr. Seo Jihoon had finally joined them. The host noted that Jihoon had been called many names over his career, but asked if he knew the one title that truly remained. Jihoon responded with cool confidence, stating that the host had just said it and that no other name was necessary. The interviewer smiled, conceding that he was correct. The name Seo Jihoon itself had become the very definition of the road to stardom. He concluded by expressing his sincere hope that Jihoon could continue to keep his throne at the top of the industry. A bright camera flash suddenly brought Jihoon back to reality, pulling him from his dream. He let out a small laugh, wondering aloud if he was now being cursed with prophetic dreams. He reflected on the year that had passed since his guide, Sir Subtitle, had gone into slumber, admitting that standing alone had been harder than had anticipated. Picking up his phone, he mused that despite the struggle, the outcome was exactly as his dream had predicted. His name had undeniably become synonymous with stardom, at least within the borders of his home country. He knew his global reputation was still a work in progress, but then realized that the results from his latest international challenge had likely just arrived. At that moment, Yunha walked in, and he immediately looked up and asked her how it went. She leaned over and gave him a triumphant kiss, wordlessly confirming his success and filling him with ecstatic joy. Yunha then declared her plan to make a quick trip to Hollywood to knock everyone off their feet, promising that when he eventually came over, his name would already be legendary, a plan he accepted with unwavering trust.